Chapter 283. The attack of the black light was out of everyone's expectations. Feeling the shocking aura, Long Chen held Lingxi's slender waist with one hand and stood up, firmly fixing his legs on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. At this moment, the black light had already stopped in front of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. It was a small but extremely ferocious black eagle. This black eagle was not as big as the wind-splitting divine roc, and it could only carry one person. However, Long Chen was sure that this black eagle was definitely an earth-ranked demonic beast, and it was even stronger than the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Ninth Prince, I didn't expect to meet you here. I've worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find you by chance. On the black eagle stood a man in black tight-fitting clothes. He stared at Lin Sangtian with his vulture-like eyes, and as soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at the wind-splitting dragon falcon. It's the people from the Heavenly Devil Palace. Old Yen, protect them. The ninth prince's face darkened, and without saying a word, he started fighting with the other party. The people from the Heavenly Devil Palace were unexpectedly strong. Before Long Chen could see their moves clearly, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. The wind-splitting dragon falcon flying in the sky had its internal organs shattered by a punch from the people from the Heavenly Devil Palace, and it was already dead. Meanwhile, Long Chen and the others fell from the sky. Old Yen saw that it was too late to rescue them, so he was concerned about the safety of the ninth prince, so he ignored Long Chen and the others who were falling from the sky and rushed towards the ninth prince. Long Chen didn't know how the ninth prince and Old Yen managed to escape from the sky. When the wind-splitting dragon falcon died, he held Lingxi in his arms and fell from the sky. The surrounding was filled with the sound of the wind, and the falling speed was getting faster and faster. Long Chen felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. If he was already in such a state, then as a mortal, Lingxi must be in even more pain. In a moment of desperation, he hugged Lingxi tightly in his arms. The wind-splitting dragon falcon's corpse fell together with Long Chen, but because of the different forces, they fell in different directions. Fortunately, the wind-splitting dragon falcon's flying altitude and speed had decreased because they were close to Biyao Imperial City. After rapidly descending for a while, Long Chen was able to see the ground. His and Lingxi's bodies carried a huge impact force. If Long Chen fell by himself, he was confident that he could absorb the impact force. However, he was carrying Lingxi, who was incomparably fragile. It was very likely that an extremely low impact force would cause Lingxi's entire body to fall apart. What should we do? Long Chen was a little flustered. He had just given Lingxi the feeling of having a body. Was it going to be gone just like that? At this moment, Xiao Lang's body suddenly enlarged, and his landing speed increased. Before Long Chen landed, the sun-devouring demonic wolf's huge body had already smashed into the ground. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's body was much stronger than Long Chen's. After Xiao Lang fell from the sky, he was actually unharmed. Without a word, he leapt towards Long Chen. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. He used his true energy to firmly place Lingxi on Xiao Lang's body. The impact force from Lingxi's body had gradually dissipated as Xiao Lang fell. Long Chen himself took out the blue dragon halberd. When he landed, he suddenly slammed the blue dragon halberd into the ground. Immediately, a rebounding force sent him flying into the sky before he landed steadily on the ground. Not far away, the corpse of the wind-splitting dragon falcon crashed into the ground, causing dust to fill the air. After Long Chen landed, Xiao Lang carried Lingxi and landed on the ground. Long Chen hurriedly rushed over. When he discovered that Lingxi had successfully escaped the disaster and was only frightened, her face pale, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief and hugged Lingxi tightly. She had just obtained a body, and before she even reached Biyao Imperial City, she had already suffered such a disaster. Lingxi was really unlucky, but fortunately, she was fine in the end. The people of Sky Demon Palace are obviously chasing after the ninth prince. We are now on the ninth prince's side. If we land on the ground, they will definitely see us, so we should leave this place quickly. Long Chen looked at the sky and discovered that the ninth prince and the people of Sky Demon Palace were fighting somewhere. He made a prompt decision and left with Lingxi and Xiao Lang. Long Chen hugged Lingxi and used the blue dragon halberd to open a path. In order to avoid attention, Xiao Lang shrunk his body again and quickly followed behind Long Chen. The direction of Biyao Imperial City is over there. The ninth prince has been attacked and can't take care of us. It should be impossible for him to go back to find us. We can go to Biyao Imperial City by ourselves. Thinking of this, Long Chen no longer hesitated. In this lush and fresh forest, he rushed in the direction of Biyao Imperial City. This forest was very beautiful. There were crisscrossing rivers everywhere, and there were also large and small lakes. On the way, Long Chen stopped and hunted a few wild rabbits. He made a fire and roasted them into a delicacy. Lingxi had been eating dry rations these days and was already hungry. Seeing the golden and oily delicacies, she was already drooling. After feeding the little girl, 2 people and 1 wolf continued on their way. Of course, Lingxi couldn't keep up with Long Chen's speed, so along the way, Long Chen carried her on his back. Feeling the warmth from her soft body, as well as the slippery feeling on his back, Long Chen felt a little restless. Lingxi also blushed a little when she smelled his scent. The little wolf bitterly followed behind, pretending that it didn't see anything. Even though he'd saved Lingxi earlier, he was still like a superfluous existence between them. A vast lake appeared ahead. The water was calm, and they were faintly able to see a small island on the opposite side. The island was suffused with smoke, and there ought to be a family there. It's getting late. We'll rest on this island for a night and continue on our journey tomorrow. I believe it won't be long before we'll be able to arrive at Biyao Imperial City, instructed Long Chen. Chen, Xiao Lang said he knows this island. He came here when he was young, and it's called Goldfish Island. Seeing Xiao Lang stare at each other for a long time, Lingxi finally understood what Xiao Lang wanted to say. Goldfish Island. Since you're familiar with it, Xiao Lang, then it couldn't be any better. Xiao Lang spent his childhood in Biyao Imperial City. Long Chen carried Lingxi on his back as he walked on the surface of the lake. At the same time, he was also conversing with Xiao Lang through Lingxi's. You're saying that the few areas outside of Biyao Imperial City were originally managed by the 4 great clans of the Imperial City. This Goldfish Island and the vast land around it originally belonged to the Mo clan, but because the Mo clan was exterminated, you don't know the current situation on this island. Xiao Lang nodded. As he looked at the island that was getting closer and closer, his eyes revealed a nostalgic look. When he was 6 years old, his entire clan was exterminated, and he had to escape alone while carrying a blood feud. The tragedy that Xiao Lang had encountered was hard for Long Chen to imagine. Just as he was about to comfort his brother, he and Xiao Lang faintly heard an urgent cry for help. Save me! You Woku people, go to hell! Amidst the cries for help, the man's laughter could be heard. Let's go and have a look. Naturally, Long Chen couldn't just watch them die. Following the direction of the sound, the 2 quickly arrived at their destination. In front of them was a small boat that was floating on the lake. Right now, there were 2 people arguing on the boat. It was a man and a woman. The man was roaring like a wild beast, pressing the woman down on his body and tearing her clothes in a frenzy. Without saying a word, Long Chen rushed over and kicked the man away, causing him to fall into the water. He didn't completely understand what was happening, so he didn't kick the man to death. This man was also an Earthcore warrior, so he wouldn't drown in the water. After that, Long Chen looked at the woman on the boat. When he saw her clearly, his heart surged with anger. The girl in front of him was thin and weak, and her face was young and tender. Her body had just started to develop, and she was only 12 or 13 years old. But just now, that big and burly man was obviously going to rape her. Bastard! When Lingxi saw this, she gritted her teeth and cursed. At this moment, the man who was kicked away had already floated up to the surface of the water. He was cursing in a language that Long Chen couldn't understand. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Long Chen fiercely. Soon, he jumped out of the water and unleashed the strength of an Earthcore warrior as he charged towards Long Chen. This man looked extremely ugly and wretched. He was short and stout, and his height didn't even reach Long Chen's chest. However, his eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. With just one look, one could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Kid, how dare you touch our great Woku people? You're courting death." At this moment, the guy finally spoke in a language that Long Chen could understand. However, his accent was very strange, and it took Long Chen a lot of effort to understand what he was saying. "Woku people? Who do you think you are?" At this moment, how could Long Chen not understand that this guy was a beast? When he jumped out of the water and wanted to kill Long Chen immediately pierced his chest with his devil spirit sword. The short man's eyes were wide open as he fell into the water. He died with his eyes wide open. Blood crazily gushed out from his chest, and soon, the green lake water around him was dyed red. The girl had clearly seen how Long Chen killed the Woku people. At this moment, she stood up and tidied her clothes. Then, she politely said to Long Chen, "Little you, thank you big brother and big sister for saving me." This girl was very tough. Facing such a situation, she didn't even cry. "Is your name Little You? What happened?" Long Chen realized that she was from the island, so he started chatting with her. "That man just now was a Woku people. I thought they wouldn't come today, so I came out to play. I didn't expect to meet him. If Big Brother didn't save me, I would have died." Little Yu's face was filled with fear when she said this. "What's a Woku people?" Long Chen asked as he pulled Lingxi to sit on the boat. Chapter 284. At this moment, Xiaolang touched Long Chen's leg. Through Lingxi's, Long Chen understood what Xiaolang was trying to say. The Wu tribe was originally a human tribe to the east of Cangyang country. Later on, due to the harsh environment, the tribe moved to the vicinity of Biyao Imperial City. The elites of the tribe formed the Yamato family in Biyao Imperial City because they had some capabilities. They are now one of the 3 major families in the Imperial City and have the same strength as the Mo family. This was the information in Xiaolang's words. After hearing what they said, Long Chen realized that the people of the Wu tribe were not simple. Through Lingxi's, Xiaolang said, the Wu tribe usually lives around the Imperial City and has their own language. Their appearance is slightly different from the people of Cangyang country. They are generally ugly and short. They are violent, cruel, and barbaric. Both the men and women of the tribe are extremely promiscuous and inhumane. However, because the Yamato family supports the other Wu tribe in the Imperial City, they have always been doing well. Not many people dare to provoke them. Yes, they can't be called humans at all. They are a group of beasts in human skin. Speaking of the Wu tribe, Xiaoyu was filled with righteous indignation. "Xiaoyu, tell me, why do you say that?" Long Chen asked with concern. Although he wanted to rush to Biyao Imperial City, it seemed that there was something here that needed his help. Moreover, Xiaolang seemed to have some feelings for the Golden Fish Island. If the people of the Golden Fish Island were in trouble, Long Chen thought that he might be able to help. "That's because our Golden Fish Island is almost done for," Xiaoyu said with a gloomy expression. "What happened?" Long Chen asked. The land around the Imperial City used to be under the jurisdiction of the 4 great clans. However, after the Mo clan disappeared, the land under the Mo clan's jurisdiction started to be fought over by other forces. Because our Goldfish Island is located in a remote area and we don't have any benefits, it has always been peaceful. Xiaoyu paused for a moment before continuing. But recently, the Wu tribe has been frantically gathering land nearby. They will soon arrive at Goldfish Island. Our island master said that the Wu tribe has a ferocious nature and that they are like wild beasts. Wherever they go, they will burn, rob, and kill. They will do anything, especially beautiful women. It is very difficult for them to escape from their evil claws. We originally wanted to move, but most of the people on the island are unwilling to leave. This is the land that our ancestors left for us. We cannot leave it to these beasts. The island lord said that we have at most 5 days left. Right now, all the cultivators on the island are frantically cultivating. As long as the Wu race arrives, we will definitely fight to the death with them. Even if we bleed to the last drop of blood, we will not hand over our ancestral land to others. We will not let a group of beasts step on our heads. Although Xiaoyu was young, she was very knowledgeable. At that moment, she explained everything in detail. She clenched her small fists tightly and her blood was boiling. Her eyes were filled with an unyielding gaze. This beast must be the spy of the Wu tribe. Now that the spy has died here, the Wu tribe will definitely speed up their attack if they find out. When that time comes, thinking of the Wu tribe's strength, Xiaoyu felt a little helpless. Although she was afraid, she did not surrender. Qin, Xiao Lang wants to help them. He said that they are the people of the Mo clan and cannot be tainted by others, Lingxi said softly. Long Qin lowered his head and looked at Xiao Lang's passionate gaze. He nodded. Xiaoyu will stay and help you. Long Qin said with a smile. Putting aside Xiao Lang's relationship, Long Qin also didn't want this peaceful island to be destroyed by barbarism. Besides, when Xiaoyu said that, her spirit of facing death with equanimity touched Long Qin. Long Qin knew that this was the spirit of a tribe. Really? Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with surprise. She had clearly seen Long Qin's strength when he killed that Earthcore warrior just now. If Long Qin could help, the Goldfish Island might still have some hope. At the very least, with Long Qin's help, the Goldfish Island would have fewer casualties. As for the trip to the Biyao Imperial City, it wouldn't matter if it was delayed for a while. Big bro, can you tell me your strength? Early Heavenly Core Realm, late Heavenly Core Realm, or that frightening Heavenly River Realm warrior? Xiaoyu asked excitedly. She was now at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein Realm, and this place was close to the Imperial City, where martial arts were prevalent. Long Qin wasn't surprised that Xiaoyu had such knowledge. Heavenly River. Long Qin answered without hiding his strength. The Golden Fish Island needed help the most right now, and Long Qin wouldn't be stingy with his help. Really? Xiaoyu exclaimed once again. She looked at Long Qin from top to bottom, and when she realized Long Qin wouldn't lie to her, she immediately became excited and started jumping around on the boat. She was still a little kid after all. Big bro, beautiful big sister, I'll bring you back to the Golden Fish Island now, we'll meet our island chief. After saying that, Xiaoyu started paddling the boat. The boat sailed past the dead body of the Japanese man and headed towards the Golden Fish Island. Not long after, Long Qin and the others went ashore. The island wasn't big, it was even smaller than Biyao town. The only special thing was that in the center of the island, there was a small mountain. Long Qin could sense a slight heat coming from the small mountain. There's actually a crater on such a small island? Long Qin felt it was strange. But after thinking about it, he realized that it must have been a crater in the past, and then the terrain changed, causing the crater to sink and become smaller. But the appearance was still there. Xiao Lang seemed to have noticed the strange thing about the place as well. He carefully sniffed the air and shook his head, as if he had some doubts. Xiao Lang said that he could sense the aura of a demon beast. Lingxi whispered into Long Qin's ears. Demon beast? I don't think so. If there were demon beasts, the Golden Fish Island would have been destroyed long ago. It wouldn't have existed for so long. Long Qin shook his head. Big bro, follow me. Xiaoyu walked in front and waved at Long Qin. Only then did Long Qin and Xiao Lang stop what they were doing and focus on walking with Xiaoyu. It could be seen that the Golden Fish Island was very peaceful. There weren't many islanders living here, and most of them made a living by fishing. The people were simple and honest, which made Long Qin feel very comfortable. However, what puzzled Long Qin was that along the way, they seemed to have passed by a few villages, but there weren't many strong men. There were only a few women doing housework and children playing carefreely. It was a peaceful and beautiful scene. The others have gone to the island master's place and are cultivating under the island master's guidance. They are working hard for the upcoming battle. We have already dug a cave in the back of the mountain. From tomorrow onwards, the old, the weak, the women, and the children will start moving into the cave, while the others will stay and fight. I'm 12 this year, but I'm already in the 8th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. However, the island master doesn't allow me to fight and wants me to protect the others. He said that this task is more important. Xiao Yu was very proud of herself. Long Chen, on the other hand, felt a little heavy. Xiao Yu said proudly. She was only 12 years old, and she had to face this kind of pressure. If she didn't handle it well, the only outcome would be death. Besides, from their description, Long Chen knew that their opponents were the Japanese tribesmen. They were brutal and violent, and they were no different from wild beasts. If they failed, the consequences would be disastrous. After we cross this bamboo forest, we will arrive at the island master's place. But I guess they must be at the training ground. Let me bring you there now. When the island master sees that I brought a heavenly river warrior, he will definitely praise me, hee. Xiao Yu said proudly. Xiao Yu, do you know the difference in strength between the two sides? How much combat strength does the Golden Fish Island have, and how much combat strength does the Japanese tribe have? Long Chen asked. Well, we have 2 heavenly river warriors, the island master and his son. We also have quite a number of heavenly core warriors. As for the Japanese tribe, I only know that one of the Japanese tribes is attacking the Goldfish Island, but I don't know their exact strength. But judging from how nervous the island master is, they should be very strong. Long Chen nodded his head. Some bamboo houses appeared in front of them, one after another. They looked very elegant. After passing through these bamboo houses, the bamboo forest in front of them suddenly became spacious. From far away, Long Chen could already hear the noises coming from the training ground. Drink. Long Chen could clearly capture the sounds of explosive shouts and the collisions of weapons. In the blink of an eye, a group of 200 men appeared in front of them. Most of them were shirtless men, and they were sweating profusely as they fought fiercely. Some of them were even using divine jades and cultivating in the bamboo forest. Island Master, Island Master. Xiao Yu didn't dare to get close to them. She just shouted at them from the side. Everyone who was cultivating in the training ground turned their heads around. When they saw Xiao Yu, they didn't pay much attention to her. However, Long Chen and Lingxi attracted their attention. Long Chen was here because of his strength, and Lingxi was here because of her beauty. Continue cultivating. In the training ground, an old man with white hair and hawk-like eyes shouted. Then, he turned around and walked towards Long Chen and Xiao Yu. Island Master, Xiao Yu has found a great helper for our Golden Fish Island. Big Brother is a heavenly river tier warrior. He has agreed to help us defeat the Wu clan, Xiao Yu shouted excitedly. Xiao Yu's words made everyone stop again. They all looked at Long Chen, their faces full of confusion. To them, Long Chen was too young. He was already a heavenly river tier warrior at such a young age. Such a genius should be in Biyao Imperial City, not a small place like Golden Fish Island. Everyone stopped cultivating and looked at each other. They were discussing Long Chen and, of course, the beautiful Lingxi. Heavenly river tier. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the island master was also shocked. He could tell at a glance that Long Chen was an incredible genius, but he didn't expect him to be at the heavenly river tier. Even at his age, he was only at the first level of the heavenly river tier. Young friend, is what Xiao Yu said true? The island master of Golden Fish Island asked seriously as he walked in front of Long Chen. Chapter 285. There were things a man should and shouldn't do. Saving the Golden Fish Island was something he should do. I am Long Chen. I heard from Miss Xiaoyu about the Golden Fish Island, and I have decided to offer my meager strength, Long Chen said with a nod. The Golden Fish Island master sized up Long Chen, and indeed discovered that he couldn't see through Long Chen. An expert like this was exactly what he needed right now. Young friend Long Chen, my name is Chen Feng. If you don't mind, you can just call me Elder Chen. I am truly grateful that you are willing to protect my Golden Fish Island. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. Come, this way, please. Chen Feng naturally welcomed Long Chen with open arms. He hurriedly led Long Chen into an elegant bamboo house and had the others serve tea. Then, he took out the snacks and pastries unique to the Golden Fish Island to take care of Long Chen. Long Chen didn't have much need for food, but Lingxi had become immortal, so she was very interested in these delicious pastries. Long Chen didn't stand on ceremony, either. He brought out the food for Lingxi to enjoy as he chatted with Chen Feng. Where are you from, young friend? Chen Feng guessed that Long Chen was from Biyao Imperial City when he saw that he was already at the Heavenly River tier at such a young age. I'm not at liberty to tell you, Long Chen said apologetically as he shook his head with a smile. It was troublesome to talk about this, so Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. I was rude. I'm really sorry, Chen Feng apologized. Old Chen, I won't say anything else. When I passed by Goldfish Island, I saw a man attacking Xiaoyu, so I saved Xiaoyu and asked her about Goldfish Island. What the Wu tribe did really angered both humans and gods, so I decided to help. However, I don't know anything about the Wu tribe's strength, so I hope Old Chen can tell me, Long Chen said. So that's how it is. No wonder little Yu brought you here. Chen Feng's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, this time, it is one of the clans of the Wu tribe that has set their sights on the Goldfish Island. This clan has always been active near the Goldfish Island, and their name strikes fear in people's hearts. In this clan, there is a husband and wife who are martial artists at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. They also have several martial artists at the first level of the Heavenly River tier, so, when he heard this news, Long Chen was shocked. There were only 2 first-level Heavenly River tier elites on the Goldfish Island. Island Lord, forgive me for being blunt, but the other party's strength obviously surpasses yours. You have no chance of winning at all. Why don't you move your clan? Instead, you stay here and waste your lives for nothing, Long Chen said with a serious expression. I also plan to move my clan, but not many people agreed. How could we just give up the land left behind by our ancestors? My clansmen all said that no matter how strong the other party is, when we bleed to the last drop, we will definitely make them pay a heavy price. Although we will die, our souls will live forever. When he reached the end of his speech, Chen Feng was as excited as Xiaoyu. Seeing this old guy's face turn red with excitement, Long Chen's heart was also infected. He suddenly felt his blood boil. Previously, he had definitely been a helper because of Xiao Lang, but now, Long Chen was going to do his best no matter what. Young friend Long Chen, I will thank you no matter what for your decision. However, the chances of winning on the Goldfish Island are too small. You are still young, so you cannot waste your life for nothing. Don't worry, Old Chen. Even if I am not a match for them, I will have no problem staying alive. When the time comes, I will definitely do my best to minimize the casualties on the Goldfish Island. Chen Feng told Long Chen about the battle prowess of the Wu tribe, but he was completely unafraid. This moved Chen Feng very much. You must be bragging. At this moment, a tall, middle-aged man walked into the bamboo house and looked coldly at Long Chen. The aura on this man was no weaker than Chen Feng's. He must be the other Heavenly River tier cultivator on the Goldfish Island. Nonsense, Chen Feng berated. Chen Feng chided. Then, he smiled at Long Chen and said, this is my son, Chen Lei. This is our young friend, Long Chen, who has agreed to help our Goldfish Island. You should have heard of him, right? At such a young age, he is already at the Heavenly River tier. He is much stronger than you. Chen Lei knew about this. He looked Long Chen up and down, feeling that he was a little unreliable. Thus, he said, "Brat, don't tell me you have some ulterior motive? I don't believe that there would be an idiot who would come to the Goldfish Island to die for no reason." "Chen Lei, what nonsense are you talking about? Get the hell out of here." Chen Feng stood up from the bamboo chair and stared at Chen Lei with a cold glare. Okay. Chen Lei was angry when he saw his father actually flipping out at him. He said sarcastically, "Dad, I see that you, brat, don't look like a good person. You might even be a spy for the Wu tribe. Bastard, you blockhead, get out of here right now. Have you ever seen such a tall spy for the Wu tribe?" With Long Chen's age, his current strength, his tall appearance, and his tall figure, there was no way he could be a spy for the Wu tribe. Chen Lei didn't know how to refute when he thought about the height of the Wu tribe. In any case, he felt that there was something wrong with Long Chen, but he couldn't point it out. All he could do was leave. Chen Feng sat down again, and said apologetically, "Long Chen, please don't treat him like an outsider. This brat is quite cute. His wife of many years was killed by the Wu tribe, so he is a little sensitive." "It's okay, I understand," Long Chen said with a nod. Dongfang Xianxiao had said that the most terrifying thing in this world was a woman who didn't have the strength to protect herself. He could understand Chen Lei's experience. Long Chen stood up and pulled Lingxi, who was still eating pastries. "Old Chen, that's all for now. It's getting late, so I'll have to ask Old Chen to prepare a place for me. I'll stay on the island for the next few days and wait for the Wu tribe to come. I'll definitely do my best." Okay, this way please." "Oh right, little friend Long Chen, I've already asked someone to prepare a banquet." "No, Old Chen, this is an emergency. If there's food, just send it directly to my room. It's enough to fill my Lingxi's stomach." Long Chen pinched Lingxi's face and smiled. Lingxi used the mysterious sky jade lotus and turned into an ordinary person. Long Chen's cosmos sack now had some necessities. Chen Feng prepared an exquisite bamboo house for Long Chen before leaving. After 2 hours, someone had already sent dinner. After Long Chen and the others had dinner, Chen Feng left. In this small space, Xiao Lang whimpered and tactfully left. When he left, he didn't forget to close the door for Long Chen. "Chen, am I very troublesome?" Lingxi asked nervously as she grabbed the corner of her clothes. When a warrior started cultivating, they consumed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as food. They were less dependent on food. Long Chen would only eat when he wanted to taste delicacies. However, food was indeed the energy that kept Lingxi alive. Long Chen had to prepare food for her every day, which was why Lingxi had asked this question. "Silly girl, don't you think this is very blissful?" Long Chen smiled and patted her soft cheeks. Ever since the Star Demon prison, Lingxi's personality had begun to change. She seemed to be much more reserved. Long Chen could see traces of worry in her eyes. She was worried about the future. "Little Shi, there's something on your mind?" Long Chen asked. "How could there be?" "No." "Then why do you look so bitter?" "You're like a resentful woman," Long Chen said with a smile. "You're the little resentful woman." "I'm not," said Ling Shi angrily. The night was as cold as water. "I can't sleep," Lingxi, who was in Long Chen's arms, suddenly said. "Really? Emicham, today, I keep feeling that the mountain in the center of Goldfish Island is a bit strange. Xiao Lang seems to have felt it too. However, I don't feel at ease going there with you here. Since you can't sleep, I'll take you there," Long Chen said as he got up. After Lingxi put on thick clothes and tidied herself up, Long Chen took her out and called out to Xiao Lang, who was in the distance. 2 humans and 1 wolf headed toward the center of Goldfish Island. It's indeed the aura of a demonic beast. However, it seems to be in a deep sleep. As they approached the mountain, Long Chen had already sensed it. He believed that Chen Feng and the others must also know that there was a demonic beast hibernating on Goldfish Island. They climbed to the top of the mountain, where there was a small heavenly pond. The pond was filled with turquoise lake water. Longchen reached his hand into the lake water and took it out again. He said, "The lake water is warm. This demonic beast must be of the fire attribute. The beast core of a fire attribute demonic beast will be of great use to you, Xiaolang. Help me protect little Shi first. I'll enter the heavenly pond to take a look." Xiaolang howled and nodded. Because Ling Shi didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, Long Chen had no choice but to carefully ensure her safety at all times. He sent Ling Shi to the side and gave her a few instructions before jumping into the warm heavenly lake. The jade-green lake water instantly submerged him. What surprised Long Chen was that although the heavenly pond wasn't big, it was very deep. It took him a long time to reach the bottom of the heavenly pond. The water temperature was very high, but there were still strange aquatic plants growing on it. Long Chen looked at the bottom of the pond over and over again. He could feel that the fiery energy was at the bottom of the heavenly pond. Therefore, he wanted to see if there was an entrance that he could enter directly. Of course, if he used brute force, he could directly break the bottom of the pond. However, that would definitely alarm the demonic beast of unknown strength. Therefore, Long Chen didn't dare to take the risk. After searching the bottom of the pond in a carpet fashion, Long Chen finally found a gap between two huge rocks in the corner of the wall. Long Chen didn't hesitate and went through the gap. He discovered that it was a small pond. The pond wasn't deep, so Long Chen easily floated up. Then, he arrived at a hole in the ground. This hole led downwards. It's very possible that this hole leads to the location of the demonic beast. Thinking of this, Long Chen couldn't help but be careful. He didn't make a sound as he went downwards. The lower he went, the higher the temperature. After about 50 meters, Long Chen discovered that the surrounding rocks had turned fiery red. The demonic beast is just ahead. Chapter 286. The deeper he went, the bigger the cave became. Soon, Long Chen saw a vast underground space. The rocks here were red hot, and the air was filled with a fiery aura. There used to be a lot of lava here, but now that the earth has changed, only the shell is left. Long Chen looked into the depths of the ground. There was a huge cave below. Thinking about it, it should have been filled with magma in the past, but now, there were only red stones and a small magma lake less than 50 meters in diameter. The lava lake wasn't the key point. The key point was that there was a monster that was several times larger than the sun-devouring demon wolf. It was a monster that looked like a flood dragon. It had sharp claws, teeth, and 4 thick limbs. Its skin was fiery red, just like a normal flood dragon. However, it was different from a flood dragon in that it didn't have horns. What was even more strange was that it didn't just have 1 pair of upper limbs, but 4. It had a total of 8 fiery red claws, like steel blades that were still being calcined. It was extremely terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Long Chen hadn't seen it before. Although this demonic beast was in a deep sleep, its aura was extremely thick, and it was even stronger than the sun-devouring demonic wolves. Long Chen did not dare to meddle. After memorizing the demonic beast's appearance, he returned the way he came, swam out of the heavenly lake, and arrived in front of Ling Shi. He described the appearance of the demon beast in front of Ling Shi, and when she heard about the 4 claws, Ling Shi didn't hesitate to say, "This is an Earth-step 3rd grade 8-clawed fire centipede. It lives in the magma, and it survives by absorbing the fire power of the magma. There isn't much magma left in this place, so it's sleeping to reduce its consumption. The 8-clawed fire centipede is quite lazy, so it'll probably wait until the magma here is used up before it moves." Earth Class Rank 3. Long Chen estimated. Compared to Xiaolang, it was 1 rank higher. If the 2 brothers worked together, they might have a chance. However, before dealing with the Japanese, Long Chen didn't dare to act rashly. Forget it. We'll think about the 8-clawed fire centipede after we help the people of Goldfish Island survive this disaster, Long Chen decided. The 8-clawed fire centipede had two benefits. First, its nidan had absorbed many years of flame essence, which was a great supplement for Xiao Lang. Second, its rich bloodline was food for Long Chen. Long Chen carried Lingxi in his arms and went back the way they came. We went out for a walk. You should be able to sleep now, right? Long Chen whispered in Lingxi's ear. I want you to hug me, but you are not allowed to touch me. Lingxi's face was a little flushed. The weather was cold now, and with Long Chen hugging her, she felt exceptionally peaceful and warm. All right. Long Chen smiled bitterly. Delicious food was placed in front of him, and he was starving. The most he could do was take advantage of it. Every time Long Chen was attracted, his whole body was filled with anger, but he had no way to vent it. This kind of feeling was worse than death. Just as they were about to reach the place Chen Feng had arranged for them, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. It was Chen Lei, who was smiling coldly. Long Chen, I can tell that you are up to no good. Why are you sneaking around my goldfish island in the middle of the night? Chen Lei said coldly. His tall body pressed down on Long Chen. Long Chen, I see that you are up to no good. My legs are on my body. I can walk however I want. I promised to help Goldfish Island deal with the Japanese, but that doesn't mean I can't walk. Long Chen felt pity for Chen Lei at first, but if he kept provoking him, Long Chen didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Still trying to quibble? I can tell that you are a thief. What did you steal? Chen Lei said. Steal? What do you have here that's worth stealing? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to him anymore. Chen Lei sized him up suspiciously for a while. Long Chen was right. On Goldfish Island, apart from Chen Lei and Chen Feng, there was nothing that caught Long Chen's attention. In Chen Lei's eyes, although Long Chen's whereabouts were suspicious, his cultivation level was indeed at the Heavenly River tier. As for his actual combat ability, given Long Chen's age, how much training could he have gone through? In Chen Lei's eyes, Long Chen had to be a noble disciple of some force. He was only able to achieve his current accomplishments because of the protection and nurturing of his ancestors. This kind of greenhouse flower would be no match for him in a fight. Thus, it was unlikely that Long Chen had stolen anything. He looked behind Long Chen, and suddenly exclaimed, You've been to the Heavenly Lake, Long Chen. Looks like you have designs on the 8-clawed fire serpent. You're really seeking death. The 8-clawed fire serpent is an Earth Grade 3 demonic beast. If you awaken it, you'll definitely die a horrible death. You might even implicate the entire Goldfish Island. You say you're here to save our Goldfish Island, but I think you're the scourge of our Goldfish Island. Chen Lei's veins bulged as he spoke. He had indeed guessed correctly this time. Long Chen was indeed interested in the 8-clawed fire serpent, but now was definitely not the time. Chen Lei, don't get too worked up. I'll be honest with you. I came here to help you, but when I arrived at the island, I found that the center of the lake was a bit strange. I went there in the middle of the night and found traces of demonic beasts. If it was as you said, would have already started fighting with the 8-clawed fire centipede. Why would I come back here? Long Chen didn't want to get tangled up with him, so he explained patiently. I came here to help you, but when I arrived at the island, I found that the Heavenly Lake in the center was a bit strange. I went there in the middle of the night and found traces of demonic beasts. If it was as you said, would have already started fighting with the 8-clawed fire serpent. Why would I come back here? Get out of my way. Since he couldn't explain it, Long Chen was too lazy to explain. Don't even think about it. Chen Lei roared. Long Chen had run out of patience. He was just about to hand Lingxi over to Xiao Lang to teach the idiot a lesson when Xiao Lang's body suddenly expanded and transformed into a sun-devouring fiend wolf. With its rank 2 Earth-class combat prowess, it didn't take long for the terrified Chen Lei to be trampled under its feet. The sun-devouring fiend wolf's heavy aura and burning eyes made Chen Lei's hair stand on end. He really didn't expect that Long Chen's pet, Xiao Lang, was actually an Earth-class demonic beast. Moreover, it was clearly more than just rank 1. Remember, I have my own patience. I'm here to help the Goldfish Island, not to be bullied by you. If you piss me off, I don't mind killing you. Long Chen walked to Chen Lei's side and said a few words before leaving with Lingxi. Xiao Lang used its thick claws to smack Chen Lei to the ground. A mouthful of black flames swept out of its mouth. The cold temperature of the black flames made Chen Lei's hair stand on end, and he almost suffocated. Fortunately, Xiao Lang had put away the 9 Serenity's demon ancestral flame. However, Xiao Lang's warning made Chen Lei freeze in place. After a full 15 minutes, he crawled up from the ground. His eyes were gloomy as he looked in the direction Long Chen had disappeared. Where did this Long Chen come from? He actually has such a terrifying demonic beast that is so loyal to him. After thinking for a long time, Chen Lei still couldn't figure it out. He then shook his head and said helplessly, "Sigh, no matter how hard I try, it seems that I can't compare to the descendants of these great forces. Their elders can just give me a random demonic beast and they can trample me under their feet. If Long Chen really wants to help, this demonic beast can really increase the hope of the Goldfish Island. It seems that I can't go against him anymore. Otherwise, Father will definitely give me a good scolding." After returning to the room, Xiao Lang went outside to play. As promised, Long Chen hugged Lingxi's warm and soft body, letting her sleep peacefully. The seductive body in his arms caused Long Chen to be filled with grief and indignation. He wanted to make a move, but he felt that Lingxi was simply too evil. "Chen, why are you poking my stomach?" Lingxi murmured in a daze. Long Chen was startled and hurriedly moved his buttocks away. "Your fingers are so big." Lingxi's hand had unknowingly reached down. Before Long Chen could react, she had grabbed it. Long Chen's face immediately turned red. Looking at the beautiful face of the woman in his arms, he let out a beast-like breath. "It's so hot." Lingxi moaned and let go of his hand. She turned sideways and continued to sleep. Long Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, and the heat in his body gradually dissipated. When will these bitter days end? Long Chen rolled his eyes and looked at the ceiling helplessly. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let Lingxi use the mysterious sky jade lotus and become an ordinary person. Not much. For now, Lingxi was happy, and that was enough. On Goldfish Island, Long Chen spent a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, he would occasionally look around Goldfish Island, watch the islanders cultivate, and help the old, weak, women and children move. On Goldfish Island, apart from Chen Lei, everyone was very fond of this immortal couple. The news that Long Chen was a heavenly river tier cultivator had already spread through the entire Goldfish Island from Xiaoyu. When they found out that Long Chen was actually here to help deal with the Wu tribe, everyone was extremely grateful to him. They gave Long Chen many gifts, and Lingxi received many clothes, rare jewelry, and all kinds of delicious food. This made her smile exceptionally happily every day. As for the problem of the 8-clawed fire serpent, Long Chen had already discussed it with Qin Feng. He planned to look for an opportunity to deal with the 8-clawed fire serpent after the Wu tribe attacked. Qin Feng didn't have any objections to this. His mind was completely focused on dealing with the Wu tribe. To be honest, Qin Feng knew that Long Chen had an earth-rank demonic beast that could easily defeat Chen Lei. However, there were a total of 2 experts at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier among the Wu tribe. In the face of death, the islanders of Goldfish Island weren't afraid. Their blood was boiling, and they had already sharpened their sharp weapons. They were waiting for the Wu tribe beasts to arrive so that they could start a battle of life and death. They were protecting the old, weak, women, and children, as well as the land left behind by their ancestors. Therefore, they had no choice but to win or die. There was no other way out. While they were preparing, the Wu tribesmen finally arrived. Chapter 287. The tribesmen of the Golden Fish Island had set up many spies around the island. As long as there was movement from the Wu tribe not far away, they would immediately be notified. As early as a few days ago, the old, weak, women, and children of the Golden Fish Island had already been moved into the cave they had dug. Even if the Wu tribe combed the entire Golden Fish Island, it would still be difficult for them to find the entrance to the cave. Under the threat of death, no one dared to play around. As for the strong men of the tribe, they were all prepared for battle. Dozens of days of persistence and cultivation had filled every one of them with fighting spirit and courage. The Golden Fish Island wasn't big. When the spies rushed back and confirmed the direction of the Wu tribe's advance, the warriors on the island hurriedly rushed in that direction. They had set up a comprehensive defense on the island. No matter which direction they went, they had a huge advantage in terms of terrain. Long Chen also followed the crowd. Because he was worried about Lingxi, he let Lingxi tag along. He didn't let Lingxi follow the old, weak, women, and children of the island into the cave. To him, when it came to protecting Lingxi, he only trusted himself and Xiao Lang. At this time, about 300 warriors of the Golden Fish Island were hiding in a kernel. In front of them was a lake. At this time, everyone could already see the Wu tribe's large ship heading towards the Golden Fish Island. In the humid air, the rough and violent laughter of the Wu tribe traveled over, causing everyone's heart to tighten slightly. Unlike the nervous warriors of the Golden Fish Island, Long Chen and Xiao Lang stood in front. The island lord of the Golden Fish Island, Chen Feng, and his son, Chen Lei, were also here. Chen Lei had always disliked Long Chen. He felt that Chen Feng was too polite to him. However, Long Chen hadn't done anything before the Battle of the Golden Fish Island. This made Chen Lei, who had a lot of complaints about him, unable to say anything. Let's see who kills more enemies later. Do you really think you can compete with me, a Heavenly River tier cultivator with over 20 years of battle experience? Chen Lei said in annoyance as he looked at the calm Long Chen. Of course, brother Chen Lei has more. I'm just a greenhorn. How could I dare to compare with brother Chen Lei? Long Chen chuckled. He couldn't be bothered to compete with this stupid donkey. In his eyes, every Goldfish Island clansman's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and bravery. Even though they knew that the other party would be difficult to defeat, they did not show the slightest bit of fear. Long Chen finally saw what it meant to face death calmly. Everyone, there is no such thing as submission and patience in our dictionary. The Japanese are ruthless. If Goldfish Island is ruled by them, we and our descendants will live under their tyranny for generations to come. We will suffer from them and live like dogs. Chen Feng frowned deeply. He paused, then lowered his voice and said in a solemn tone, in order to prevent our children and our women from being humiliated, no one can back down from this battle. This land is the most precious gift our ancestors have given us. It is the Goldfish Island where we will live and thrive for generations to come. Today, it will suffer a great calamity. Whether or not we can survive this crisis will depend on whether or not everyone here is afraid of death. Remember, killing 1 is worth it. Killing 2 is worth it. Killing 10 is fucking worth it. Chen Feng, who was usually strict and serious, suddenly cursed, breaking the tense atmosphere. It could be seen that the fighting spirit on everyone's faces had become even more intense. This was a battle for the survival of their race. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. Long Chen could see the bloodthirst in their eyes that even he admired. Old Chen, don't worry too much. Look, the height of the Japanese can't even reach our warriors' chests. How could a bunch of dwarves be a match for us? Long Chen smiled. The Japanese were generally short and looked wretched. Everyone on the Goldfish Island knew that. Long Chen, I really have to thank you this time. If we are defeated later, you should run away first. Take as many as you can with you as you can. Leave some bloodline for the Goldfish Island. If possible, help me take care of the old, weak, women, and children in the cave, Chen Feng said calmly. Chen Feng said indifferently. From his eyes, it could be seen that he was prepared to die in battle today. All right. Although he didn't think that they would be defeated, Long Chen still agreed to his request so that the old man would feel at ease. The big ship in the distance was gradually approaching. At that moment, the people in the valley could already see the group of Japanese on the deck, who were yelling wildly. In their opinion, they were purely there to take over the Goldfish Island. As for the small obstacles that they might encounter, they didn't care at all. When the hundreds of Japanese thought about the wealth and women of the Goldfish Island, the closer they got to the Goldfish Island, the more excited they became. Nominally, they were managing the Goldfish Island on behalf of the Yamato family. However, the truth was that they were a group of robbers who committed all sorts of crimes. Wherever they went, they would rape and pillage. Soon, they landed on the island. There were more than 100 of them. It was clear that they didn't think much of the Goldfish Island's combat strength and bravery. However, the combat strength of these 100 people was much higher than the overall strength of the people on the Goldfish Island. There were only about 30 Divine Core warriors on the Goldfish Island, but most of these Japanese were Divine Core warriors. This was the difference. After clearly seeing the strength of these people, Qin Feng's face turned pale, and he slowly clenched his fists. In Long Chen's ears, he could hear everyone's shocked and hurried breathing. Right at this moment, a middle-aged Japanese man took a few steps forward. His face was filled with a complacent smile, and his voice was filled with passion as he shouted out. Although this man had a short stature, and his appearance wasn't too shabby, his strength was pretty good. Just like Qin Feng, he was a first-level Heavenly River Realm warrior. Everyone on the Goldfish Island, I believe you have received the notice. From today onwards, this is the territory of the Yamato family, and the Goldfish Island will be managed by the Yamato family from now on. In order to express your joy, we will follow the old rules. Hurry up and deliver 3/4 of the island's wealth, and then offer up 100 young girls to receive our brothers from the Japanese tribe. This guy was at the Heavenly River realm. With his throat and strength, it was easy for his voice to spread across the entire Goldfish Island. Even the people hiding in the caves could vaguely hear him. When the women saw the 100 young girls, they panicked. When they thought about the tragic situation of being violated by the Japanese tribe, they kept quiet out of fear. 100 young girls. Even if all the young girls and married women on the Goldfish Island were added together, it would only be about this number. According to the rules of the Japanese tribe, if one woman was missing, one man would have to die. Of course, married women are fine too. That's more appealing. The man who had spoken started to laugh wildly. At this moment, the hundreds of Japanese tribe members thought about how they could enjoy such benefits the moment they arrived on the island. Moreover, it was in the open. It wasn't like they had never done something like this before. Thus, at this moment, when they thought about the charm of the women on the Goldfish Island, their breathing became heavy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Long Chin counted, and discovered that there were a total of 4 at the first level of the Heavenly River tier. As for the 2 at the second level of the Heavenly River tier that Qin Feng had mentioned, there didn't seem to be any. Elder Qin, didn't you say that there were elites at the second level of the Heavenly River tier? Long Chin asked. There are indeed. However, could it be that they didn't come today? That's impossible. They are all moving together. Qin Feng was also a little confused. Father, don't worry about it. It's good that they didn't come. There are a total of 4 Heavenly River tier cultivators. The 3 of us, along with this demonic wolf, will be able to hold them off. As long as we get rid of these 4 Heavenly River tier cultivators, the rest will be much easier. Even if the other 2 at the second level of the Heavenly River tier come, we can still deal with them together, Chen Lei said decisively. Based on his understanding of the overall strength of both sides, ending the battle as soon as possible was the best solution. Chen Lei is right. Let's do it. Long Chen could tell from the words and expressions of these members of the Wu tribe that there wasn't a single good person among them. These vicious and evil people could only be punished with death. Let's do it, Qin Feng commanded. Wait. Everyone else, don't move. We'll move. Long Chen saw that Qin Feng was about to launch an all-out attack, and he hurriedly stopped him. Why? Chen Feng asked doubtfully. Elder Chen, a real battle is a clash of high-end forces. If we let them move, it will only increase the number of casualties. We can just use provocation to get them to come out. Won't that work? Long Chen smiled calmly. Easier said than done. Chen Lei pursed his lips, looking down on Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. At this time, after waiting for a long time, the members of the Wu tribe realized that the other side hadn't sent any beauties or riches. They looked at each other, then started laughing and speaking in a strange language. The only thing they could be sure of was that the crazed expressions on their faces were getting more intense. Then, let's slaughter them, one of the Heavenly River tier martial artists said. At this time, 3 figures suddenly jumped out from the front and quickly arrived in front of the members of the Wu tribe. The Wu tribe was shocked and they saw the 3 Heavenly River tier martial artists. However, when they remembered that they had more people on their side, they regained their confidence and said arrogantly, "You 3, are you here to deliver riches and beauties? Hand over the riches. Where are the beauties?" "I'm sorry, but we're not here to deliver beauties. We're here to send you to hell." I wonder if the powerful Heavenly River tier martial artists of the Wu tribe have the guts to fight one-on-one with the Heavenly River tier martial artists of our Golden Fish Island, Long Chen said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "So you're here to court death?" The members of the Wu tribe understood his intentions and roared with laughter. Soon, 4 Heavenly River tier martial artists of the Wu tribe walked out. One of them said gloomily, "Looks like you're here to challenge us, brat. However, there are only 3 of you, and we have 4. How is that enough?" "Who said there were only 3 of us?" Long Chen threw Xiao Lang, who was in his arms, onto the ground. During this process, Xiao Lang's body gradually expanded, and the murderous aura around him gradually grew. Earth-grade demonic beast. The members of the Wu tribe were pleasantly surprised. They laughed and said, "Ha, with the carcass of this earth-grade demonic beast, we brothers can go and have fun for a few more days." From the looks of it, even if there was an earth-grade demonic beast, they wouldn't take Long Chen and the others seriously. Chapter 288. Stupid pigs like you want to challenge the dignity of the Daiwa family? It seems like there's something wrong with your brains. You actually risked the extinction of your entire family to oppose us. Let me tell you, there are many people who oppose us, but they never end up well. The Golden Fish Island is not the first, and it won't be the last. We should treat beasts the same way we treat beasts. The people of the Golden Fish Island are all good men. How could we bow down to a bunch of beasts? Long Chen's expression was gloomy as he spoke. Even Chen Lei, who disliked him, was impressed by his boldness. "What? You dare call us beasts? You really have a death wish. Brothers, how about you leave this foul-mouthed brat to me?" One of the younger-looking Sky River tier fish tribesmen said. This meant that they had accepted Long Chen's challenge. "Be careful," Chen Feng instructed Long Chen. Then, he followed his opponent to the side, putting some distance between them. "I haven't dealt with beasts in a long time. Let me handle this strange wolf," one of the Sky River tier fish tribesmen said. Long Chen couldn't help but mourn for him. Very quickly, only one person remained in front of Long Chen. Everyone watched as the battles in the 4 corners of the battlefield began. Although the number of elites on the Golden Fish Island was beyond the fish tribesmen's expectations, this was nothing to them. They were very confident in their own abilities. People like Long Chen wouldn't be able to shake their confidence. Long Chen gripped his blue dragon halberd as he watched his opponent, who was looking at him mockingly. "What a tender young man. Do you know how many young men as handsome as you have died in my hands? Oh, no, under my crotch? How wonderful do you think it would be if I stripped you naked and took good care of your butt?" the middle-aged fish tribesman said as he sized up Long Chen. "I usually crack their buttocks and let them bleed to death. You actually dared to provoke the Daiwa family today. You deserve this kind of punishment." Long Chen's eyes darkened as he listened. Damn it, not only do these people rape and pillage, but they are also perverted. What they do is completely beastly. For a straight man like Long Chen, this kind of thing was really intolerable. After hearing what the man had to say, everyone knew that he was going to put on a good show with Long Chen in front of everyone, so they all started to make a ruckus. Long Chen already hated these bastards, but now he was even angrier. Without saying a word, he suddenly rushed forward, and without hesitation, the blue dragon halberd flew towards the man. Blue dragon combat technique, dragon soaring to the 9th heaven. As soon as he made his move, Long Chen used his strongest killing move. Of course, he didn't use his dragon's soul transformation. However, his fighting strength wasn't just for show. A huge green dragon's soul rushed towards the middle-aged martialist before he could even react. Such a terrifying attack. How is this possible? At first, he was still absent-minded. However, when he saw Long Chen use his blue dragon combat technique, he was completely stunned. At the critical moment, his stout body hurriedly punched out. Suddenly, a huge fist imprint turned into a tiger, and it collided with Long Chen's blue dragon combat technique. One was prepared and explosive, while the other was passively defending. Moreover, Long Chen's fighting strength was much higher than his opponent's. Even if he didn't use his dragon's soul transformation, his true qi was still 4 times stronger. With such a huge gap between them, the crowd gasped in surprise. Long Chen used a simple move and directly sent the middle-aged man flying, leaving a big mouthful of blood in the air. Without saying a word, Long Chen followed up with an expressionless face. He waved his blue dragon halberd and cut off the neck of his seriously injured opponent. Suddenly, a head flew towards the gathering place of the Wu tribe. The headless corpse spouted blood and crashed to the ground. From the start of the battle until Long Chen killed his opponent, only a few breaths had passed. Whether it was the Wu tribe or the people of Golden Fish Island, who were still hiding in the mountains, they all looked at the young man holding the blue dragon halberd and were completely stunned. They knew that Long Chen was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. This was especially true for Chen Lei and Chen Feng. They were now in a battle of attrition with their opponent, and it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, Long Chen had killed his opponent before Xiao Lang could. Didn't this mean that Long Chen was slightly stronger than Xiao Lang? To Chen Lei, this was like a fantasy story. Just now, he had been mocking Long Chen for being a silver spear with a wax head. Now, it was obvious that the silver spear with a wax head was him. However, the shock that Long Chen brought to them was far more than that. The stunning killing of his opponent just now only showed how strong he was. Moreover, his ruthlessness and decisiveness were on full display at this moment. The people of Golden Fish Island hated these bastards from the Wu tribe to the core. After hearing about their atrocious deeds, Long Chen was infuriated by these heartless people. Therefore, he followed the head of the Heavenly River warrior and landed in the middle of the hundreds of Wu tribe warriors. Almost all of them were Heavenly Core warriors, and some of them had even reached the late Heavenly Core realm. However, for Long Chen, these people were like cabbages. Long Chen actually dared to kill an important man of the Wu tribe. This caused the eyes of the other Wu tribe warriors to turn red. Without any regard for the consequences, they all dashed towards Long Chen. Just in time, it saves me the trouble of chasing after them one by one. Right now, Long Chen's eyes had turned red. He waved the blue dragon halberd in his hand. He basically didn't use any true energy. Just the complete third-level Thunder Flame combat body was enough to give these bastards a hard time. Every time the blue dragon halberd waved, fresh blood would splash out, followed by desperate screams. Long Chen was like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep, slaughtering to his heart's content. The people around him were getting lesser and lesser, but the number of corpses on the ground was increasing. Soon, the small piece of land on Golden Fish Island had turned into a river of blood. The bloodthirsty Long Chen didn't have any interest in the blood, because he thought it was dirty and smelly. From the very beginning, the Wu tribe warriors' eyes were filled with killing intent towards Long Chen. But when they saw the corpses all around them, they panicked and became terrified. Some of them started running away, but right at this moment, Long Chen rushed onto the ship. He waved the blue dragon halberd, and the ship that was covered with steel was instantly shattered into pieces. Many Wu tribe warriors who were hiding on the ship were also killed by Long Chen's combat skill. Bastards, don't even think about running away. Long Chen used the true dragon's 9 flash. None of the Wu tribe warriors who were running away were his match. When more than 100 Wu tribe warriors were turned into more than 100 corpses, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Chen Feng and Chen Lei killed their opponents with Xiao Lang's help. It could even be said that it was Xiao Lang who killed the 3 first-level Heavenly River tier martial artists. There were more than 100 Wu tribe warriors, but the people of Golden Fish Island didn't lose a single soldier. They were almost completely wiped out by Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Therefore, when they saw Long Chen standing beside the pile of corpses, as well as the ferocious black flame demon wolf next to him, everyone swallowed hard. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at each other. Chen Lei was especially shocked. He had always thought that Long Chen was good-looking but useless. But now, it seemed that he was the good-looking but useless one. This made his face burn, and he didn't dare to look directly at Long Chen. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. Not to mention Chen Lei, even Chen Feng didn't think that the problem that he had been worrying about for a long time, and that almost caused his hair to turn white, would be solved so easily by Long Chen today. The warriors hiding in the call all stood up. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at Long Chen. Previously, they had expressed their gratitude for Long Chen's kindness. Now, the image of Long Chen had been deeply engraved into their souls. His magnificent feat today would be passed down through their mouths, and their descendants would know that there was once such an elite who turned the tide and saved Golden Fish Island. Waves of shock rose in the hearts of the people of Golden Fish Island, but Long Chen didn't think much of it. The hundreds of corpses were an eyesore. Long Chen turned around and said to Chen Feng, "Elder Chen, think of a way to dispose of these corpses first. It's best not to leave any traces. You said that there were 2 second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators, but they haven't shown up yet. It's too early to celebrate." Chen Feng also realized that according to the rumors, there were 2 second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators in one of the small clans under the Yamato clan. If they hadn't shown up, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to obtain victory so easily. "Okay, I'll instruct someone to dispose of these corpses." Chen Feng nodded, and immediately called out to the others. Long Chen finally came to Lingxi's side. He smiled, and said, "Little Shi, wasn't Chen very impressive just now?" "Of course, Chen is the best. However, when he's killing people, it's really a little scary." There was so much blood, and Lingxi's face was a little pale. "The Wu tribe are all beasts, not humans," Long Chen said with a smile. At this time, Chen Feng had already caught up, and said, "Looks like we can't relax. I'll continue to send scouts to investigate. If they discover those 2 second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators, they'll definitely report it to me." In their eyes, there are 2 Heavenly River tier cultivators on the Golden Fish Island. If they send 4 people, it should be enough to destroy the Golden Fish Island. Thus, there are only 2 possibilities. First, they're still in the clan. Second, they're here, but they're busy with other matters, Long Chen thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, "Elder Chen, do you think they've set their sights on the 8-clawed fire centipede?" "It's possible." Chen Feng frowned. The only valuable thing on the Golden Fish Island was the 8-clawed fire centipede that was slumbering in the belly of the mountain. He had just finished speaking when the entire Golden Fish Island shook. Long Chen immediately raised his head, and saw that the mountain peak in the center of the small island suddenly exploded. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and a fiery red demonic beast suddenly crawled out from within. Chapter 289. The gigantic fiery red demonic beast that crawled out from the belly of the mountain was obviously the Earth Grade 3 demonic beast, the 8-clawed fire serpent. It was originally in a deep slumber, but now it let out a series of furious roars that shook the entire Goldfish Island. It was obvious that it was extremely angry. Vaguely, Long Chen could see two small figures attacking the 8-clawed fire serpent. These two must be the two second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators from the Wu tribe. They actually have designs on the 8-clawed fire serpent. Two second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators actually dare to have designs on a third-level Earth-grade demonic beast? They really don't know what's good for them. Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked in that direction. Long Chen, what should we do? Although the old, the weak, the women, and the children have already gone into hiding, if they fight like this, it's very likely that they will be affected. Moreover, it's very possible that the entire Goldfish Island will be destroyed by the 8-clawed fire serpent. Chen Feng was already sweating from anxiety. When Long Chen defeated so many Wu tribe cultivators with his powerful methods, Chen Feng had already regarded him as the backbone of the group. Long Chen, I'll do whatever you say. Chen Lei was completely convinced by him. Long Chen quickly looked at the two of them and said, Chen Lei, I'll give you a mission. Then, I'll go there with Xiao Lang. I can guarantee that they won't harm anyone on the Goldfish Island or anyone else. What mission? Chen Lei hurriedly asked. Help me protect her. Long Chen pointed at Lingxi, and continued, there's not much time left. Just help me protect her. Although there's no danger, you can't relax in the slightest. As for the other matters, I'll help you deal with them. Xiao Lang, let's go. After saying this, Long Chen didn't waste any more words. He directly brought Xiao Lang and rushed towards the central mountain peak. Don't worry. Even if I die, I'll protect this lady, Chen Lei said loudly. He was a man. Previously, he had looked down on Long Chen purely because of a misunderstanding. Now that Long Chen had displayed his strength, he felt a little guilty. Chen Feng watched as Long Chen left, sighed, and said, Lady Lingxi, looks like your background isn't simple. Although Long Chen is at the first level of the Heavenly River tier, his battle prowess is truly terrifying. Chen doesn't have any background. He climbed up step by step on his own, Lingxi explained. Hearing Long Chen being praised, she felt an indescribable sense of pride in her heart. No wonder, no wonder. Long Chen Feng sighed. Only those who had climbed up by themselves and experienced many life and death battles would have such powerful combat strength and a decisive attitude like Long Chen. Xiao Lang, let them fight first. As long as it doesn't affect the island and the underground cave not far away, it's best if they fight until both sides are injured, said Long Chen in a low voice as they gradually approached. Xiao Lang nodded. They hid in the trees. Outside the trees, the 8-clawed fire serpent let out a series of angry roars as it battled with the two martial artists at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. This 8-clawed fire serpent was extremely large, and its entire body was covered in crimson flames. Its 8 massive claws possessed immense strength, and the two martial artists didn't dare to hit it. Instead, they relied on the speed of their movement techniques to quickly circle around it and launch attacks from time to time, causing the 8-clawed fire serpent to roar angrily again and again. Long Chen finally saw the appearance of the two martial artists. They were two short and skinny martial artists dressed in tight-fitting leather clothing. They were dressed like assassins, and their speed and movement techniques were extraordinary. From their physiques, it could be seen that they were a man and a woman. From the woman's voluptuous breasts, it could be seen that their appearance was slightly superior to that of ordinary martial artists. These two martial artists were like two annoying flies next to the 8-clawed fire serpent, making it difficult for the 8-clawed fire serpent to hit them. Indeed, at this rate, they could possibly exhaust the 8-clawed fire serpent to death. Their weapons are not bad. Long Chen took a closer look and saw that the two martial artists were holding a dark green dagger in their hands. They were waving it up and down, leaving wounds on the 8-clawed fire serpent's body from time to time. This dagger should be at the elementary level of the Earth class. Speed and movement techniques, in addition to the elementary level of the Earth-class weapon, these were the basics of dealing with the eight-clawed fire serpent. It was indeed not bad. However, Long Chen guessed that since the eight-clawed fire serpent was an Earth-class third-rank demonic beast, it would not be easy to deal with. As expected, the wounds completely enraged the eight-clawed fire serpent. It opened its mouth and spat out a red flame at the two martial artists. There was even red lava in the flame. The eight-clawed fire serpent lived in the lava, so it was normal for it to have something like this in its attack. This eight-clawed fire serpent is probably not young anymore. After so many years, its beast core must have absorbed a lot of fire essence. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was injured in the Burning Sky secret realm, so its strength dropped by 1 rank. This beast core will probably allow Xiao Lang to improve further. When Long Chen came to the Goldfish Island, he also had his mind on the eight-clawed fire serpent. He would not allow the eight-clawed fire serpent to be killed by others. Ever since the eight-clawed fire serpent used its flames and other techniques, the fight had become even more intense. Fortunately, they were fighting here and did not move. For the people in the underground cave not far away, it would not be too dangerous. Old Chen is really thinking too much. Then, I will wait for them to decide the winner and then reap the benefits, Long Chen thought to himself. The battle between Heavenly River tier elites shook the earth and mountains. Although Long Chen wasn't directly involved in the battle, he could sense that both sides were extraordinary. The eight-clawed fire serpent was a demonic beast of Earth grade 3rd rank, while the two Woku tribesmen displayed their movement techniques and speed. Combined with the sharp weapons in their hands, they were the bane of demonic beasts like the eight-clawed fire serpent. Because it could not hit its opponent, the eight-clawed fire serpent let out a series of angry roars. At this time, it gave up on attacking the two martial artists and directly took on the big-breasted woman's attack. It spread its 8 claws and bit the middle-aged man. Its desperate fighting method was very effective. One person had to deal with 8 thick claws, and the man could not dodge at all. He was hit by one of the claws, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The woman shouted in a strange language, and the dagger in her hand left a few scratches on the back of the eight-clawed fire serpent. At this time, the eight-clawed fire serpent was focusing on her, and it suddenly became very dangerous. These two martial artists are finished. From the man's injury, Long Chen could see that their advantage was their speed and teamwork. Unfortunately, the eight-clawed fire serpent was not stupid, and it forcefully broke through their teamwork. The eight-clawed fire serpent moved crazily, and the ground shook violently. At this time, Long Chen suddenly heard a scream. He was shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the scream. Not far away, he saw a little girl crawling out of the valley. Seeing the huge demonic beast rolling and roaring, she was immediately scared out of her wits. This girl was Little Yu. Damn it. Long Chen knew that Little Yu, who was staying in the cave, must have come out because of the loud noise outside. However, when she saw the huge body of the eight-clawed fire serpent, she was completely frightened. The eight-clawed fire serpent had sharp hearing. When it was attacking the Wu tribe, it had already noticed Little Yu. To it, this kind of small creature was the most terrifying. Therefore, it directly spat out a mouthful of fire towards Little Yu. If Little Yu was hit, she would definitely die. At this time, Long Chen could no longer hide anything. He hurriedly jumped out of the forest and dashed towards Little Yu. Before the fire reached him, he had already hugged Little Yu and jumped into the air, avoiding the fire. Go back now, and stay there. Otherwise, I will kill you. Long Chen's ferocious expression almost made Little Yu cry. However, she knew that Long Chen had saved her. In front of such a terrifying demonic beast, of course, she did not dare to stay there, so she hurriedly went back. However, Long Chen and Xiao Lang were exposed. When it was attacking the Wu tribe girl with all its strength, the eight-clawed fire serpent had already noticed Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Compared to the two Wu tribe girls, the eight-clawed fire serpent keenly felt that these two people were more of a threat to it. In the eyes of the eight-clawed fire serpent, everyone looked the same and they were all in cahoots. When Long Chen and Xiao Lang appeared, it immediately gave up on its opponents. It took a deep breath and waved its 8 strong legs, pouncing towards Long Chen. The Wu tribe girl heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran towards the injured man. If Long Chen fought against the 8-clawed fire serpent, the situation would be reversed. At that time, they would be the ones to benefit from the fight. Of course, Long Chen would not let this happen. Xiao Lang, how long can you last in front of this 8-clawed fire serpent? Long Chen asked. Xiao Lang's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Long Chen knew what he meant. He seemed to think that he should be on par with the 8-clawed fire serpent. Xiao Lang was not good at bragging, so Long Chen believed him. I'll leave the 8-clawed fire serpent to you. I'll kill this woman first, and then focus on helping you. After saying this, Long Chen suddenly went to block the Wu tribe girl, while Mo Xiaolang directly transformed into his battle form. Although the sun-devouring demon wolf was not as large as the 8-clawed fire serpent, its aura was not the slightest bit weaker. Who is it? The Wu tribe girl asked warily when she saw that Long Chen had stopped her instead of fighting the 8-clawed fire serpent. She only sighed in relief when she saw that Long Chen was only at the first level of the heavenly river tier. The person who will take your life, the Wu tribe girl said calmly. Long Chen said faintly. As he spoke, he took out the azure dragon halberd and completed his dragon's soul transformation. Fine and dense red scales quickly covered his entire body. At this moment, Long Chen looked like a blood-red battle machine. A mere first level of the heavenly river tier wants to take my life, the Wu tribe girl said with a charming smile. I've already taken the lives of the other members of the Wu tribe. What do you think? Long Chen said with a smile. When she heard this, the Wu tribe girl's expression instantly darkened. You're really courting death. After saying this, she suddenly charged at Long Chen. Chapter 290. Long Chen's movement technique was still the true Dragon's 9 Flash, which was at the high level of the profound level. Long Chen guessed that the woman's movement technique should be at the elementary level of the earth level. However, Long Chen's usage of the true Dragon's 9 Flash had already reached the acme of perfection. When he used this movement technique, he was not any weaker than his opponent. Furthermore, in terms of speed, he was even slightly faster than his opponent. Seeing this, the chubby woman exclaimed in surprise, "You're only at the first level of the heavenly river tier, yet you're able to use your movement technique to such a level? How is this possible? This isn't a talent that only the Wu tribe can possess. What kind of dogs are the Wu tribe?" Long Chen smiled coldly. Xiao Lang was already fighting with the 8-clawed fire serpent. In order to have more time to deal with the 8-clawed fire serpent, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with this woman. The blue dragon halberd in his hand charged directly at her. Dragon soul transformation and the blue dragon halberd. Long Chen's true chi attack had already surpassed his opponent's. Your halberd should be a medium-level earth-level god weapon, right? After her dagger was knocked away by Long Chen, the woman stared at Long Chen's blue dragon halberd, her eyes filled with greed. Long Chen knew that this man and woman had to die. Otherwise, they would bring trouble to the Golden Fish Island sooner or later. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Dragon Battles in the Galaxy. This Earth-tier elementary level battle technique was unleashed, and instantly, countless streaks of light shot out explosively towards the Wolf Tribe woman. The Wolf Tribe woman saw that Long Chen was only at the first level of the Heavenly River tier, yet he was able to unleash such a powerful attack. In her heart, she had long since regarded Long Chen as an equal opponent. Secret technique, Thorn of the Sun. Without hesitation, the dark green dagger in the woman's hand spun rapidly, and a blazing cold light pierced towards Long Chen's forehead. At the same time, her footwork changed rapidly. Using a small move to deal with Long Chen's halberd was indeed very clever, but Long Chen wouldn't let her do as she wished. According to the woman's point of view, Long Chen used a long weapon like a halberd, while she used a short weapon. Thus, as long as Long Chen let her get close, Long Chen would be finished. The power of the dragon battles in the galaxy and the woman's attack brushed past each other. Because of the difference in their movement techniques, neither succeeded in hitting the other. However, the woman took advantage of this opportunity to stick close to Long Chen. She smiled coldly, and the dagger in her hand stabbed towards Long Chen's waist in a frenzy. Of course, Long Chen could feel that sharp aura. Without another word, he released one of his hands, and a shining spirit demonic sword finger appeared right in front of him. That brilliant sword light not only blocked the woman's stab, but also directly forced her back. Long Chen didn't let her off the hook. He quickly sent out several demonic spirit sword fingers in a row, forcing the Japanese woman to retreat. When the Japanese woman finally regained her senses and forcefully broke through one of Long Chen's demonic spirit sword fingers, Long Chen's cold laughter reached her ears. Blue Dragon Battle Technique, Dragon Soaring Through the Nine Heavens. With the strength of the first level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen forcefully used a mid-level Earth-ranked battle technique. However, he was able to completely unleash the power of this battle technique. In that instant, the sky changed color, and that crazy green dragon soul, with the power of heaven and earth, pounced towards the woman. When she suddenly saw such a powerful attack, the woman almost lost all hope. She frantically used her movement techniques to escape, and at the same time, she used her techniques to resist Long Chen's dragon soaring through the nine heavens. Suddenly, she had an idea. She tore open the front of her clothes, and instantly, a pair of huge breasts jumped out. They were so huge that they almost blinded Long Chen. She tore open the front of her clothes, and hurriedly put on a pitiful expression. She wanted to use this as a signal to beg for mercy from Long Chen. Long Chen was a bit speechless. Although the thing in front of him was the most tempting thing he had ever seen, in the face of Lingxi's beauty, it was nothing more than a fart. Long Chen felt nauseous at the sight of it, but his hands didn't stop moving. The violent blue dragon halberd directly stabbed into the woman's body, destroying her pair of treasures beyond recognition. At the same time, the huge power of the dragon soaring through the nine heavens directly took her life. Is he not a man? This was the only thought that came to the woman's mind before she died. In her opinion, as long as it was a man, he wouldn't be able to do anything under such extreme temptation. Indeed, there weren't many people who could be cruel to the most beautiful things in this world, but Long Chen just had to be one of them. He was now staying by Ling Shi's side every day, and after seeing Ling Shi's purity that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority, everything else about other women was no different from a pile of shit in his eyes. After killing this woman, Long Chen didn't stop at all. He turned the halberd around and headed in the direction of the eight-clawed fire centipede. At this moment, the battle between the sun-devouring demonic wolf and the eight-clawed fire centipede had already reached a climax. Although the woman from the Sun tribe was at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, her actual battle prowess hadn't reached the level of Emperor Yuan. Long Chen could even kill Emperor Yuan, so this woman from the Sun tribe was naturally nothing to him. At this moment, whether it was Long Chen or Xiao Lang, what they didn't see was that the man who had been injured by the eight-clawed fire centipede was actually able to get up. He looked at the woman's corpse, and hatred surged in his eyes. After glaring fiercely at Long Chen, he finally prepared to escape from the Goldfish Island. The direction he was fleeing in was the direction where Lingxi was. This man had also heard what Long Chen had said to the woman from the Sun tribe just now. From this, he knew that Long Chen had already killed the team from his clan. His current goal was to rush over and take a look. Perhaps he could even kill someone to take revenge for today's deep hatred. Long Chen and Xiao Lang were focused on dealing with the eight-clawed fire centipede. After so many battles, the eight-clawed fire centipede was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Engulfing Blood World. Under Xiao Lang's cover, Long Chen used this absolute killer move. This mystique could be said to be the best combination between him and Xiao Lang. After Long Chen used the Engulfing Blood World, Xiao Lang was not affected, and thus could display an even greater advantage. The eight-clawed fire centipede was an Earth-tier third-grade demonic beast. Generally speaking, Long Chen's Engulfing Blood World wouldn't have a particularly great effect on it. At most, it would only be able to hinder its movements. However, in the process of fighting with the Sun Tribe martial artists, the 8-clawed fire centipede had already suffered superficial wounds, and in the battle with the sun-devouring demonic wolf, it had suffered many scratches. These wounds were all over its body. During this period, under the effect of the engulfing blood world, its blood gathered towards Long Chen. Although the amount was not much, if this continued for a long time, the 8-clawed fire centipede would definitely die from blood exhaustion. Roar. The 8-clawed fire centipede let out an angry roar. It felt that its blood was actually decreasing, and it had already become crazy. Its eyes were filled with a thick red color, and its 8 huge claws danced crazily. Although it didn't hit anything, it still caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Xiao Lang, this is a good chance. Long Chen shouted. When Xiao Lang heard this, he didn't say anything else. He rushed to a place where the 8-clawed fire centipede couldn't see, opened his mouth, and immediately, a pitch-black flame instantly pounced on the 8-clawed fire centipede's back. This 9 underworld demon ancestral flame directly left a huge hole on the 8-clawed fire centipede's back. The flesh and blood inside completely turned into black ice and then shattered. The 8-clawed fire centipede obviously couldn't survive the sudden loss of such a large piece of its body, and its internal organs were already missing. Soon, its eyes dimmed, and it fell to the ground, smashing into a cloud of dust. In fact, the head was the most fatal part, but Xiao Lang spat the 9 underworld demon ancestral flame on the 8-clawed fire centipede's back because the beast core of the 8-clawed fire centipede was in its head, and Xiao Lang needed this beast core. Losing almost 1/10 of the beast's blood made Long Chen's heart ache. He was now at the first level of the Heavenly River tier, and this 3rd level Earth tier demonic beast's grade was far higher than his true chi. It was very likely that it could help Long Chen take a step closer to the Heavenly River tier. Damn it, this 8-clawed fire centipede is really hard to deal with. However, the good stuff on its body will belong to us brothers. Long Chen was preparing to give the beast core to Xiao Lang, and then use the blood refining chi, when he acutely sensed that there seemed to be some movement in the east. That was in the direction of Lingxi. Long Chen's nerves instantly tensed up. He looked around, and sure enough, he saw that the man from the Wu tribe who had been injured by the 8-clawed fire centipede was no longer there. Long Chen immediately had a bad feeling in his heart, and that was that the man from the Wu tribe had definitely gone in the direction of Lingxi. He was a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and Chen Feng and Chen Lei were probably no match for him. Long Chen was so scared that he shivered. He no longer cared about the blood-refining chi, and he didn't even call out to Xiao Lang. He burst forth with his fastest speed and madly rushed in the direction of Lingxi. Little Shi, a trace of blood gradually filled Long Chen's eyes. This time, it was his negligence. If anything happened to Lingxi, he would never forgive himself, no matter what. The wind rushed past his ears in a frenzy, and Long Chen was extremely furious. However, when he sensed that Xiao Lang had already caught up to him, he felt much better. Xiao Lang didn't even know what had happened, and he directly put down the corpse of the 8-clawed fire centipede. It was clear how important Long Chen was in his heart. This journey took Long Chen less than 30 breaths' time. He quickly rushed back, and shockingly saw that Chen Feng had already been injured, and he was barely standing with the support of the warriors of the Golden Fish Island. Meanwhile, Chen Lei was standing in front of Lingxi, and was being attacked by a cultivator at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. Because of Long Chen's words, he didn't retreat even half a step. Meanwhile, the man from the Wu tribe who had attacked Lingxi was looking at the beautiful Lingxi with a burning gaze. A beauty like Lingxi could already make him completely forget what his objective was this time. As long as he could capture Lingxi, he would definitely escape without a trace. And it was at this moment that Long Chen and Xiao Lang rushed back. A piece of trash wants to block me? My final move will kill you. The dagger of the man from the Wu tribe slashed across Chen Lei's neck. Chapter 291. This was the last time. Chen Lei couldn't avoid it anymore. He had no choice but to close his eyes and await his death. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. When he realized that his opinion of Long Chen was a result of his own vile thoughts, he felt a sense of guilt whenever he faced Long Chen. He wanted to do something for Long Chen and prove that he was a man. Thus, because of Long Chen's words, he risked his life to protect Lingxi. However, even though he was at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, he discovered that he couldn't defend himself at all. As long as he died, Lingxi would definitely be captured by this evil man. Chen Lei knew that Long Chen and Lingxi had a deep relationship. If Lingxi was captured by this beast, even he wouldn't be able to accept it, let alone Long Chen. However, Chen Lei sighed inwardly. He knew that as long as he died, this would really happen. He could already feel the man's dagger nearing his neck. The shadow of death enveloped him, and Chen Lei felt his scalp go numb. Whoosh. Time seemed to stop here. Chen Lei was shocked. He discovered that he wasn't dead yet. When he opened his eyes, a headless corpse was standing in front of him. This headless corpse was holding a dagger, and it was pressed against his neck. If the dagger had been just a little bit more, it would have pierced through and killed Chen Lei. Chen Lei found the head of the man from the Wu tribe not far away. It was obvious that this man didn't know why he had died either. In reality, this was the only result of enraged Long Chen, who was about to obtain Lingxi. Long Chen directly chopped off his head with his blue dragon halberd from behind. Who killed him? Chen Lei was puzzled. He felt movement behind him and hurriedly turned around. He saw that Lingxi was already in the arms of a young man. This man was holding a long green halberd. At this moment, the tip of the halberd was pressed against the ground, and bright red blood instantly flowed from the tip of the halberd to the ground. Long Chen. Chen Lei felt his mouth go dry. Brother Chen Lei, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in big trouble. I have to say, you are a real man. Long Chen put away his blue dragon halberd and patted Lingxi's shoulder to comfort her. Man, of course. Chen Lei was a little embarrassed as he touched the back of his head. At this moment, the body of the Wu tribe man fell to the ground. This bloody scene was not good for Lingxi. Now that all the problems had been solved, the 8-clawed fire centipede's body was still on the island. Long Chen carried Lingxi by the waist and said to Chen Lei and Chen Feng, "You are both injured. Rest well. The rest of you, dispose of these bodies." Also, the 8-clawed fire centipede was killed by me and Xiao Lang. We will go and collect the spoils now. After speaking, Long Chen did not say anything else. He carried Lingxi and brought Xiao Lang back to the center of the island. Chen Feng and Chen Lei looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. To them, Long Chen was like a miracle. If Long Chen hadn't appeared in the Battle of Goldfish Island would have been finished. Even if the Japanese hadn't destroyed Goldfish Island, the 8-clawed fire centipede would have. In fact, it was Long Chen who destroyed the 8-clawed fire centipede and the Wu tribe. The 8-clawed fire centipede was an Earth-rank 3rd-rank demonic beast, but it still died in the hands of Long Chen and Xiao Lang. How heaven-defying did this young man have to be able to do this? This time, I finally saw a real genius. Genius, talent, temperament, and luck are all indispensable. Long Chen is obviously this kind of genius. Chen Feng sighed from the bottom of his heart. Chen, to be honest, I was very scared just now. Lingxi said as she nestled in Long Chen's arms naturally. You used the mysterious sky jade lotus. You have become a lot less courageous, Long Chen said subconsciously. Yeah, when I was still in soul form, I still had a bit of attacking power. Plus, when I hid in Lingxi's sword, no one could touch me. But now it's different. This feeling of not having any power makes me feel very insecure. Lingxi said worriedly. It's okay. I will be more careful in the future. Before we find the 9 heaven celestial fruit, you will be very safe. I promise, even if I have to risk my life, I will make sure you are absolutely safe, Longchen said firmly. Why are you so nice to me? Lingxi's eyes were brimming with tears. Because you are my Lingxi, Longchen said with a naughty smile. Lingxi, who was being carried horizontally, stretched out her white arms and hugged Longchen's neck tightly. She buried her head in Longchen's arms. In a place where Longchen could not see, her eyes were filled with worry about the future. How long do I have before I can hug you like this, Chen? Lingxi thought to herself as she bit her pink lips. Finally, they returned to the center of the island. The 8-clawed fire centipede's corpse was still there. Xiao Lang came back first, holding the beast core in his mouth. Longchen only saw a fist-sized, fiery red beast core. The beast core had already been swallowed by Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang howled at Longchen, then found a place to refine the beast core. Because of the delay, some of the beast blood from the 8-clawed fire centipede's corpse was lost. Longchen's heart ached, and he didn't dare to be negligent anymore. This time, the blood of an 8-clawed fire centipede was a good opportunity. Longchen placed Ling Shi at the side and said, "Let me refine this demonic beast blood. Only by becoming stronger can I protect you." Refining blood into qi was a very bloody and terrifying ability. Lingxi could not bear to watch, so she found a place to sit down. After using refining blood into qi, Longchen quickly absorbed the 8-clawed fire centipede's blood. To his surprise, the 8-clawed fire centipede's blood was especially abundant. Moreover, most of the blood that had been lost was ordinary blood. The real essence was still within the 8-clawed fire centipede's body. This huge amount of blood was helping Longchen to condense the galaxy in his second star meridian. The first level of the Heavenly River tier was known as the Heavenly Pivot Realm because of the Dubhe Galaxy, and the galaxy that Longchen was starting to condense was known as the Merak Galaxy. The second level of the Heavenly River tier was also known as the Merak Realm. Dongfang Merak was named after the Merak Galaxy. The huge amount of blood transformed into Longchen's true qi, which gathered in the Merak star meridian, which had yet to condense a galaxy. Longchen began to use the star guiding technique to communicate with the forming power of the Merak galaxy in the sky. The Merak galaxy had a total of two, one during the day and one during the night. It was currently daytime, so the one that Longchen was condensing was the Yang galaxy. In the sky, under the illumination of the sun, the obscure power of the stars was cast into Longchen's body. The power of the Merak galaxy was only a catalyst. The real thing that would provide enough power for Longchen to break through to the second level of the Heavenly River tier was the Sky River Pill. In order to assist in refining blood into qi and quickly absorb enough power of the stars to advance, Longchen had no choice but to go all out. He had more than 2,000 Sky River Pills, and when he had condensed 18 star meridians, he had already used 200 of them. In Longchen's opinion, money was meant to be spent, so he didn't hesitate. He took out 10 Sky River Pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Other people who cultivated to the Heavenly River tier had to take it easy because of the limited number of Sky River Pills. However, Longchen was rich, so eating Sky River Pills was no different from eating beans. Ordinary cultivation would be accompanied by the power of the stars of the Heavenly River. Although it was violent, it was fine to cultivate slowly and steadily. Longchen, on the other hand, directly obtained energy from the Sky River Pills. His body, because of the inherited blood essence, had miraculous uses that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Longchen felt that his body was like a bottomless pit. He felt like he had a huge stomach that wouldn't be full no matter how much he ate. For this stomach, the things that Longchen ate were really too little. Time passed slowly, and with a huge supply of blood and Sky River Pills, Longchen's strength gradually increased. The true qi that filled his body gradually converged with the formed power, turning into liquid galaxy true qi that slowly flowed into the Merak star meridian, forming a dazzling Merak star river. An hour passed, and Longchen condensed his third star meridian. His overall strength was already halfway to the second level of the Heavenly River tier. As long as he condensed another Merak star meridian, Long Chen would truly be able to step into the second level of the heavenly river tier. However, at this time, the blood and chi of the 8-clawed fire centipede had already been used up, and he had also used up almost 100 sky river pills. If he wanted to condense another Merak star river, he would probably still need some time. However, even though he was halfway to the second level of the heavenly river tier, Long Chen's current strength had also skyrocketed. After Long Chen succeeded, he saw that Xiao Lang was next to him, and Xiao Lang's body exuded an even thicker aura. "I've finally returned to the third level of the earth tier," Long Chen said with some surprise. The wolf cub nodded. The feeling of having more power made him feel especially happy. Because of the 8-clawed fire centipede, the strength of the two brothers had increased a little. "Anyway, I've already been here for a while, so there's no harm in staying for a few more days. I'll leave after I truly step into the second level of the heavenly river tier. Moreover, I can also take some time to study the divine fire clone during these few days." This was Long Chen's decision. Xiao Lang was very interested in the divine fire clone, and now with Lingxi's existence, he could also communicate some of his ideas with Long Chen. Just like that, the days passed harmoniously. The people of Goldfish Island resumed their peaceful lives, and Xiaoyu played with Long Chen and the others all day. On the 10th night after Long Chen left the heavenly river, he finally used the Sky River pill and 10 days of hard cultivation to condense a Merak star river in his 4th star meridian, and truly stepped into the second level of the heavenly river tier. The next day, Long Chen was already prepared to leave this place with Xiao Lang. Biyao Imperial City and Yang Immortal's realm still had to be explored. Chapter 292. After bidding farewell to the islanders of Goldfish Island, Long Chen took Lingxi and Xiao Lang with him and set foot on the road to Biyao Imperial City. In front of this super big city, Long Chen was like a tiny ant, or like a tiny stone thrown into the sea, unable to make any waves. Sitting on Xiao Lang's back with Lingxi, Xiao Lang was very fast. It didn't take long for Long Chen to see the city in the distance. This huge city looked more than 10 times bigger than Yuanling City. The city walls were emerald green and looked very magnificent. It was this city that sandwiched between heaven and earth, separating heaven and earth. The closer Long Chen got, the bigger the city became. It was such a huge city that Long Chen was really no different from an ant in front of it. In front of this huge city, there were many people who used demonic beasts as mounts. However, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was a bit special. Because he was worried that it would cause unnecessary trouble, Long Chen let Xiao Lang withdraw from his battle state and walk behind him. As for Lingxi's peerless beauty, it would also make Long Chen look particularly annoying, so he took out his cloak and let Lingxi put it on. As long as we enter the city and find the 9th prince, there should be no unnecessary trouble, Long Chen thought to himself. The 9th prince was not here, and he did not have any status in Biyao Imperial City. Although Long Chen could not see through the 9th prince and guessed that he would not sincerely make friends with Long Chen, but if Long Chen wanted to enter Yang's fairyland, he still had to rely on him. After sufficient preparation, Long Chen began the process. This was the south gate of Biyao Imperial City. Although it was not the largest gate, its scale was not comparable to Yuanling City. From all directions, people came and went in and out of the city. Long Chen stood on one of the wide official roads and walked forward. Looking up, there were no less than 10 official roads next to him. The closer he got to Biyao Imperial City, the more people and beasts there were. Holding Lingxi's hand, Long Chen followed the crowd and was almost at the city gate. As long as he passed through the gate, he would find a way to find the 9th prince's whereabouts. "You two, stop." At this time, one of the soldiers guarding the gate stopped Long Chen and Lingxi. Outside the gate of this Biyao Imperial City, there were rows of almost 1,000 soldiers. Looking at the appearance of the person who spoke, he should be a small officer like a centurion. His face was fierce, his body was covered with thick muscles, and half of his face was covered with black stubble. I don't know what the Lord wants. Long Chen pulled Lingxi to his side and looked at the small officer who stopped him with an indifferent expression. This woman is wearing a cloak. There must be some place that cannot be shown. I have to check before I can let her in. The officer saw that Long Chen was just a little boy. After speaking, he leaned forward and, regardless of whether Long Chen agreed or not, directly used his hand to lift Lingxi's cloak. Long Chen pulled Lingxi behind him and stared at the officer with sharp eyes. He didn't want to have any conflict with this officer, but since the officer was being aggressive, he had no choice but to resist. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel? Seeing that Long Chen dared to disobey the order, the officer clicked his tongue in surprise. He stared at Long Chen and spoke with a cold tone. You're being too serious, Lord. I can see many people who don't show their faces in the city, so why are you only targeting us? Long Chen said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. These soldiers were at least at the divine core realm. Although this small officer didn't have a high rank, he was still a heavenly core warrior. Besides, they were backed by the entire army of Biyao Imperial City. It was really unwise for Long Chen to have a conflict with him. However, he wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. Right at this moment, the conflict had been witnessed by many people. Some people who just wanted to watch a good show didn't have the time to enter the city, and were pointing their fingers at them. In fact, there was a reason why this officer was targeting Lingxi. Although Lingxi was wearing a cloak, she still had a slim and graceful body. Judging from the silhouette underneath the cloak, she was definitely a rare beauty. The officer was tempted by her beauty, and that was why he stopped Long Chen. He wanted to accuse Long Chen of being a traitor, and then kidnap Lingxi in broad daylight. This wasn't the first time they had done something like this. Of course, it wasn't the first time for those who stayed in Biyao Imperial City to see these officers being so unscrupulous. Right now, they were looking at Long Chen with pitiful eyes. They could guess what would happen to Long Chen. He would be killed, and his body would be buried, while Lingxi would become a toy for these officers. If she was too beautiful, she would be presented to the higher-ups by these small officers. With this, the officers would be rewarded, or even promoted. As everyone knew, the only ruling power in the imperial city was the imperial family, and it was also the only ruling power in the entire Zhangyang kingdom. In the imperial city, even the three big families were just running errands for the imperial family. As for the army of Biyao Imperial City, they were the direct subordinates of the imperial family. If one didn't have enough strength and backing, who would dare offend these rude and unreasonable soldiers? Long Chen wasn't an idiot, he could easily understand these rules. The army belonged to the imperial family, but Long Chen was an immortal divine guard personally recruited by the 9th prince. So, why would he be afraid of these people? At this moment, when the bearded officer saw that the reckless young man Long Chen didn't know what was good for him, he wanted to give this young man a way out, but he didn't expect Long Chen would seek death himself. He sneered, then he called out to the men and said, "Men, I've found out who this man is. He is a disciple of the Heavenly Devil Palace, and he's trying to sneak into Biyao Imperial City to commit crimes. Quickly arrest him." "Yes, Centurion." With his words, those restless soldiers immediately shouted out loudly and charged toward Long Chen. If they could help the Centurion with this matter, they would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. The Centurion was in charge of 100 soldiers. Right at this moment, these 100 soldiers were surrounding Long Chen. With so many divine core warriors, they could form quite a formidable force, but for Long Chen, they were just too weak. Without saying anything, Long Chen asked Lingxi to stay where she was, and Xiao Lang stood next to him. After that, like a sharp sword, he pierced into the crowd of soldiers. "How dare you attack?" The bearded officer let out a loud laugh. He was about to laugh at Long Chen, but when he saw all the soldiers falling to the ground while screaming in pain, his smile froze. In less than 15 minutes, all 100 soldiers had fallen to the ground. Not only the officer, but many of the other soldiers were stunned as well. They started re-evaluating Long Chen. So this young man is quite courageous and strong. I guess he has some background as well. But, he has offended the Imperial City Guards, so he's going to suffer. Nowadays, no matter who he fights, he can't fight the Imperial City Guards. That's true. Last time, a Heavenly River warrior fought with the Imperial City Guards here, and in the end, he was killed by the commander of the Imperial City Guards. Long Chen knew that in Biyao Imperial City, the Heavenly River warriors were the strongest warriors, and there were even warriors who were stronger than the Heavenly River warriors. However, there were many Divine Core and Dragon Vein warriors here as well. The population of Biyao Imperial City was huge, almost 10 times that of Yuanling City. Furthermore, this was the gathering place for all the powerful warriors of the Sanyang Kingdom, so there were naturally many powerful warriors here. When the bearded officer saw how Long Chen killed so many soldiers with just a slight movement, he was frightened. He realized that Long Chen's combat strength had surpassed his own. However, he wasn't afraid, because many of those who were stronger than him had died in his hands. Right at this moment, he hurriedly took out a bugle horn and blew it. In an instant, a desolate sound resounded through the sky. I'm going to call out a higher-ranking officer. This was exactly what Long Chen wanted. However, the reason why Long Chen dared to attack was because he wanted to call out a higher-ranking officer. However, this guy had actually caused him so much trouble, and it seemed like he had killed many people. A cold look appeared in Long Chen's eyes. When the officer blew the bugle horn, Long Chen immediately pierced his chest with his demonic spiritual sword. Such a serious injury had instantly killed the bearded officer. The bugle horn fell to the ground. The bearded officer stared at Long Chen's direction. He wanted to know if the person who killed him was Long Chen, but he didn't have the chance. He didn't even see Long Chen's shadow before he fell to the ground, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. He didn't expect that Long Chen would dare to kill him in this place. He had done things like this many times today, but most of them were successful. Even if he didn't succeed, the commanders who had benefited from him would still protect him. However, this time, he didn't even have the chance to call out a commander. He was already finished. Long Chen injured the guard but didn't kill him. Everyone felt that he was a person who knew his limits. However, Long Chen directly killed the bearded officer, which shocked everyone. From their point of view, daring to kill an officer at the gates of the Imperial City was no different from committing treason. In this way, even if Long Chen had an enormous power behind him, even if he was more powerful, the only path left for him was death. Basically, everyone who entered the city was looking at the youth who still had an indifferent expression even after killing someone. The bearded officer's death made the other centurions realize the importance of this matter. They hurriedly gathered their men and surrounded Long Chen and Lingxi. However, the true mastermind hadn't arrived yet, so they didn't dare to make a move. Over 1,000 guards glared at Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. At this moment, a figure rapidly descended from the top of the city walls, crashing onto the ground with a loud bang. Both legs landed on the ground, and he came to a steady stop. This was a middle-aged cultivator wearing a full set of thick military armor and long, shiny black military boots. This man was handsome and rather charming. This subordinate pays his respects to the 7th commander. Over 1,000 soldiers hurriedly knelt before him. What happened? The 7th commander's gaze shifted between Long Chen and the bearded officer. What happened here had already affected the entry and exit of the Imperial City, so he had to quickly resolve this matter. Reporting to the 7th commander, this person is a Heavenly Devil Palace disciple that Lu Heng investigated. Lu Heng originally wanted to capture him, but he was killed instead. I implore the 7th commander to avenge Lu Heng and strengthen the morale of our troops. Chapter 293. In the eyes of others, Long Chen was definitely dead this time. This Lord's 7th commander was famous for his decisiveness in killing. Last time, a Heavenly River tier cultivator caused trouble at the city gates, and the 7th commander killed him with a single move. What Long Chen was doing now was even more excessive than the last time, so he was definitely going to die. The seventh commander took a look at the scene, and actually knew what was going on. At this moment, he no longer cared about the embellishments of his subordinates, and instead walked to a spot 5 meters in front of Long Chen. He was expressionless, and sized up Long Chen for a while. From the seventh commander's body, Long Chen felt a tremendous pressure. This pressure was basically no different from what Elder Yan and the others gave Long Chen, so Long Chen knew that this seventh commander was definitely at the same level as Elder Yan, at least at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Right now, Long Chen was no match for him. In the end, the seventh commander said, "Before you die, what do you have to say?" Of course, Long Chen had something to say. He was completely unafraid, and said directly, "My name is Long Chen, and I am a celestial tier divine guard recruited by the 9th prince in Origin Spirit City. A few days ago, I rushed to Biyao Imperial City with His Highness the 9th prince. Because of special reasons, I was separated from the 9th prince, so I need to find His Highness the 9th prince." If he mentioned the 9th prince, Long Chen believed that the 7th commander would definitely not dare to do anything to him. The 9th prince. Hearing this name, the 7th commander was a little stunned. A few days ago, he had already heard the news that the 9th prince had been assassinated near Biyao Imperial City. The special reason that Long Chen mentioned was that the 9th prince had been assassinated. "How do I know if what you said is true?" The 7th commander said in a low voice. If what Long Chen said was true, then it seemed that he could not do anything to Long Chen today. The 9th prince personally selected Celestial Tier Divine Guards. Celestial Tier Divine Guards were directly under the Imperial family, and were much more popular than the Imperial Guards. If what Long Chen said was true, then he would not dare to provoke Long Chen. "I will follow you into the city. You only need to send someone to inform the 9th prince and have him send someone over. Then we will know at a glance," Long Chen said. The 7th commander sized Long Chen up, his heart filled with bewilderment. He originally wanted to directly kill Long Chen, but since Long Chen said so, he had no choice but to say, "Follow me into the city. Everyone else, return to your posts. Sun Qin, clean up this place." Everyone's ears were wide open, listening to the conversation between the 7th commander and Long Chen. They did not expect that after only a few words, the 7th commander had already made arrangements. From his words, everyone understood that Long Chen had escaped this calamity. How is this possible? There was an uproar among the guards. They had always been united against a common enemy, and today, their own brother was injured and killed, while Long Chen could continue to be free and unfettered. How could they endure this? However, they did not dare to disobey the commander's order. They could only look at Long Chen with righteous indignation, wishing that they could skin Long Chen alive. As for the onlookers, they were even more shocked. "I dare to bet that this brat's background is definitely not simple. To be able to defeat the Imperial Guards, he must at least be a noble in the Imperial City. Isn't that obvious? This brat is already a Heavenly River tier cultivator at such a young age. Although this kind of talent is much inferior to the youths of the Imperial family, it is enough to compare with some of the disciples of the 3 great clans." It was fine for others to talk about Long Chen. Right now, on the one hand, he had already taught a harsh lesson to the stubble-bearded officer who had designs on Lingxi and wanted to kill him. On the other hand, he could use the 7th commander to get the 9th prince to take him directly. This would save him a lot of trouble. The 7th commander brought Long Chen to a courtyard, and said coldly, "You just stay here. The 9th prince's men will probably arrive in about 2 hours. If I find out that you are lying, you will definitely die a terrible death." Long Chen could not be bothered to listen to his threats. Only then did the 7th commander leave. In the courtyard, Long Chen and Lingxi chatted for a while. During this time, Lingxi was hungry, so Long Chen shared the delicacies of the Goldfish Island that he had prepared with her. He suddenly felt that such peaceful days were really not bad. No wonder when Li Xuanji had left, she had asked him and Lingxi to find a place to live in seclusion and not care too much about the matters of the outside world. That way, they could have a happy life. However, this was ultimately not what Long Chen loved. He was a restless person. There were too many people pressing down on him now, and he was a little breathless. Thus, he needed to step on all these people one by one. If these were all challenges, then Long Chen was not afraid of challenges at all. Ling Qing, one day, I will appear in front of you with little Shi. Long Chen secretly vowed. 2 hours quickly slipped away. At this time, Long Chen had already stood up, because he knew that someone had come. At this time, the courtyard door was pushed open, and 2 people walked in. The one in front was a white-haired old man in black clothes. It was Elder Yen, who followed the 9th prince. As for the other person, it was obviously the 7th commander. Long Chen, I didn't expect you to really survive. Almost 20 days have passed, and you still haven't come to the Imperial City. His Highness thought you were already dead. Elder Yan's words were a little surprised, but also a little blaming. I'm sorry, Elder Yan. Because of cultivation, I was delayed for a few days, Long Chen said. Hearing the word cultivation, Elder Yen sized up Long Chen, nodded, and said, however, you should have reached the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. Your speed of progress is faster than most of the geniuses in the Imperial City. His Highness is very optimistic about you, so don't let him down. Now, he is waiting for you in Prince Yu's mansion. I will take you back. Thank you, Elder Yen. Long Chen cupped his hands. Lady Lingxi is also fine. Very good, very good. His Highness will be very happy to see you. I'm really sorry for making His Highness worry. When I go back, I will ask for his forgiveness. Long Chen said seriously. However, he was thinking about what Elder Yen had just said. The Celestial Realm Divine Guard was Long Chen, so Lingxi and the 9th prince had nothing to do with each other. Why did the 9th prince care about Lingxi? Long Chen was secretly on guard. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, for the sake of the 9 heaven celestial spirit fruit, I have to go in, Long Chen thought secretly. The conversation between Elder Yen and Long Chen was seen by the 7th commander. At this time, he was completely sure that what Long Chen said was true, and from the original words, he could see that the 9th prince seemed to think very highly of Long Chen. Long Chen's strength at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, to be honest, was not considered high among the 9th prince's subordinates, and was even a little low. This meant that Long Chen conquered the 9th prince with his potential. In the remote origin spirit city, there was actually such potential. This really shocked the 7th commander. He secretly remembered this person, Long Chen. Following Elder Yen, Long Chen boarded a luxurious carriage. This carriage was directly carried by demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were extremely fast, and more importantly, they were very intelligent. Although they were walking on the street, they wouldn't cause any trouble. When your Highness was 15 years old, because of your outstanding performance in the written and martial examinations, you were directly conferred the title of Prince Jade by His Majesty. Therefore, you did not live in the Imperial Palace. Outside the Imperial Palace, there is a mansion that is much more magnificent than the Jade Imperial Palace. It is called the Prince Jade Mansion. This is where your Highness usually handles affairs. Your Highness is knowledgeable, but your experience is very limited. In addition, you are quite talented in battle. In these 2 years, you have been highly regarded by His Majesty, and your popularity has also increased. If it wasn't for the 9th prince's growing reputation, why would the people of Heaven Demon Palace target your Highness and make a move in front of the Imperial Palace? Elder Yen said with some pride. Elder Yen, what was the result of the last assassination? Long Chen remembered what Elder Yen said and then asked. That scoundrel was at the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier. Even in the Imperial Palace, this kind of expert is very rare. Therefore, your Highness and I were no match for him. We could only escape back to the Imperial Palace and let the guards in the city kill him, Elder Yen said. Elder Yen, what kind of force is Heaven Demon Palace? How dare they go against the Imperial family? Long Chen seized the opportunity to ask. Heaven Demon Palace is the biggest enemy force of the imperial family, and they are eyeing the rule of the imperial family covetously. Their forces are spread all over the Zhangyang kingdom, and there are many experts among them. This is the only force that the imperial family is afraid of. I only heard that their headquarters is on Mount Demon, which is to the west of the imperial palace. Mount Demon is extremely dangerous, and the imperial family has sent experts to exterminate it more than once. However, every time, they returned in failure. It is not that Heaven Demon Palace is very powerful, but they have the advantage of terrain, Elder Yen said solemnly. Elder Yen was a member of the imperial family, and he had to maintain the dignity of the imperial family when he spoke. Therefore, he would slightly flatter the imperial family. Long Chen thought for a while and roughly understood that Heaven Demon Palace definitely had the power to go against the imperial family. In the future, if you encounter people from Heaven Demon Palace, be careful. They are all ruthless people who will achieve their goals. If you encounter them, it is no different from a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, Elder Yen said calmly. Long Chen nodded his head, but he didn't say anything. For me, this imperial city is just another wolf's den. One day, I will turn all these wolves into insects under my feet. Long Chen clenched his fist and thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Prince Yu's mansion. Long Chen raised his head and felt shocked. The imperial family was indeed the imperial family. The scale of this Prince Yu's mansion was much larger than the Jade Imperial Palace built in Yuanling City. Just the two huge stone lions at the entrance were emitting a heavy and sharp aura, and no one dared get close to it. These stone lions are made from heavenly river star stones. If you don't break through to the divine core realm, you will be easily injured by their sharp energy. That's why I suggest you protect Miss Lingxi. Elder Yen explained. Even the two stone lions at the entrance could make anyone below the divine core realm stop. The dignity of the imperial family was displayed in front of Long Chen. Follow me, His Highness is waiting for you. Chapter 294. After walking into Prince Yu's mansion, Long Chen finally saw the grandeur of the royal capital. The buildings and flowers were definitely not on the same level as Yuanling City. Elder Yen had a high status in Prince Yu's mansion. When the surrounding maids and guards saw Elder Yen bringing a strange young man in, they all looked at Long Chen. After Long Chen left, they started to point at him privately and discuss about his appearance. However, they didn't care much. There were people visiting Prince Yu's mansion every day, but there weren't many who were personally led by Elder Yen. His Highness is waiting for you in his study. Elder Yen pointed in a direction with no expression, and then led Long Chen there. Along the way, he didn't say anything, but he looked at Lingxi a few more times. There was an unknown light flowing in his eyes. After walking into this Prince Yu's mansion, Long Chen felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to be higher than outside. There was a warm power flowing in the air. Under the nourishment of this power, the coldness of spring seemed to have completely disappeared. Breathing in the air here, Long Chen felt comfortable all over. What caused this situation? In such an environment, ordinary people can live for at least a few years. Long Chen carefully observed his surroundings. What caused this situation? Lingxi was now an ordinary person, so she could feel the warmth of the surrounding more. She had a lot of knowledge, so she told Long Chen, it should be a fire attribute yang treasure. It has the effect of dispelling the coldness. At the same time, cultivating around this treasure will yield twice the result with half the effort. I see. I don't know if it is useful for Xiaolang. Long Chen said in a low voice. Seeing that Long Chen was looking around, Elder Yen turned around and asked, do you feel that there's something different around here? Long Chen nodded. People who come to Prince Yu's mansion for the first time will have this feeling. In a while, you will be able to see what you want to see. Elder Yen said with some pride. I don't know what it is, Long Chen asked tentatively. This is not a secret. When His Highness reached adulthood, His Majesty the Sword Emperor bestowed him 10 fire essences. Fire essences are rare earth fire essences that exist in the depths of the underground lava. Not to mention 10, it would be difficult to find one. It can be seen that His Majesty the Sword Emperor values the 9th prince very much, Old Yen said with a faint smile. The Sword Emperor was the current emperor of the Xiangyang Kingdom. Because of his outstanding achievements in the Sword Dao, he was respectfully addressed as the Sword Emperor. Long Chen knew that the reason why the royal family was so powerful and dominated the entire Xiangyang Kingdom was because of their cultivation system. In the Xiangyang Kingdom, there were a total of 3 main types of warriors. The most common ones were the ordinary warriors, and there were also the beast warriors. Most of the people in the Beast Soul Palace in Yuanling City were beast warriors. The last type of warrior was called the soldier warrior. Regarding the soldier warrior, Long Chen had only heard of its name, but he had never seen a real soldier warrior. According to legend, in a battle of the same level, the beast warriors were usually superior to the ordinary warriors, but the soldier warrior was superior to the beast warriors. If Long Chen, who inherited the essence blood of the dragons, was not included, the soldier warrior was usually the most powerful existence in theory. The beast warriors needed talent, but the soldier warrior needed more talent, which was the one soul in the Dantian. A human's soul could be divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. Since the birth of the soldier warrior, there was an extra soul in the Dantian. This was the one soul in the Dantian, also known as the soldier soul. The warriors who had the soldier soul could integrate the soldier soul into their weapon. In this way, the weapon would basically become a part of the warrior's body, and from this, the warrior would be able to exert more powerful fighting power. Moreover, the soldier warrior also had many other magical abilities, but the current Long Chen did not know about it. Some soldier warriors only used one weapon in their life, but the weapon would become stronger along with the master. If the master's strength reached a very high level, even an ordinary weapon could become a real divine weapon. Moreover, many divine weapons were directly nurtured by the soldier warrior's own soldier soul. According to Long Chen's knowledge, the royal family of the Xiangyang Kingdom was a typical soldier warrior family, and everyone in the family used a sword. They had a complete and rich inheritance of the Sword Dao, and belonged to the mainstream sword warriors among the soldier warriors. The emperor of the royal family was even directly addressed as the Sword Emperor. Out of the 10 fire essence, 9 of them were used by His Majesty to forge a high-level earth-rank divine sword for Your Highness. This is Your Highness's current sword. With this divine sword embedded with 9 fire essence, Your Highness can fight against elites in the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, Old Yen said with some emotion. From Old Yan's words, Long Chen obtained some useful information. For example, the 9th Prince Lin Sangtian's strength was in the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, and he also possessed a high-level earth-rank divine sword. One had to know that even the blue dragon halberd was only in the middle level of the earth rank. With the strength of the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier, coupled with a high-level earth-rank divine sword, Long Chen could only play the role of an errand boy for the 9th prince. But so what? Long Chen had no fear in his heart. Old Yen, do you mean that I will be able to see the last fire essence in a while? Long Chen asked tentatively. You will be able to see it when you raise your head now, Old Yen said indifferently. Long Chen raised his head. In front of him was a building that occupied a vast area. It was probably the 9th prince's study room. Above this study room, there was the highest roof. When Long Chen saw this place, he felt that it was a bit dazzling, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. However, he knew what he saw. It was more or less what he imagined. This was a palm-sized bead that emitted a blazing light, making it hard for people to look directly at it. Long Chen did not see the appearance of the fire essence clearly, but he was confident that he would at least be able to recognize it the next time he saw it somewhere else. With this fire essence embedded in Prince Yu's residence, evil spirits will not be able to invade, and ghosts will not be able to disturb. The yang energy will be awe-inspiring, and the maids and workers in the residence will not be afraid of the cold. In fact, the fire essence can even trigger the fire energy in the air, allowing our cultivation to be twice the result with half the effort. Old Yen said. When he saw this fire essence, Xiao Lang's eyes burst out with a blazing light. Long Chen listened to Old Yen and saw Xiao Lang's eyes. He knew that this fire essence would be similar to the 8-clawed fire centipede and would bring great benefits to Xiao Lang. Long Chen finally felt the heaven-defying nature of the sun-devouring demon wolf. Along the way, he had found 2 things that were suitable for the sun-devouring demon wolf, the demonic beast core and the fire essence. Moreover, he would encounter more in the future. If the sun-devouring demon wolf devoured these things, its strength would only grow faster, and it might even bring great benefits to Long Chen. Xiao Lang, don't move. Now is not the time. Long Chen whispered to Xiao Lang. Mo Xiaolang's soul was hidden in the sun-devouring demon wolf's body. When something happened, Xiao Lang knew what to do. This wasn't something that Long Chen could take away at the moment, so he could only stay there obediently. We've arrived at the study room. Go in, Old Yen said and walked to the door. Just as he was about to knock, he heard the 9th prince shout, "Come in." Old Yen didn't say anything and just nodded. He pushed open the door and led Long Chen and Lingxi in. Xiao Lang naturally ran with his 4 legs to keep up with Long Chen. When they entered the study room, Long Chen found that it was more spacious and luxurious than he had imagined. Since it was called a study room, there were of course many books. However, there were also the 4 treasures of the study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. There were also vases and other antiques that added a lot of color to the study room. Long Chen found the 9th prince on a chair in the middle of the study room. He was being served by a group of maids while drinking tea and reading a book. When Long Chen brought Lingxi in, he waved his hand at the maids. The beautiful maids nodded and carefully left, closing the door behind them. Long Chen and Miss Lingxi, please sit down. The 9th prince sat up straight on the chair and looked at Long Chen, then glanced at Lingxi, but his expression didn't change. Thank you, Your Highness. For the sake of the 9 heaven celestial fruit in Ni Yang's fairyland and for the complete recovery of Lingxi, even if this imperial city was an abyss of hell, Long Chen would still break in, not to mention the 9th prince's Prince Yu's mansion. Holding Lingxi's hand, Long Chen sat at the side. Lingxi was naturally powerful in the past, but now she was completely powerless. She had learned to be more obedient. When there were outsiders present, she would usually not say a single word. However, she could keenly sense that there seemed to be a fiery gaze staring at her in the dark. It's the 9th prince. She looked over in confusion and saw that the 9th prince was chatting with Long Chen. He was looking at Long Chen and didn't look at her, Lingxi. Lingxi thought that she was thinking too much. Long Chen, 17 days have passed since we were separated. I went back to look for you, but you were no longer in the same place. I've been asking around for news about you these few days, and you really made me look for you. The 9th prince's words were filled with dissatisfaction. I'm sorry. I was worried that the people who tried to kill me would find trouble with me, so I went into hiding first. Although he said that, Long Chen didn't feel apologetic at all. He had always done things his own way, and naturally wouldn't listen to the 9th prince. He stayed here purely for the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Tell me what you've been through these past few days, the 9th prince said casually. Long Chen thought for a moment, and still didn't plan to tell the 9th prince about what had happened on the Goldfish Island. Frankly speaking, Long Chen didn't really trust him. I felt that I was about to break through, so I found a random place to cultivate. I only came to Biyao Imperial City when I reached the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, Long Chen said. His mind was calm, and even if he was lying, it was almost as if he was telling the truth. Moreover, he had indeed reached the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. From the Heavenly Core advanced level to the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, you actually spent such a short time. The 9th prince was slightly surprised. When he had decided to leave Origin Spirit City 3 days later, Long Chen was only at the Heavenly Core advanced level. He didn't think that in the blink of an eye, Long Chen would already be at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier. This forced the ninth prince to reevaluate Long Chen's potential. Chapter 295. Your Highness, when will I enter Yang fairyland? After the ninth prince finished his question, Long Chen went straight to the point and asked. Actually, your luck is not bad. If you come back tomorrow, you might have to wait for a month. The shift of the Yang celestial realm is a month, and today is the end of the month. Speaking of which, the other celestial realm divine guards under my command should also be free to return to the prince's mansion today. The ninth prince smiled, and his eyes swept across Ling Xi's beautiful face. Ling Xi sat quietly and looked at Long Chen silently. From her eyes, the ninth prince saw the light of happiness. Seeing that Ling Xi was looking at him, Long Chen smiled at her, and then asked the ninth prince, that is to say, I will start to serve as a fairyland divine guard and enter Yang's fairyland tomorrow. The ninth prince was looking at Ling Xi, and after being interrupted by Long Chen, he quickly turned his head and replied, well, tomorrow is the beginning of the month, and the month after that is February. February is a double moon, and it will be my men's turn to enter Yang's fairyland. You will follow them in tomorrow, and I will arrange for someone to let you go to Uncle's place to register. Although time was a little tight, Long Chen did not think too much about it. The sooner he entered Yang's fairyland, the sooner he could find the nine heaven celestial fruit, leave Biyao imperial city, and live freely in the world. It seems that Miss Ling Xi is deeply in love with Long Chen. Unfortunately, you will be separated for a month. The ninth prince's eyes returned to Ling Xi. Separated. Long Chen was startled, and then he quickly accepted it. Yang's fairyland was a treasure land that belonged to the imperial family. Even Long Chen had to register when he entered as a fairyland divine guard. Not to mention that Ling Xi could not enter, even Xiao Lang could not enter. Chen. Hearing this news, although Ling Xi wasn't surprised, she was still a little flustered. Right now, her biggest support was Long Chen. If Long Chen wasn't by her side, she would lose all her sense of security. All of you can be at ease. It's not like we'll be separated forever. How about this, Long Chen? During the time that you're in the Yang's fairyland, Lady Ling Xi can stay in my Prince Yu's mansion. I can guarantee her safety, the ninth prince said seriously. Looking at the ninth prince, Long Chen didn't speak immediately. From the ninth prince's eyes, Long Chen couldn't see a trace of ill intentions. However, he had a bad feeling. He believed that the ninth prince did not have good intentions towards him. At this time, Ling Xi clutched the corner of his clothes tightly. Long Chen was faced with a choice. If he wanted to go to Yang's fairyland and find the nine heaven celestial fruit that could truly allow Ling Xi to be reborn, he had to leave Ling Xi in this Prince Yu's mansion. He didn't trust the ninth prince at all, so he was a little hesitant. Chen, Xiao Lang said he would protect me. Ling Xi whispered in Long Chen's ear. Long Chen knew that if he went to Yang's fairyland, he would definitely leave Xiao Lang here. He still had absolute trust in Xiao Lang. For him, this was a gamble, a huge gamble. If anything went wrong, he would be severely blamed by himself, so he had to consider many things. At this time, there was a burst of laughter from outside, which helped Long Chen out of his predicament. The ninth prince said that he wanted Ling Xi to stay in Prince Yu's mansion, but Long Chen didn't reply. However, he didn't seem to care. When there was laughter from outside, he smiled faintly and said, Long Chen, my other celestial realm divine guards are here. Most of them are members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang who sought refuge with me a few days ago. Their personalities are a little hard to understand, but they are also straightforward people. From now on, you will follow them. As soon as the ninth prince finished speaking, a group of tall figures knocked on the door a few times. Then, with the permission of the ninth prince, they walked into the study. Long Chen looked over and found that the group of big men were between 20 and 30 years old. They had a huge similarity, which was that they were all tall and sturdy. They were all about 2 meters tall, and the muscles on their bodies were frighteningly strong. One look and one could tell that they were people with extraordinary strength. The most obvious thing was that they were all bald. Their heads were shiny, and their upper bodies were tattooed with blood-colored wolf patterns. They looked very ferocious and terrifying. At this time, although they weren't laughing, the smile on the corners of their mouths gave off a sinister feeling. "Everyone, what are you laughing at?" The ninth prince smiled faintly. It seemed that he was very lenient towards his subordinates. "They are all discussing which girl is strong enough to withstand their attacks all night long. Your Highness, let me tell you, that Oiran looks." The one who followed the ninth prince's words was a bald man who was older. He had a fierce face and blood-red eyes. Although he was joking, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. It was obvious that he had killed a lot of people. Long Chen could tell that this person should be the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Gang's Immortal Realm Divine Guards. His strength seemed to be the strongest. When this person said that, he noticed that there were other people in the study. He originally wanted to say that the Oiran was devastatingly beautiful. However, after seeing Lingxi, he swallowed his words. Compared to the shock he felt when he saw Lingxi, that Oiran was no different from a pile of shit. There were a total of 7 bald men who were full of blood qi. After seeing Lingxi's face, they were all stunned and then swallowed hard. Anyone who saw a legendary fairy-like woman suddenly appear in front of them without any warning would have the same expression on their faces. "Let me introduce you. This is the Immortal Realm Divine Guard I recruited in Yuanling City, Long Chen, and this is Miss Lingxi." The ninth prince seemed to have a good relationship with these people and said with a smile. They only reacted after the ninth prince spoke. The bald leader's eyes flashed quickly between the ninth prince and Lingxi. When he saw the faint smile on the ninth prince's face, he immediately reacted and shouted, "Fuck off, stop looking. Are your dog eyes blind? Such a beautiful girl is not for you pile of shit to look at." After being scolded like this, the others surprisingly did not get angry. Their eyes bypassed Lingxi and looked at Long Chen, their new companion. Long Chen was also sizing them up. He was not a fool. Sure enough, the ninth prince is thinking about my Lingxi. This bald man is belittling others to let others know that Lingxi is the ninth prince's target. He is telling them not to covet swan meat. You are all smart people, but I am not a fool. Long ago, when the ninth prince saw Lingxi for the first time, he already had a strange look in his eyes. A graceful and virtuous woman was a gentleman's desire, especially a woman like Lingxi, who could cause the downfall of nations. The ninth prince believed that his status and identity were higher than Long Chen's, so how could he be willing to let such a rare beauty follow Long Chen? At first, he had indeed valued Long Chen because of Long Chen's potential, but when Lingxi appeared, all this had changed. After thinking this through, Long Chen felt some pressure in his heart. Many thoughts quickly turned in his mind, and he already had a plan in mind. He had already guessed the crux of the matter, and was somewhat on guard. The next thing to do was how to solve this problem. Thus, he pretended not to know the hidden meaning in their words. At this time, the members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang began to size up Long Chen. They were well aware of the relationship between Long Chen, Lingxi, and the ninth prince. In their hearts, Long Chen was only a pitiful worm. Especially when they saw that Long Chen's strength was at most at the first or second level of the Heavenly River tier. "All of you, introduce yourselves. In the future, Long Chen will join your team. You have to teach him well. If you lead him astray, I won't forgive you," the ninth prince said with a smile. After hearing the ninth prince's words, they all introduced themselves. From then on, Long Chen learned that the leader's name was Yu Tao, and his strength was terrifying at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. The others were also at the 4th level of the Heavenly River tier, and there was only one at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, he was a youth about the same age as Long Chen. Long Chen acted very low-key. He didn't speak much, and in the process of their conversation, he would only respond symbolically when they mentioned him. The ninth prince had a surprisingly good relationship with them. At this moment, when they were chatting, there was a burst of laughter. Yu Tao, before we go to the Ni Yang Celestial Realm tomorrow, properly explain the rules of the Ni Yang Celestial Realm to Long Chen. Also, bring him to my imperial uncle to register, the ninth prince instructed again. Don't worry, I have already remembered it clearly. I guarantee that nothing will happen to this brat. However, with his strength, in the Ni Yang Celestial Realm, even if he is only at the initial level of the domain, it seems to be a little dangerous. Your Highness, are you really sure that you want him to enter the Ni Yang Celestial Realm? A sliver of disdain flashed past Yu Tao's eyes. That is why I want you to pay more attention, the ninth prince said. Many conversations were carried out between the two of them. As for the others, they turned a blind eye to the existence of someone like Long Chen. To them, Long Chen was only a tragedy that was bound to happen in the future. This Xiao Lang is not bad. He seems to be a demon beast, and he doesn't look weak at all. At this moment, the youngest among the bald men, a young man at the third level of the Heavenly River Realm, said. Although he was a young man, his body was 2 times thicker than Long Chen's. Of course he's not weak. This demon wolf is a second-rank Earth-rank demon beast. As for what kind of breed it is, I don't know, but it should be a mutated breed, the ninth prince said casually. It's true. The young man shouted out in surprise, then he laughed out loud and said, You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Big brother, third brother seems to have reached the Heavenly Core Realm, and he is about to step into the Heavenly River Realm. We, the Heavenly Wolf sect, are the best partners of wolves. Since we have wolves as our name, the most suitable beast soul is also a wolf. This demon wolf's beast soul can be gifted to third brother. The big brother that this young man mentioned was Yu Tao. It turned out that the eldest and youngest men in this group were actually brothers. No wonder they looked so similar. Long Chen, my third brother really needs the Earth-rank demon wolf's beast soul. I wonder if you can give it to me? Yu Tao looked at Xiao Lang with a fiery gaze and asked. Chapter 296. To Long Chen, killing Xiao Lang, and then giving Xiao Lang's beast soul to them was no different from farting. Frankly speaking, these guys' disregard, and the way they looked at him like he was an idiot, had long since angered Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the last laugh was the best, but before that, he didn't mind showing them that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Faced with Yu Tao's overbearing demand, Long Chen's tone was a little cold, and he said, That's impossible. Xiao Lang has gone through fire and water with me many times, and is my sworn brother. How could I let him be your third brother's source beast soul? Long Chen's direct refusal made Yu Tao, and even the members of the Heaven Wolf Gang, feel a little embarrassed. In their eyes, Long Chen was a living, pitiful worm, and now, this pitiful worm actually dared to hoot at them. This was purely seeking death. To be honest, before they submitted to the ninth prince, they were all bandits who killed people like flies. It was only because they were concerned about the ninth prince's reputation that they became more restrained. However, this didn't mean that they could be provoked by Long Chen. The beast soul of a demonic beast is very important to my third brother. Long Chen, are you sure you don't want to give it to him? Yu Tao said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that the ninth prince was here, with his strength at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, he would have already charged over and slapped Long Chen. If I want this brat's life, will you give it to me? Long Chen wasn't afraid of him at all. He pointed at the youth at the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier who had spoken just now, who was also Yu Tao's second brother. Long Chen's words also expressed a message. To him, Xiao Lang was like a real brother, or even closer than a real brother. Seeking death? You mean, you want to fight with me? Long Chen's condescending finger made the young man so angry that he sat up from his chair. He didn't say anything and was about to charge at Long Chen. Yu Chong, sit down, the ninth prince said calmly. Since the ninth prince had spoken, he had no choice but to return to his original position. Although he didn't dare to move again, the fierceness in his eyes towards Long Chen grew stronger and stronger. "You Tao, didn't you want the beast soul of an earth-ranked demonic wolf? I'll send someone to find one tomorrow. Let's just leave it at that. No one is allowed to find trouble with each other and ruin the harmony. Do you understand? You are all my immortal realm divine guards. If you don't get along with each other, I, Lin Sungtian, will lose face." The ninth prince's words became colder and colder. "If you don't get along, you'll lose my face." The ninth prince's words became colder and colder. They originally thought that Long Chen didn't have any status, but now it seemed that he did. However, when they saw Lingxi's unhappy expression, they realized that the real reason why the ninth prince was angry was that they had made Lingxi unhappy. It seems that His Highness is going to put in a lot of effort for this beautiful woman. Miss Lingxi obviously likes this useless Long Chen. The ninth prince is different from a common person like me. He wants not only the person, but also the heart. If we cause trouble for Long Chen now, it will only make Miss Lingxi hate His Highness. That was close. After thinking for a while, Yu Tao understood this point. If that's the case, we brothers will take our leave first. We'll come back tomorrow to take Long Chen away. After this incident, Yu Tao was worried that his hot-tempered subordinates would cause more trouble, so he had to leave with them. The ninth prince was about to nod, but he heard Long Chen suddenly say, "Wait." The Heavenly Wolf gang was stunned. They were about to get up from their chairs, but under the signal of the ninth prince, they had no choice but to sit back down. "What's the matter?" the ninth prince asked curiously. "I've thought it through. Since we're going to fight side by side in the future, we're brothers, right? If a brother needs something, I naturally can't be stingy. However, Xiao Lang and I have many years of feelings, and it's not easy to part with each other. I can give it to you, but you have to promise me something." Long Chen smiled faintly as he looked at the Heavenly Wolf gang. "What is it?" Long Chen was suddenly a little confused. Yu Tao was a little confused. Just now, Long Chen was as sharp as a hedgehog. Why did he think it through now? Yu Tao was afraid. "It's very simple. If he can defeat me, I'll give this demon wolf to you with both hands." Long Chen's gaze was sharp. His finger circled around, and finally stopped on Yu Tao's second brother, Yu Chong. Everyone was stunned, and then began to laugh involuntarily. The one called Yu Chong laughed the most miserably. Yu Tao held back his laughter, and patted Yu Chong's shoulder as he said, "Second brother, stop laughing. Quick, let the guests from afar see what kind of extraordinary methods the heroes of our Heavenly Wolf gang have." "Yes, big brother. I'll perform to your satisfaction." Yu Chong forcefully held back his laughter, and said. Long Chen's words really surprised them. They had originally thought that Long Chen was a thorn, and slightly difficult to deal with. When Long Chen stated his conditions, everyone finally realized that he was actually a stupid donkey who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The members of the Heavenly Wolf gang were so powerful that they could almost challenge those at a higher cultivation level. Long Chen, a country bumpkin who had just reached the second level of the Heavenly River tier, actually declared that he wanted to challenge him. This was the biggest joke they had heard today. Even Yu Tao, who had a mature mind, couldn't help but laugh. "Bastard, we are all warriors under the command of His Highness. You should be merciful and not overdo it. Don't hurt the harmony between us," Yu Tao pretended to reprimand him sternly. Of course. Yu Chong finally stopped laughing. He looked at Long Chen with great interest. He wondered how Long Chen's brain had grown to be as stupid as a donkey's. The ninth prince and Elder Yen, who was behind him, exchanged a look. The members of the Heavenly Wolf gang laughed, but they didn't. With his understanding of Long Chen definitely wouldn't act so arrogantly just because he was angry. The ninth prince was clear about Long Chen's deeds. From entering Origin Spirit City as a nameless nobody to killing Origin Spirit City's strongest expert, Emperor Yuan. In Origin Spirit City, Long Chen was a legendary person. The ninth prince didn't believe that Long Chen had no other purpose. Sure enough, at this moment, Long Chen continued, since this is a gambling battle, I have already put up a stake. You guys should also put up some stakes to make this battle fair. Logically speaking, you are all my brothers, so I believe you won't mistreat me, right? The members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang thought about it and agreed. Of course, they didn't think that Yu Chong would lose. Yu Tao said casually, Kid, what you said makes sense. Of course, we won't mistreat you. What do you want? Sky River Pill, Earth-grade divine weapon, combat skill, or spiritual medicine. As long as you say it, we can find it for you. In their opinion, Long Chen probably didn't even know what an Earth-grade combat skill was. That was why he dared to say this so unscrupulously. Long Chen had no interest in their things. At this moment, he turned his head to look at the ninth prince and said directly, I want the refined fire essence above this study. I wonder if your highness can part with it. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the ninth prince. He was the real reason why he wanted to keep the Heavenly Wolf Gang here. When Long Chen made his request, the members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang were stunned, looking at each other in dismay. They didn't expect that Long Chen would make such a request. This was something that belonged to the ninth prince, it had nothing to do with them. No matter how arrogant they were, they wouldn't dare to use something that belonged to the ninth prince as a gambling stake. That won't do. This belongs to His Highness. Long Chen, say something else. Yu Tao said impatiently. Long Chen didn't reply. His gaze was fixed on the ninth prince. Fine. The ninth prince's calm face finally revealed a smile. Since Long Chen has requested it, I'll join in the fun. After all, this is my territory and you are all my capable subordinates. Since Long Chen wants the refined fire essence, I'll treat it as a wager for Yu Chong. I'll also be your witness. If Yu Tao wins, Long Chen will have to hand over the demon wolf. If Long Chen wins, the refined fire essence will be yours. Long Chen smiled. He knew that the ninth prince would agree. Most of the battles were just psychological games. He had guessed correctly that the ninth prince wanted to see his battle with Yu Chong so that he could understand him better. Therefore, he directly demanded an exorbitant price and asked for the fire essence, which the ninth prince agreed to. If that's the case, we thank your highness. Yu Tao nodded gratefully at the ninth prince. Then, he looked at Yu Chong and said, Second brother, you know what to do, right? If His Highness loses something, I'll cripple you. Big brother, don't worry. Don't you trust me? Yu Chong rubbed his palms together and looked at Long Chen excitedly. Chen. Lingxi was a little worried. Sit down and watch how I bully the bad guys. Long Chen stood up and lowered his head. His mouth was right next to Lingxi's face. Then, with lightning speed, he kissed Lingxi's jade-white cheek. Being kissed by him in public like this, Lingxi immediately blushed to her ears. She lowered her head, wishing that she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Long Chen's action caused a cold killing intent to flash across the ninth prince's eyes. Seeing this, Yu Tao lowered his head and said to Yu Chong, His Highness is angry. He's going to be ruthless. Understood. Yu Chong rubbed his fists and licked his thick lips with his scarlet tongue. Long Chen, follow me out of this study. After saying this, Yu Chong took a step forward. There was an empty space outside the study, and it was enough for him to fight with Long Chen. Following him, Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and walked out. The others also came out one after another. With the ninth prince in the lead, they surrounded Long Chen and Yu Chong. Xiao Lang saw all this. He raised his head and glanced at Hu Lianjing, who was on the roof. A sliver of gratitude and satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He knew that it wouldn't be long before this would be his. Aside from Lingxi, no one understood Long Chen's abilities and talent better than he did. Third level of the Heavenly River tier. Frankly speaking, Yu Chong was even more powerful than Emperor Yuan. Moreover, he was not that old. In terms of cultivation and age, he was basically about the same as Long Chen. He should be considered a top genius. However, Long Chen was not afraid of him. "Let's begin," Yu Chong said excitedly. "From today onwards, there will be a stable of 3 to 4 chapters a day, forever. On the birthday of dragons, readers, you can release a chapter. Explosive power exists. Everyone, do your best." Chapter 297. Although he was confident, Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. After all, Biyao Imperial City couldn't be compared to Origin Spirit City. Long Chen was the most absolute genius in Origin Spirit City, but after coming to Biyao Imperial City, with his current cultivation of the second level of the Heavenly River tier, he could only be considered average. Any random person from Prince Yu's residence would be about the same as him. In this battle, Long Chen used Xiao Lang's life as a wager. He had to win. Of course, he dared to boast because he was confident. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the battle officially began. It was just the beginning, and Yu Chong and Long Chen had both completed their transformations. Facing an opponent with a cultivation level higher than his, and a battle that he had to win, Long Chen didn't dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness, and immediately displayed his strongest side. And Yu Chong had completed his beast spirit transformation. It could be seen that his earth-ranked source demonic beast was also a demonic wolf. At this time, the muscles all over his body had grown, and his height had also increased. Sharp silver fur had sprouted from his body, and claws as sharp as blades had pierced out from his fingertips, carrying a blood-red edge. His height extended from both sides to more than 3 meters, and Yu Chong turned into a hunched giant. Looking at Long Chen, who had transformed into a tiny, Yu Chong was much more majestic than Long Chen in terms of aura alone. "This is an Earth-grade Silver Moon Demon Wolf, and this is your Earth-grade Source Beast Spirit. What beast spirit is this, and what grade is it? Looking at it, could it be a lizard?" After Yu Chong finished speaking, he laughed loudly. In his opinion, a country bumpkin was a country bumpkin. Even if it was in Source Beast Spirit, it couldn't be taken out. The members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang who heard Yu Chong's words also roared with laughter. The 9th prince didn't laugh, because he was also very concerned about the problem of Long Chen's beast spirit. He knew that Long Chen had been using this beast spirit since the Dragon Vein tier, but strangely, it seemed that this beast spirit was still very powerful. In the 9th prince's opinion, Long Chen was somewhat mysterious, and this was one of the mysteries of Long Chen. He wanted to end the battle as quickly as he could. This was Long Chen's goal. "Be careful," Long Chen said faintly as he dashed forward. His speed was like a phantom, and in an instant, a whirlwind was formed. Yu Chong was still mocking Long Chen. However, when he saw Long Chen's speed, his eyes flashed coldly. As he charged forward, the blue dragon halberd appeared in Long Chen's hand. Without saying a word, Long Chen brandished the blue dragon halberd and charged at Yu Chong frantically. The sharp edge of the halberd left afterimages around him. "Trying to snatch a woman from His Highness, you really don't know what's good for you." Yu Chong licked his lips and the beast spirit chi on his body burst out. A wolf tattoo appeared on his body, followed by a threatening murderous aura. His heels stomped on the ground, and his whole body shot towards Long Chen like a cannonball as he slashed out with his claw. The ground shook from his stomp. "Go to hell. Tearing heaven and earth, tearing heaven claw." The light and shadow changed, and the light of a claw pressed towards Long Chen at high speed. One look and you could tell that it was not a simple combat skill. It was at least at the elementary level of the Earth class. Blue Dragon Combat Technique. Dragon battles the star field. As soon as the move was used, the afterimages of the halberd clashed with Yu Chong's claw. As they clashed again and again, there was a sharp sound of friction. Yu Chong's claw was harder than Long Chen had imagined. After clashing with the blue dragon halberd several times, he was not injured at all. However, the two were evenly matched, and in the end, the other party was sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. After retreating over a dozen steps, the two of them finally stopped, looking like they were evenly matched. It was not surprising that Long Chen had retreated so much, but Yu Chong was also in such a sorry state, which made the members of the Heaven Wolf gang feel a little puzzled. At this moment, Yu Tao scolded, "Brat, did you not eat lunch? Or did you spend all your energy on a woman's belly last night? Why do you only have so little energy? If you embarrass His Highness, I'll definitely skin you alive." Yu Chong felt very wronged. He was sure that he had used his full strength, but still could not deal with Long Chen. He was also very puzzled about this. Long Chen was obviously at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, so why did he have the power of the third level of the Heavenly River tier? Moreover, in terms of pure strength, Yu Chong was at the highest level of the third level of the Heavenly River tier, so why was it that Long Chen could match him? Motherfucker, I don't believe this. I'll kill you in one move, lest the night is fraught with trouble. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Yu Chong's eyes. His body was like a phantom, charging towards Long Chen again. At this time, Long Chen had just recovered from the previous attack. Demonic Wolf's secret technique, Silver Moon Slash. In an instant, Yu Chong's huge body suddenly turned into a huge saber light, charging towards Long Chen. This saber light had a terrifyingly sharp aura. Indistinctly, the faces of countless demonic wolves appeared in this saber light, making the power of this saber light even greater. 9 Spins Fire Shield. This time, Long Chen did not choose to clash head-on with him. Instead, he used the 9 Spins Fire Shield. Compared to the time when he was fighting against Emperor Yuan, Long Chen had a much easier time using the 9 Spins Fire Shield this time. Previously, he could only use the 6th spin, but after this period of training and pondering, he could already use the complete state of the 9 Spins Fire Shield. In the continent, offensive battle techniques were as common as dogs, but there were not many defensive battle techniques. Moreover, every defensive battle technique was of the finest quality, and this 9 Spins Fire Shield was even more so. It was an Earth-rank mid-level defensive battle technique. Through the frenzied spinning flame vortex, it could divert a large portion of the attack in all directions. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the Silver Moon Slash and the 9 Spins Fire Shield collided with a loud bang. The spinning of the flames created a whistling sound of wind, and bursts of true energy spread out, causing the surrounding smoke and dust to scatter in all directions. Time's up. Long Chen's eyes flickered. Although the pressure coming from the 9 Spins Fire Shield was great, it couldn't be broken at all. Long Chen was still confident about this. However, with the 9 Spins Fire Shield between them, it didn't seem easy for Long Chen to injure Yu Chong. But this didn't mean that Long Chen didn't have any ideas. It's time to try this move. After thinking of this, Long Chen smiled when he sensed that Yu Chong wanted to break the 9 Spins Fire Shield in a frenzy. Divine Fire Avatar, activate. At this moment, a flame suddenly burned on his body. Then, in the next moment, the flame left his body and turned into a blazing flame avatar. This was the Divine Fire Avatar. After a period of practice on Goldfish Island, Long Chen finally condensed a true fire seed and planted it in his acupuncture points. Today, he used it. When the Divine Fire Avatar came out, only Yu Chong and the others couldn't see it. Yu Tao and the others didn't know what the Divine Fire Avatar was, so they just had some doubts. But for the 9th Prince, it was different. It should be known that Long Chen had only obtained the 9 Spins Fire Shield and the Divine Fire Avatar for a short period of time. But now, Long Chen even used the Divine Fire Avatar, which showed his talent. It should be known that even the 9th Prince had only recently completed the first level of the Divine Fire Avatar. If he wanted to use it in a battle, he didn't know if it would work. Your Highness, do you want me to erase it? Old Yen noticed the abnormality of the 9th Prince, so he asked. Nonsense. Let's not talk about it now. Let's watch the battle, the 9th Prince said in a low voice. Big brother, what is that brat executing? Why does it seem to be some sort of innate technique? Why does this country bumpkin have so many treasures? Mid-level Earth-ranked offensive battle techniques, defensive battle techniques, and even a mid-level Earth-ranked divine weapon. The person who spoke earlier felt his eyes turning red with envy. He is now one of your highness's people. Without your highness's permission, we'd better not move. Remember that, Yu Tao said, frowning and looking at the battlefield. At this time, Long Chen's divine fire avatar had finished condensing. Without hesitation, the divine fire avatar jumped into the 9 spins fire shield and disappeared. The divine flame doppelganger possesses 1/5 of the original's power. This is already more powerful than the first rank of the Heavenly River tier. You can still withstand such an unexpected attack. Long Chen sneered inwardly. Under the great pressure of the silver moon slash, Long Chen began to retreat step by step. I'm defeated. Yu Chong, who was crazily using the silver moon slash, was indescribably excited when he saw that victory was in sight. He was just about to follow up with another attack when, at this time, a fiery figure suddenly jumped out from the 9 spins fire shield. Yu Chong didn't even have time to resist, and his forehead was directly punched. Boom! A wave of flames swept over Yu Chong's body, quickly burning his wolf-shaped demonic beast's fur. Yu Chong was sent flying by the punch, and at this time, Long Chen withdrew the 9 spins fire shield and suddenly rushed at the injured Yu Chong. The halberd slashed down, smashing into Yu Chong's lower abdomen, and this huge body was slashed to the ground. Boom! Yu Chong smashed into the ground and let out a scream. At this time, the flames on his body were forcibly extinguished, but when he could see clearly, he felt a little cold at his throat. When he opened his eyes, it turned out that Long Chen's blue dragon halberd was already pressed against his throat. You lost. Long Chen said indifferently. Yu Chong looked at all this in disbelief, his eyes were wide open, but the residual burning pain on his body told him that Long Chen wasn't lying, he was indeed defeated. Impossible. Yu Chong tried to struggle. If you move again, believe it or not, I will chop your head off. Long Chen looked at him with a playful look and said with a smile. This scene was seen by everyone. Yu Tao and the others felt the same as Yu Chong. At first, they couldn't believe it, then they became angry, and finally, they felt guilty because they were about to lose one of the 9th prince's fire essence. The 9th prince looked at Long Chen indifferently, his hands were behind his back. Only old Yen could see that the 9th prince's fists were tightly clenched. Chapter 298. In fact, for the 9th prince, this fire-refined essence was superfluous, which was also the reason why he placed it in the study. The reason why his heart was filled with killing intent was not because he was about to lose the fire-refined essence, but because Long Chen had already given him pressure. For him, Long Chen's growth was too much. From a nobody, a character that could be easily killed, he was quickly closing in on him. Watching Long Chen defeat Yu Chong, everyone's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, who were laughing at Long Chen just now, seemed to have been slapped by Long Chen. The burning sensation on their faces made the anger in their hearts gradually burn. The weak, the timid, will only suffer endless bullying and humiliation. If I didn't take the risk to fight with this boy today, I'm afraid I would never be able to raise my head in front of these guys. But now it's different. Long Chen thought in his heart. He removed the dragon's soul transformation, put away the blue dragon halberd, and no longer looked at his defeated opponent, Yu Chong. Instead, he said to the 9th prince, Your Highness, you are the witness. Now the battle situation should be very clear. Yes, you defeated Yu Chong. According to the agreement, this fire-refined essence belongs to you. Elder Yen, go up and take it. The 9th prince concealed the emotions in his heart and said with a faint smile. Elder Yen nodded, looked at Long Chen, and then rushed up to the roof. Under the somewhat guilty eyes of the people of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, he handed the fire-refined essence to Long Chen. The heat of this fire-refined essence was not low, and it also burst with a strong light. Long Chen hurriedly put it into his cosmos sack, otherwise, Lingxi's eyes might be damaged. Thank you, Your Highness. Also, when I go to Ni Yang's Wonderland, Lingxi and Xiao Lang can stay in Prince Yu's mansion. After Long Chen expressed his gratitude, he suddenly said so. Oh. The ninth prince had already known that Long Chen would not agree. After all, Long Chen had yet to truly trust him. How could he hand over the person closest to him to the ninth prince? If that's the case, then it's fine. Don't worry, Miss Lingxi is in my residence. I can assure you that she's absolutely safe, the ninth prince said with a smile. There was a mysterious light in his eyes. At this moment, when the members of the Sky Wolf gang saw that they had nothing to do, they glared at Long Chen, then left with the ninth prince. It's getting late. I'll send someone to arrange accommodations for you. After the people from the Heavenly Wolf gang left, the ninth prince made arrangements for Long Chen and Yi Zichen before leaving. In a luxurious and cozy room, Long Chen leaned against the wall with Lingxi in his arms. Little Shi, are you sure you want to stay in Prince Yu's mansion? Long Chen asked worriedly. Long Chen was well aware of the ninth prince's attitude. Placing Lingxi here was no different from sending a lamb into a tiger's den. Previously, he had agreed to the ninth prince's request purely because Lingxi had hinted from the side. Chen, you have no confidence in me. Big brother Chen, don't you have any confidence in me? You're merely at the 6th level of the Heavenly River tier. What can you do to me? Moreover, don't you have little wolf? Moreover, even if I can't preserve my life, I'll just abandon this physical body and return to the Lingxi sword. In any case, you're going to obtain the 9 heaven celestial fruit for me. This mortal body is filled with many troublesome matters, so it's fine if I don't want it, Lingxi said mischievously. That's indeed the case. However, it wasn't easy for me to obtain this mysterious heaven jade lotus, and I could be intimate with you for a while. It would be a pity if I lost it. Only now did Long Chen understand Lingxi's thoughts. The ninth prince had his eyes on Lingxi. However, he didn't use extreme methods like directly killing Long Chen and forcefully occupying Lingxi. This meant that a proud person like him wouldn't stoop to such a thing. What he wanted was Lingxi's heart, and Lingxi's heart was already with Long Chen. How could he snatch it away? Even if he went crazy in the end, Lingxi could simply abandon the mysterious heaven jade lotus and return to Lingxi's sword. There was no one here who could touch the Lingxi's sword. There's nothing we can do about that. Previously, we didn't think that this ninth prince was a bad person. It's only today that he accidentally exposed himself. If we had known that Xiao Lang and I would be staying on the Golden Fish Island, we wouldn't have come in. Now that we've been targeted by him, with his ability, he'll be able to find us no matter where we go. We might as well just stay here and wait for you to return with good news. Lingxi was worried that Long Chen would be under a lot of pressure, so she carefully analyzed the situation for him. Their relationship had already reached an incredibly solid level since they had come from Biyao town. After listening to Lingxi's words, Long Chen's heart was very clear. He was no longer worried about the things that he was originally worried about. Anyway, no matter what, it was impossible for the ninth prince to have his way, so there was nothing for him to be afraid of. As long as he obtained the 9 heaven celestial fruit, he could go far away. When that time came, he would be strong enough. If the ninth prince tried to stop him, he could just stab him to death with his halberd. Ninth prince, oh, ninth prince, you let me become a divine guard of the divine realm and gave me the opportunity to go to Ni Yang's divine realm. If you're really a good person, I'd be willing to be friends with you and repay you in the future. However, since you've set your eyes on my treasure, then don't blame me for being cruel and merciless. Long Chen had never been a person who would allow others to bully him. Today, he was living under someone else's roof, so he endured it. However, if he was given the opportunity to soar to success, regardless of his identity, Long Chen would definitely take revenge. Lingxi was the biggest taboo in Long Chen's heart. Other men, let alone touching her, even if Long Chen just had the slightest idea, he would directly kill them. However, the ninth prince actually dared to do such a thing, which was really a taboo for Long Chen. Therefore, in his heart, Long Chen had already set a death sentence for him. Little she, you and Xiao Lang just stay here obediently. I'll soon obtain the 9 heavens celestial fruit, then I'll take you away from here. Moreover, with the speed of my cultivation, at that time, there might not be anyone who can stop me. Just from inheriting the inheritance blood essence, Long Chen had become very confident. Chen, I know, you're really long-winded, just like an auntie. Lingxi made a funny face. Good, Lingxi, you're the auntie. No, I have to turn you into an auntie. Long Chen's mood became a lot more relaxed, and he laughed mischievously. How? Lingxi asked foolishly. Just watch and you'll know. Long Chen let out a strange laugh, and carried her soft body horizontally. With a whoosh, he moved to the side of the bed, then placed Lingxi down, opened his arms, and threw Lingxi into his embrace. What are you doing, Chen? You're so heavy. Feeling Long Chen's warm aura, Lingxi was a little flustered, and her face flushed red. She hurriedly stretched out her hands, wanting to push Long Chen away, but with her mortal strength, she couldn't move Long Chen at all. Lingxi's body had the fragrance of a lotus. For Long Chen, this was the source of temptation. At this moment, looking at the girl in his embrace who was scared and shy, and the faint mist in her eyes, as well as the faint sound of her breathing, all of this caused Long Chen's blood to boil. Lingxi, I want to ask you something. Long Chen knew that Lingxi was a very traditional person, and he didn't dare to do anything that would leave a shadow in her heart. After all, the current her didn't seem to understand anything. What is it? As long as she was pressed by Long Chen and felt his warmth, Lingxi felt her whole body heat up. This kind of feeling made her a little eager, but also a little uncomfortable. Her whole heart was hanging in the air, unable to go up or down. When have you decided to consummate your marriage with me? Long Chen asked shamelessly. Lingxi had occasionally heard about consummating their marriage. It seemed that after consummating their marriage, she would transform from a girl to a woman. Lingxi roughly knew what Long Chen was referring to. Bastard, scoundrel, wait until you're dead. Long Chen's words scared her, and she pushed him even harder. Sure enough, she still couldn't accept it. I'll die now. Long Chen laughed and was about to scare Lingxi when Xiao Lang walked in from the outside. Long Chen was shocked and jumped out of the bed at lightning speed. He looked at Xiao Lang awkwardly, and his old face was red. The wolf cub stayed where it was. Its dark eyes widened as if it had been startled. Then, it immediately turned around and ran away with a whoosh. Chen, you go out. This scene was seen by Xiao Lang, and Long Chen was a little embarrassed, let alone Lingxi. Seeing that she was a little angry, Long Chen quickly comforted her and ran out. Although Lingxi had changed a little more mature, she was still a little scary when she got angry. When he found Xiao Lang outside, Long Chen pretended that nothing had happened. He looked at Xiao Lang for a while and asked, You've swallowed the fire essence and reached the 4th grade of the earth rank. Xiao Lang nodded. After getting confirmation, Long Chen was a little stunned, and then he sighed in his heart. No wonder the Burning Heaven Demon Emperor praised Xiao Lang's talent so much. As long as a demonic beast like the sun-devouring demonic wolf had enough fire attribute treasures, its growth rate would be extremely fast. It was hard for ordinary demonic beasts to advance, but when it advanced, it was even more terrifying than a human. Sitting on a green stone, Long Chen looked at the starry sky and said, Tomorrow, I'll enter the Ni Yang immortal realm. You stay by Lingxi's side at all times and protect her. When I get the 9 heavens immortal fruit, we'll find a place to cultivate, and when we're strong enough, we'll come back to avenge you. What do you think? Xiao Lang nodded, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. It should be known that he was going to face the imperial family, and Long Chen did not hesitate to say that he would help him take revenge. We'll cultivate the divine fire clone together, and I succeeded first. I'll tell you my cultivation experience now, and if there's anything good in the future, we brothers will also cultivate together. Xiao Lang might really have the talent to cultivate battle skills. Although the meridians of wolves were different from those of humans, they were also spiritual creatures born from heaven and earth. Xiao Lang was originally a human, and he might really succeed after some exploration. In the process of communicating with the wolf cub, Long Chen continued to condense the true fire seed. For him, the most difficult part of the divine fire doppelganger was condensing the first doppelganger. Next, he only needed to repeat the original process. After accompanying Lingxi for a night, the next day, Long Chen set out on the road to the Ni Yang immortal realm. Chapter 299. Long Chen had told Lingxi and Xiao Lang everything that needed to be said. Early the next morning, Long Chen did not let Lingxi and Xiao Lang send him off. He went directly to Prince Yu's residence. The others had not arrived yet. Long Chen stood where he was for a while. At the end of the street, the figures of the heavenly wolf triad finally appeared. This brat actually wants us brothers to welcome him personally. He is really arrogant. I will teach him a lesson, a bald, burly man said with some savagery. Don't be rash. If you want to fight, do it in the Wonderland where there is no one. You don't have face, but His Highness does. Don't cause trouble for His Highness, Yu Tao said angrily. When they were not far from Long Chen, Yu Tao shouted at him, Brat, follow me outside the city. Ni Yang's Wonderland is outside the imperial city. From their words, Long Chen guessed this, so he walked behind the heavenly wolf triad. They could not be bothered with Long Chen, and Long Chen naturally could not be bothered with them. His indifferent attitude made Yu Chong, who was walking beside Yu Tao, more and more murderous. Brother, promise me that you will kill this Long Chen in the Wonderland, Yu Chong said in a low voice. What's the hurry? I already looked for His Highness last night. His plan is to spend a month with Lady Lingxi and see how things go. If we kill Long Chen now, His Highness is worried that Lady Lingxi will guess the truth and bear a grudge against His Highness. So it is best for us to bear with it. Whether to kill Long Chen, we have to wait for a month, Yu Tao said seriously. I do not understand. Did His Highness bring this Long Chen back from Yuanling City for Lady Lingxi? Why did he not kill Long Chen in Yuanling City? Yu Chong asked. In the beginning, His Highness valued him because of his potential, but my guess is that because of Lady Lingxi, His Highness knew that Long Chen would never be loyal to him, so he decided to give up on Long Chen. Why go through so much trouble? The way I see it, we might as well just kill off Long Chen. She's just a woman. Can't we just take her? Yu Chong said in a somewhat depressed tone. Nonsense. As a prince, His Highness only has his own pride. How can you compare him to us? However, I reckon that if Miss Lingxi's determination is firm, His Highness will go crazy sooner or later. Long Chen will die sooner or later. What are you worried about? Yu Tao said in a low voice. Yu Chong finally understood. After leaving Jade Core Imperial City, Long Chen followed them under Yu Tao's lead, and they headed east. All along the way, the members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang gathered together and chatted loudly, and they'd completely overlooked Long Chen's existence. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, and he was happy to be left alone. After walking for about 20 kilometers, an emerald green forest appeared in front of them. At this time, Yu Tao walked to the side of Long Chen and said condescendingly, We will reach Ni Yang City soon. When we reach Ni Yang City, I will take you to see the legendary Lord Sword Devil. At that time, you better speak less and don't move. Otherwise, if you die, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't you want me to die? Long Chen smiled and said indifferently. What do you mean? Yu Tao said with a gloomy gaze. Long Chen shrugged and no longer answered. He only cared about walking on his own path. Boy, you can be cocky now. A mere country bumpkin dares to go against His Highness. You really don't know life from death. Behind him, Yu Tao sneered. Soon, they arrived at the Ni Yang city that Yu Tao had mentioned. This Anyang city was completely different from the Biyao imperial city. Anyang city was entirely black in color, and it looked just like a battle fortress. It was ferocious and domineering, and it had sharp edges and sharp curves. It revealed a terrifying and breathtaking aura. The entire Anyang city actually only had a ring-shaped city wall. However, there were countless densely packed rooms within the city wall. When Longchen saw it from afar, he was able to tell that there were at least several tens of thousands of soldiers stationed within the city wall. You shouldn't underestimate these Anyang army. 50,000 Anyang army, even 150,000 Biyao imperial city's garrison army would not be a match for them. The lowest requirement to become a member of the Anyang army is to be at the Earth Core realm. The 5 great leaders of the Anyang army and the Supreme Imperial Uncle, the Sword Demon, are not people that the 7 great commanders of the Imperial City's garrison army can compare with. Indistinctly, Longchen heard the members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang discussing this issue. Within the Imperial City, the garrison army was guarding the perimeter. However, within Anyang City, there were actually 50,000 Anyang army soldiers. Moreover, every single one of them was in existence above the Earth Core realm. Moreover, there were even the 5 great leaders, the Sword Demon, and other experts keeping watch. From this, it could be seen how strict the imperial family was in guarding the Anyang Immortals realm. It seems that it won't be easy for me to find the 9 heaven celestial fruit in the Anyang Immortals realm. Longchen began to have concerns in this aspect. Following Yu Tao, Longchen began to enter Anyang City. The city gate of Anyang City was guarded very strictly. Immortal Realm Divine Guards could only enter after showing a white identity card. Originally, Longchen didn't have the qualifications to enter Anyang City. However, Yu Tao told the gatekeeper that Longchen was an Immortal Realm Divine Guard newly recommended by the 9th Prince. Only then did the gatekeeper agree. However, he needed a small team of Anyang army soldiers to personally lead Longchen to the place where the Sword Demon was. Confirming identity and registering. This strict system caused Longchen's heart to turn cold. If one were to look towards the inside of Anyang City, one would be able to see that the entire Anyang City was surrounded by a gigantic lake. That lake was clear and transparent, just like a tranquil mirror. Only when people entered the lake one by one would faint ripples appear, which would then disappear in an instant. Within Anyang City, all the members of the Anyang army wore black battle armor. Even their heads were covered by heavy armor. Only the Immortal Realm Divine Guards wore different kinds of clothes. Among those who had sunk to the bottom of the lake, none of them wore black battle armor. Therefore, Longchen could be sure that these people should be Immortal Realm Divine Guards. In other words, the entrance to the Anyang Immortals realm should be in the middle of this lake. This is the Moon Compassion Lake. The entrance to the Anyang Immortals realm is in the middle of this lake. You can become a Immortal Realm Divine Guard and enter the Anyang Immortals realm. I really envy you. Right at this moment, one of the black-armored men said. He could tell that although the men from the Heavenly Wolf Gang had brought Longchen here, they weren't in the same group as Longchen. How many years have you been here? He could tell that this black-armored Anyang army soldier was a young man, and he should be around the same age as Longchen. 3 years. Ever since I was young, my dream has been to become an Immortal Realm Divine Guard. However, because of my own innate talent, I'm still at the initial Heavenly Core realm. That's why I can only be a member of the Anyang army. However, compared to you, I have my advantages. I don't have to face any dangers. In this world, there is no one who dares to attack Anyang City and seize the Anyang Immortals realm. As for you, in the Immortal Realm, not only will you face the threat of immortal beasts, you will also have to fight against each other and kill each other. I think you should be more careful. While saying this, the black-armored young man subconsciously looked at the Heavenly Wolf Gang and continued, I know this group of people. They used to be horse bandits, and they have killed many people. However, after they became the 9th Prince's subordinates, they restrained themselves a lot. But, a leopard cannot change its spots. Thank you. Long Chen nodded his head in response to the young man's advice. He could tell that this black-armored young man was a kind-hearted person. It was rare to see such a sincere person. I've said too much. Hee, we're almost at Lord Sword Devil's palace. Speaking of which, I've been here for 3 years, but I've never seen him with my own eyes. But, you've already seen his face the moment you arrived. Sword Devil, Long Chen had some impression of this man. Before Xiao Lang became the sun-devouring demon wolf, Long Chen had asked him who his enemies were. Sword Devil's name was one of them, and he was one of the main perpetrators. Lord Sword Devil is the younger brother of the current Sword Emperor. His cultivation level has already reached the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier. In the entire Xiangyang nation, he can be ranked in the top 3. With him guarding Anyang City, there's absolutely no danger. These 2 people are the pillars of the Xiangyang nation, and I've admired them since I was young, the black-armored young man said emotionally. It could be seen that this young man was probably a little stifled. After chatting with Long Chen for a while, he immediately changed the topic. The people of the Heavenly Wolf Gang did not tell Long Chen anything about the rules of the Anyang Immortals realm. Thus, for some information, Long Chen could only find out from this black-armored young man. After a while, they finally arrived at Sword Devil's palace. This legendary expert known as the Sword Demon lived a very simple life. In front of them was a simple black iron tower. The iron tower was a little old, but it could not conceal its sharpness. The sharp aura pierced Long Chen's skin and made him feel a little pain. Just the place where he lives has such a sharp sword. I'm afraid it's not too much to call this person Sword Devil. An expert should be worthy of my respect. However, you are Xiao Lang's enemy, and this is another matter. After sending Long Chen here, the black-armored young man had no choice but to leave. Today was the beginning of the month. During this month, there were many people who joined the Immortals Realm Divine Guards. At this moment, there were already many people waiting at the door. In front of Sword Devil's palace, Yu Tao did not dare to be too presumptuous, and warned Long Chen in a low voice, "Stay here first. When everyone is here, all of you will have to go through Lord Sword Devil's personal inspection." Long Chen raised his head, and in front of him was a closed iron door. He's really arrogant. After coming to this Anyang city, Long Chen truly felt what kind of power the imperial family had. This Anyang city was only a corner of the imperial family, but it was already so terrifying. What Long Chen did not lack was patience. Time passed bit by bit. He came here in the morning, and it was only in the afternoon that the iron door opened. It was dark and cold inside. When the door opened, a strong wind blew out. Long Chen stood in front of it, and he was the first to bear the brunt of it. He quickly circulated his true qi to resist it. After the strong wind passed, Long Chen found that his clothes had been cut open by the strong wind. This was just a natural strong wind. Because of the expert swordsman inside, it naturally formed. When the door opened, it naturally blew out. Long Chen was a little scared. Newly promoted Immortals Realm Divine Guards, come in. Chapter 300. Long Chen and the other 8 new Immortal Realm Divine Guards entered the Iron Tower. As for Yu Tao and the others, they could only wait outside. It seems that this sword demon is really famous. These guys didn't even say a word. As Long Chen walked in the pitch-black passageway, he sized up the few people beside him. Among them, 2 people caught his attention. One of them was clad in black armor, and was dressed in the typical attire of the Anyang army. Long Chen reckoned that this guy was originally a member of the Anyang army. Then, because of his outstanding performance, his strength rose rapidly, and he was promoted to an Immortal Realm Divine Guard. As for the other one, he was a short and skinny man. He was only about as tall as Long Chen's chest. His face was a little pale, but he had delicate features. His appearance was not bad, but he had an arrogant look on his face. Even in front of the sword demon, he could not hide his arrogant character. This guy should be from the Wu tribe. When they were outside, this guy was also very dazzling. There were several immortal realm divine guards escorting him, and all of them bowed and scraped to him. After listening to the description of the people of Golden Fish Island, Long Chen felt enmity towards the Wu tribe. Along the way, they were silent. Soon, they walked into a large hall. The walls of the hall were dark, and there were 4 huge torches burning in the 4 corners, illuminating the dark hall. In front of the hall, there was a seat in the middle, and there were another 5 seats scattered on both sides of the seat in the middle. At this time, there were a total of 6 seats, all of which were occupied. In Long Chen's mind, the sword demon and the 5 great magnates that the black-armored youth had mentioned previously appeared. These should be the 6 most powerful experts in Niyang City. Long Chen's gaze was first attracted by the figure at the top. This was a white-haired martial artist with a youthful face. Time did not leave any traces on his face. He was just sitting there, but Long Chen could feel an oppressive aura pressing towards him. When his gaze swept over him, Long Chen felt a tingling sensation on his skin. This should be the sword demon. The sword demon's age was estimated to be in his 40s. However, he was able to maintain the appearance of a young man, which was very rare. From this, it could be seen that the sword demon was definitely extraordinary. Below Sword Devil sat 5 middle-aged men with different appearances. They gave Long Chen a feeling that they were inferior to Sword Devil, but they were still much stronger than Long Chen. Sit down. The white-haired young man in the middle. Sword demon softly spat out 2 words. Long Chen suddenly felt an invisible force binding his body and pushing him to a seat not far away. There were a total of 9 people, and each of them had their own seat. Long Chen glanced around and discovered that he was sitting at the very back, and beside him was the black-armored warrior. Song Yufeng, come up. Sword demon glanced around and his gaze stopped on the short man. Before entering the Iron Tower, the short man's expression was filled with arrogance. However, after entering, he was completely suppressed by Sword Demon. At this moment, he could only lower his head and obediently listen to Sword Demon's instructions. Yes. The short man named Song Yufeng stood up and trembled as he walked towards Sword Demon. Because of fear, his face was somewhat pale. At this moment, below Sword Demon, a short and fat middle-aged man hurriedly smiled and said to Sword Demon, "Lord, this is my son, Song Yufeng. He is 16 years old today and is already at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier." Your son. Sword Demon looked Song Yufeng up and down, nodded, and said, reaching the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier at the age of 16 is already similar to a disciple of the imperial family. Not bad. Since he is your son, there is no need to check. Song Yufeng, you can leave. Yes, thank you, Lord. Finally, not having to face the pressure of this terrifying sword demon, Song Yufeng hurriedly nodded and bowed, then eagerly returned to the distance. Long Chen indifferently watched this scene. Among the 5 big shots, there was a person from the Wei clan. Long Chen was surprised. After all, the Yamato clan was one of the 3 big clans of Biyao Imperial City. As one of the 3 big clans, it was not surprising for them to occupy a position here. At this moment, another person had already gone up to accept the sword demon's check. Sword demon only used his palm to walk 1 round around his body, touched the place with the star veins, and then it was done. At this moment, the black-armored martial artist beside him suddenly asked Long Chen, "Brother, do you know what he is checking?" His hand touched the star veins, so he must be checking the nature of true qi. "We are all recommended, so there should not be any problems," Long Chen said after thinking for a while. He then sized up this black-armored martial artist. Because of his relationship with the black-armored youth, Long Chen felt a sense of familiarity with this black-armored martial artist. Moreover, this black-armored martial artist's gaze was firm and pure, and did not look like someone who could not be befriended like Song Yufeng. What Long Chen lacked the most now was friends, so he would not let go of anyone who could become a friend. How should I address you? It was not their turn yet, so Longchen turned around and asked him. Zhang Yuanteng, how about you? My name is Longchen. You should have been in the Niyang army, right? Longchen asked. Indeed. My aptitude was not good before, but recently I have improved and reached the second level of the Heavenly River tier. Moreover, I have some understanding of the Niyang Immortals realm, so an exception was made for me to be promoted to a divine guard of the Immortals realm, the black-armored martial artist, Zhang Yuanteng, lamented. You have a very good understanding of the Niyang Immortals realm. I followed the 9th prince here from Yuanling City, and everything here is very unfamiliar to me. Since you know so much, tell me about it, Longchen said softly with a smile. Following the 9th prince and being able to receive the appreciation of the imperial family, it seems that your talent is really not bad. What you have said, I am naturally willing. When I go out, I rely on my friends. I feel honored to be able to serve you, haha. Although this Zhang Yuanteng had not spoken previously, once he spoke, it was obvious that he was definitely a straightforward and forthright person. Longchen chatted with him, asking about the Niyang city, the Niyang Immortals realm, and finally, the 5 big shots. The 5 big shots are all at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier. Among them, the 2 on the left are members of the imperial family, and the other 3 on the right are members of the imperial family. Now, they are members of the 3 great clans. That Song Yufeng's father is the clan leader of the Yamato clan, Zhang Yuanteng said in a low voice. Because the sword demon and the others were at the end of the great hall, they did not dare to speak too loudly when they spoke. Very soon, it was Zhang Yuanteng's turn. Zhang Yuanteng had started from the Niyang army, so naturally, there would not be any problems. Thus, he quickly came down and switched with Longchen. In this dark and deep great hall, Longchen stepped on the shiny black floor. Under the gaze of 1/9 level of the Heavenly River tier and 5/8 level of the Heavenly River tier, he arrived in front of the sword demon, and then stopped in his tracks. Unlike Song Yufeng's submissive attitude, although the person standing in front of him was a top-notch elite, Longchen did not have the slightest bit of fear. That was because there were many things in this world that caused him to revere, but it was definitely not an expert at the 9th level of the Heavenly River tier in front of him. The sword demon paid attention to Longchen's eyes, and then, without saying another word, reached out his hand, and rolled it 1 round in front of Longchen's chest and abdomen through his clothes. Longchen felt a wave of hot air rise from his hand, and then engulf Longchen's body. Within the star vein, it very quickly went through a cycle, and returned to the sword demon's hand. So you are the Longchen that little 9 recommended. Looking at Longchen, the sword demon was a bit puzzled. He was indeed insisting on the nature of true qi, and wanted to see if there was any demonic qi in Longchen's true qi, and whether he was a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Palace. He did not discover any demonic qi in Longchen's true qi, but the nature of Longchen's true qi was currently 4 times that of others, so the feeling he gave the sword demon was different from others. Yes, Lord Sword Demon, what's the matter? Longchen nodded. Nothing, you may leave. The sword demon shook his head. He only felt that it was a bit strange. Longchen then left. Getting close to this enemy of Shaolang, Longchen felt even more that he was asking for a fight. The sword qi on his body seemed to be all-pervasive, entering into Longchen's body. Just getting close to him made Longchen feel a bit uncomfortable. When Longchen left, the 9 people had already finished the examination. At this time, the sword demon did not announce the end of the examination. Instead, he directly walked in front of Longchen and the others, and said, "There is no problem with your background. However, the Niyang celestial realm requires battle prowess, and battle prowess and cultivation level are not completely equal. Now, I need to examine your battle prowess. The first level of the Heavenly River tier is the lowest standard for a celestial realm divine guard. However, even if you are at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, if your strength is not enough, you have to get out of here." His eyes swept over the 9 people, and that cold gaze made everyone involuntarily lower their heads, not daring to look at him. The rules are very simple. I will not make a move, and you will use your strongest moves to attack me. I will be able to tell whose attack is not strong enough, and who has no battle experience. So, all of you, stand up. Since he was called the Sword Demon, he definitely had a unique and crazy personality. Just now, the Sword Demon was still calm, but now, his voice was filled with coldness, and his whole person was like a sharp unsheathed sword. Just by standing here, he was swallowing and spitting out a suffocating sharpness. Among the group, Long Chen was the first to stand up. His determination was stronger than the others, especially since the Sword Demon had a grudge against Xiao Lang. Long Chen did not fear him, so he was not afraid of him. As for the others, even Song Yifeng, who was at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, when he stood up, his legs were trembling. The Sword Demon shook the ground, and the luxurious chair was instantly turned into dust, and the hall suddenly seemed empty. Celestial Realm Divine Guards not only have to pay attention to battle, but also have to pay attention to cooperation. From now on, the 9 of you will form a group, and attack me with all your strength. Whoever is not crazy enough, or doesn't know how to cooperate, will immediately get out of here. The 9 people looked at each other. In order to not get out, they were all like cornered dogs, jumping over a wall. Chapter 301. When the Sword Demon finished speaking, everyone no longer cared about their identities. With the Sword Demon's strength, it was impossible for him to injure them, so they could do whatever they wanted. Hey! After Song Wufeng thought this through, he was the first to attack. He was the only 5th level Heaven River tier cultivator present, and his status was also the highest. His father was watching his performance from the side. Thinking back to what his father had said to him before, Song Wufeng knew that he had to perform his best this time. He had to be the most superior, and it would be best if he could obtain the Sword Demon's praise. Thus, even though he had a delicate appearance, once his violent nature was triggered, he would become the craziest. With a dagger in hand, Song Wufeng used his fastest speed to pass through the crowd and attack the Sword Demon. Indeed, in the face of great pressure, everyone could go crazy. However, the scene was a mess, and there was no cooperation at all. Only Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng advanced shoulder to shoulder. They looked at each other and prepared to take care of each other. Secret technique, vortex will stab. After rushing to the front, Song Wufeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. True qi erupted from his body, and the dagger in his hand spun. Instantly, it was as if his entire body had turned into a whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, the blade flashed continuously as it pounced towards the Sword Demon. Seeing such an attack, Long Chen was secretly shocked. This move was definitely a medium earth tier battle technique, and combined with Song Wufeng's cultivation at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, the destructive power was so great that Long Chen guessed that even if he used the 9-spiral fire shield at full strength, it would be very difficult to block it. From this, it could be seen that there were countless true geniuses in the Imperial City. How will the Sword Demon counter this move? Long Chen stared at Song Wufeng's vortex will stab, which was about to hit the Sword Demon's body. The Sword Demon's expression was indifferent. Just as he was about to be injured, he slowly extended his hand. It seemed slow, but in reality, it was incomparably fast. An arm, without any true qi, directly pierced into the vortex will stab. How is that possible? Long Chen was taken aback. That was because he saw that the attack that he couldn't block had been easily broken by Sword Demon. He used his hand to reach into the vortex and grabbed Song Wufeng's wrist. With a shake, he threw Song Wufeng out. So strong. Long Chen's eyes darkened when he saw this. Even Song Yifeng was directly thrown out. The others were even worse off. Their attacks did not even get close to Sword Demon before they were all thrown out by him. Sword Demon's eyebrows were furrowed from beginning to end. It seemed that no one could satisfy him, not even Song Yifeng. After being thrown out, Song Yufeng panicked. He quickly got up and charged at the sword demon again. His previous performance was nothing special. Hence, he had to make a stunning performance in order to gain the recognition of the expert before him. At this time, among the 9 people, 6 had already been thrown out. Long Chen had already taken out his blue dragon halberd as he rushed forward. As for the abnormal amplification of the dragon's soul transformation, he didn't need it yet. Brother Long Chen, I will cover. You attack. At the critical moment, Zhang Yuanteng suddenly said. All right. Long Chen decisively agreed and then took a step back. They both knew that since Sword Demon wanted to see them cooperate, they would cooperate for him to see. At the very least, with 2 people cooperating, they would be better off than the others who would be thrown out at the same time. Zhang Yuanteng took a step forward and blocked Long Chen's back. At the same time, he stood up and punched out a pitch-black fist mark towards the Sword Demon. Long Chen followed closely behind. When Zhang Yuanteng punched out, Long Chen's blue dragon halberd passed by his side. Blue dragon battle technique, dragon soars to the 9th heaven. Following closely behind Zhang Yuanteng, the dragon soars to the 9th heaven rose from a corner that Sword Demon couldn't see and attacked from below. Although it was the first time they met, their cooperation was quite tacit. At least, after Sword Demon blocked Zhang Yuanteng's punch and threw him out, it was already too late to resist Long Chen's dragon soars to the 9th heaven. A trace of praise flashed in his eyes. Not bad. Sword Demon suddenly turned around and used his movement technique to dodge Long Chen's dragon soars to the 9th heaven. At the same time, he grabbed towards Long Chen with lightning speed. All the people who attacked him were thrown out by him. Although Long Chen's attack gave him enough distance to dodge, Sword Demon didn't let him escape the fate of being thrown out. Want to throw me? Long Chen secretly chuckled. He withdrew dragon soars to the 9th heaven while retreating at high speed. At the same time, his body suddenly ignited with a red flame. A flaming silhouette suddenly rushed out from his body and collided with Sword Demon. It happened to block Sword Demon's path. Divine Fire Clone. Bang! The Divine Fire Clone suddenly exploded. This was the power of Sword Demon's move. However, before the Divine Fire Clone exploded, Long Chen had already successfully escaped. After rolling on the ground a few times, he was already out of Sword Demon's attack range. Raising his head, he saw that this man called Sword Demon had no intention of attacking. Instead, he looked at Long Chen approvingly and said, "Brat, there hasn't been anyone who can avoid being thrown out by me for over a year. You're only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, but you can do this." Not bad, not bad. 2 consecutive not bad words. This was about the highest praise he could give. This guy is really amazing. It's just that simple. I lost a true fire seed. I need to spend almost half a day to condense a true fire seed. Long Chen was a bit depressed. Long Chen didn't care much about Sword Demon's praise. He didn't know the meaning behind it, but everyone else did. At this moment, the 5 big shots were all looking at Long Chen, who was previously an inconspicuous character. Everyone was most optimistic about Song Yifeng. Unexpectedly, even Song Yifeng's performance was ordinary, while Long Chen had miraculously dodged Sword Demon's throw and even received his praise. Sword Demon stopped moving, which meant that this test was over. Long Chen had a little bit of limelight. He didn't think it was a big deal, but there was a youth that had already set his eyes on him. Song Yifeng was determined to show off in front of Sword Demon, attract his attention, and receive his praise. However, all of this was given to Long Chen, a nobody. Song Yifeng looked at Long Chen with a malicious gaze and secretly remembered Long Chen's appearance. "Idiot, if I caught you in the celestial realm, I would definitely kill you. You're only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and you dare to show off in front of me?" At this time, everyone was obediently lining up in front of Sword Demon. Zhang Yuanteng touched Long Chen's arm and said with a smile, "Your performance just now was not bad. Actually, it was all because you covered for me before, Long Chen said honestly. This is a small matter, not worth mentioning. Oh, right, when we get out, don't leave first. I have something to tell you, Zhang Yuanting whispered in Long Chen's ear. Long Chen nodded. At this time, Sword Demon looked around and said, I have seen your performance just now. In terms of cultivation level, you all definitely have the qualifications to be Celestial Realm Divine Guards. However, some of you did not pass the test in actual combat and need to go back and cultivate properly. Now, I will announce the name list of those who did not pass. The 9 people's hearts tightened as they listened carefully. These Celestial Realm Divine Guards were very important to Long Chen. Although Long Chen knew that if there were no accidents, he would definitely become a Celestial Realm Divine Guard, he was still a little nervous. Sword Demon quickly announced the results. Long Chen and Zhang Yuanting were not among them. Zhang Yuanting's strength was not strong among them, but because of his cooperation with Long Chen, he received Sword Demon's approval. Among the 9 people, 3 were eliminated. Long Chen and the other 5 were divided into one group, while Long Chen and Zhang Yuanting were divided into the other group. From Sword Demon's words, Long Chen knew that Ni Yang Immortal Realm was divided into 3 large areas, namely, the primary area, the middle area, and the high area. These areas were divided according to the strength of the immortal beasts in each area, as well as the preciousness of the spirit medicines and treasures. Although Song Yufeng's strength was at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier, he had to stay in the primary area and go through a period of training before he could go to the middle area. As for Long Chen, it was needless to say. In the primary area, there were another 20 areas. This time, Long Chen and Zhang Yuanting were assigned to the 18th area, the same area as the Heavenly Wolf Gang. However, Song Yufeng and the other 3 were assigned to the 17th area. After you have received your Jade identification cards, you may leave. The chiefs of the 17th and 18th areas are waiting for you outside. They will explain in detail how to become Celestial Realm Divine Guards, Sword Demon said indifferently as he sat back in his seat. The Jade identification card was actually the Jade card that Yu Tao and the others showed to the guards at the entrance when they entered Ni Yang City. Every Jade card had a person's unique mark, and no one else could replace or use it. The Jade identification card was in the hands of Song Yufeng's father. A total of 6 people lined up to receive their Jade identification cards. When it was Long Chen's turn, one of the 5 big shots, the pudgy middle-aged man at the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, who was also the clan leader of the De clan, Song Zhongqing, raised his head and looked at Long Chen with a look of disgust. This damned fatty is hostile towards me. Long Chen could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. After receiving the Jade identification cards, everyone prepared to leave. At this time, Sword Demon suddenly said coldly, after receiving the Jade identification card, you are now members of our Imperial clan. In the future, you must be loyal to our Imperial clan for the rest of your lives. If you are found to have stolen the spirit medicine of the Celestial Realm, you will be killed without mercy. If you are found to have betrayed us, your 9 generations will be exterminated. This roar was like a sword, piercing into everyone's body. That vague pain made Long Chen feel very uncomfortable, as if there were really knives cutting his own flesh. Exterminating the 9 generations of the clan, exterminating the entire clan. Little Lang's Mo clan must have suffered such a severe punishment. It seems that the royal family is really not a good thing. With this thought, Long Chen walked out of the Iron Tower. Today, the 5th watch, commemorates the birth of my hardcore book group, Dragons. Those who want to join the Dragons, please look at the Dragons chapter. In addition, there were a few people who wanted to add me these few days, but because my phone is authenticated, I can't tell who they are. Therefore, brothers and sisters who want to join the Dragons, please join the group, 2816211106. Those who have not joined the group can add me again. Of course, if you dare to join the group, it is equivalent to everyone being willing to follow the rules of the Dragons. For details, please look at the Dragons chapter. To become a Dragons, please change your nickname to Dragons, XXX. Chapter 302. As they exited the metal tower, Long Chen and Zhang Yuanting walked behind. He was still thinking about what Zhang Yuanting had just told him, and what he wanted to tell him. As they exited the metal tower, Song Yifeng, who was at the very front, turned back to look. There was a look of disgust in his eyes. Although it was just a quick glance, Long Chen was sure that he had not seen wrongly. "Brother Zhang, could it be that you want to tell me that this little shorty?" Long Chen asked, a little speechless. "That's right. You just stole his limelight, so he bears a grudge against you. Don't be surprised. You are not a native of the imperial city, so you don't know the vengeful nature of the Wu tribe. They are used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If they meet an expert, they will definitely shrink back and bow. However, if they meet the weak, they will definitely be arrogant and despotic. Their cruel methods are an eye-opener." Zhang Yuanting's words were filled with disdain that could not be concealed. "This kind of tribe should really be exterminated," Long Chen said calmly. Because of his performance, he was hated by Song Yifeng, but Long Chen did not regret it. Long Chen had already massacred the Wu tribe once on Goldfish Island. Over 100 Wu tribe members had set foot on Goldfish Island, and not a single one had survived. If Song Yifeng really wanted to provoke him, Long Chen did not mind doing it again. Of course, the prerequisite was that Long Chen entered the celestial realm and found the 9 heaven celestial fruit as his strength increased. "I also want to exterminate them, but there are many experts in the Yamato clan. Apart from the 8th level of the Heavenly River tier, there are no less than 10 7th level Heavenly River tier experts. The Wu tribe is as loyal as dogs to the royal family. In the Zhangyang nation, besides the royal family, no other force can completely exterminate the Yamato clan," Zhang Yuanting whispered in Long Chen's ear as they were about to exit the door. He and Long Chen got along very well, so he spoke without restraint. "However, Long Chen, you better be careful. The Wu tribe likes to stab people in the back. Don't fall for their tricks," Zhang Yuanting reminded. "Thank you, brother Zhang. I will remember everything you said." At this point, they had already walked out of the Iron Tower. Yu Tao and the others were right in front of them, so Long Chen didn't say anything more. "Did you pass?" Yu Tao looked down at Long Chen and asked indifferently. "Is there any possibility of failure?" Long Chen said lightly. Yu Tao wasn't surprised that Long Chen was able to pass Lord Sword Devil's test. After all, Long Chen could defeat Yu Chong. If Yu Chong could become an immortal stage divine guard, then Long Chen could too. However, Long Chen's tone wasn't polite at all. Yu Tao could only bear with it as they were in a public place. He looked at Zhang Yuanting and asked, "Do you also want to join the 18th District's Immortal Realm Divine Guards?" "Yes, you are the district chief of the 18th District, Yu Tao, brother Yu," Zhang Yuanting said. Yu Tao nodded, looked at Long Chen again, and said, "Let's go. I will first bring all of you to Niyang City, to the residence that belongs to our 18th District. Tomorrow morning, I will then bring all of you into Niyang's Immortal Realm, to complete the task handed over to the previous team." Under Yu Tao's guidance, Long Chen and Zhang Yuanting arrived at the residence. Every Immortal Realm Divine Guard was assigned a residence in Niyang City for them to stay when they were not on duty. After arriving here, Yu Tao and the others, who didn't get along with Long Chen, ran away. As for the rules of Niyang's fairyland that Sword Devil had mentioned, he didn't tell Long Chen at all. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanting had been in charge of the Niyang army in Niyang City for about 6 or 7 years. He knew some Immortal Realm Divine Guards and should know the affairs of the Immortal Realm Divine Guards like the back of his hand. In Niyang's fairyland, because of the rich spiritual qi, elixirs and treasures can be seen everywhere. It is simply a sea of elixirs. The most common ones are yellow rank elixirs. In the primary domain, yellow rank elixirs are everywhere, and many of them can be trampled to death. Secondly, there are also many profound rank elixirs. Basically, no matter where you stand, there will be profound rank elixirs in your field of vision. The rarest ones are naturally earth rank elixirs. In the primary domain, there are many primary earth rank elixirs, and even medium earth rank elixirs. The task of our fairyland divine guards is to ensure that these earth rank elixirs are not snatched by the immortal beasts in the fairyland before or when they mature. Immortal beasts? Brother Zhang, how do immortal beasts exist in the fairyland? Long Chen asked with a frown. Immortal beasts are actually a type of demonic beasts that can be found all over the Ni Yang's fairyland. Because of the different regions, the strength of the immortal beasts that appear are also different. In the Ni Yang's fairyland, there is a thick fog that is completely formed by spiritual qi. Even an elite at the 6th or 7th tier of the heavenly river tier would find it difficult to see through this fog, while immortal beasts can travel through the fog at will. Especially in some places where the fog is the thickest, it is the gathering place of immortal beasts. If you encounter a thick fog in the fairyland by chance, don't go in, or else it will be very dangerous. Do you know why the primary domain is set up to be the chief of the 5th tier of the heavenly river tier? That's because even high-level immortal beasts are likely to appear in the primary domain. The more he listened to Zhang Yuanteng, the more interested Long Chen was in the Ni Yang's fairyland. If that was really the case, then the Ni Yang's fairyland was simply a treasure trove for him, especially those immortal beasts that were everywhere. Wasn't it the perfect help for him to use blood refining to increase his strength? I still have a question. Previously, Sword Demon said that those who hide the spiritual medicine in the fairyland will be sentenced to death. There are so many spiritual medicines in the fairyland, who can find them? Long Chen asked. Zhang Yuanteng smiled and said, I knew that you would have this doubt. Let me tell you, in fact, the reason why so many people want to be a divine guard of the fairyland is because there are also benefits to being a divine guard of the fairyland. In the Ni Yang's fairyland, as long as you don't completely remove the yellow rank or profound rank spiritual medicines, you can take as many of these spiritual medicines as you want. No one will say anything against you. For the current you, these spiritual medicines may be useless, but in the Cangyang kingdom, except for the imperial city, there are other places that have the real treasures among the profound rank items. The imperial family doesn't want the yellow rank or profound rank items. However, as long as it is an earth rank item, when it just emerges, someone will record its information. It is useless to pick the spiritual medicine before it matures, and if it disappears inexplicably, it will be easy to be investigated. Therefore, if you want to hide the earth rank spiritual medicine, it is nothing more than courting death. Brother Long, you don't have this intention, do you? Zhang Yuanteng joked. I'm here to be a divine guard of the fairyland, not to court death. Long Chen smiled and said. He secretly remembered Zhang Yuanteng's words in his heart and thought to himself, in the fairyland, if there is a 9-heaven celestial fruit, the imperial family must have recorded its location. If I can get the information recorded, it will be twice the result with half the effort to find the 9-heaven celestial fruit. The question was, where would the information be? Long Chen casually asked Zhang Yuanteng this question. Naturally, it is the guardian of the Ni Yang's fairyland, Lord Sword Demon. With his strength, no one can break into the Ni Yang's fairyland except for His Majesty the Sword Emperor. Zhang Yuanteng had some admiration for the Sword Demon. That guy. Long Chen sighed inwardly. For him, wanting to obtain any information from him was practically more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Thus, he gave up on that thought and decided to search for it in the fairyland with his own strength. Oh, that's right. There is one more thing that I have to tell you, and that is, if you kill an immortal beast in the fairyland, as long as you have the celestial pill as proof, you can exchange it for points in Ni Yang City. The points in Ni Yang City can also be exchanged for many items. So, work hard, young man. Zhang Yuanteng laughed loudly as he patted Long Chen's shoulder. After being in the Ni Yang army for so long, I've finally made it through. I can go to the fairyland, go on a killing spree, earn more things, and improve my strength from there. The second level of the Heavenly River tier is definitely not my highest peak. In the future, even reaching the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier will not be a dream for me. When he spoke of this, Zhang Yuanteng's eyes were surging with the light of excitement. After 5 or 6 years of lying dormant, he had finally made it through, and could properly start his own life. Zhang Yuanteng was a good person, very much to Long Chen's liking. Moreover, he had also told Long Chen so many things that he needed to know. At this moment, seeing that he was happy, Long Chen was also happy for him in his heart. Actually, there is nothing to be happy about. In the primary level regions, normally, you can only encounter demonic beasts in the top 3 levels of Earth rank, guarding the primary level of Earth rank. The true core of the fairyland is the high-level regions. That is the place that the imperial family truly pays attention to. The Celestial Realm Divine Guards. There are the elites among the Celestial Realm Divine Guards. As long as I can reach the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier, I can become the true core of the Celestial Realm Divine Guards. At that time, it will be the time for me to truly soar. Just like my name, Zhang Yuanteng, I will soar into the distance. Truly surging with passion, when he first saw Zhang Yuanteng, Long Chen had thought that he would be a taciturn person. He had not thought that under his quiet appearance, there was such a fiery heart. Let's hope that he can succeed. This was his dream, and Long Chen also wished him well. As for himself, Long Chen knew that his goal was not as simple as reaching the 7th level of the Heavenly River tier and becoming the core of the Celestial Realm Divine Guards. Coming to Anai Yang's fairyland, Long Chen only had one goal, and that was the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Time gradually passed, and early the next morning, there was a rumbling knock on the door. Long Chen was in the midst of cultivation, and had no choice but to stop. He knew that the time to enter Anai Yang's fairyland had arrived. Opening the door, Yu Chong glared at him, and between his brows, there was an unfriendly message. Let's go. After saying this casually, he turned around and continued to loudly knock on Zhang Yuanteng's door. After Zhang Yuanteng also came out, he walked away with a gloomy face, and said in a low voice, "How unlucky, actually making me call you guys." Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng looked at each other and smiled. Following Yu Tao and the others, Long Chen looked at the calm lake in front of him. This was the entrance to Anai Yang's fairyland. Chapter 303. At the bottom of the Moon Compassion Lake, there are about 50 passageways leading to Anai Yang's fairyland. 20 of them belong to beginner domains. Today, we will be stationed in the 18th region. Now, we have to pass through the 18th passageway, Zhang Yuanteng said beside Long Chen. As for Yu Tao and the others, as well as the other guards of the 18th region, they did not care about Long Chen at all. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanteng explained a lot to Long Chen. Otherwise, it would be dangerous to enter Anai Yang's fairyland without knowing anything about it. Following them, Long Chen began to dive into the Moon Compassion Lake. The Moon Compassion Lake was cool and seemed to be mixed with dense spiritual energy. Upon touching the lake water, Long Chen could feel the density of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Moon Compassion Lake was very clear. Long Chen could clearly see the bottom of the lake. In his field of vision, the bottom of the Moon Compassion Lake was a big dark green crystal that emitted a dark green light, turning the entire Moon Compassion Lake into a piece of green jade. In the middle of the dark green crystal, there were a total of 50 white crystals of various sizes, about a meter in diameter. There was a faint mist around the white crystals, making the crystals look like they were in the clouds. Although they were crystals, they looked more like passageways. Long Chen knew that this should be the entrance to Anai Yang's fairyland from the Moon Compassion Lake. Long Chen noticed that the closer the crystals were to the center, the bigger they were. The big white crystal in the middle was several times bigger than the others. Beside these big crystals, there were usually a few old men sitting cross-legged, guarding the crystals. It should be said that they were guarding the entrance to Anai Yang's fairyland. The closer to the crystal in the middle, the higher the grade of the area. The crystal in the middle directly leads to a high-grade domain. There are not many people who are qualified to enter there. As for these old men, they used to be divine guards of the fairyland. Because they are old, they have retired. However, their strength should not be underestimated. With their protection, it is difficult for unknown people to enter the fairyland. Zhang Yuanteng saw the doubt in Long Chen's eyes, so he explained. Long Chen realized that there seemed to be no freedom in the fairyland. At present, he could only follow the arrangements of the Sword Devil, the ruler of Niyang City, and enter the 18th district to receive the administration. Everyone, follow me to the 18th passageway. We will arrange the specific details of this month's protection in the fairyland. At this time, Yu Tao turned his head and said in a clear voice. After he finished speaking, he directly stepped on one of the white crystals and quickly disappeared. The others also followed suit and entered the Niyang's fairyland one by one. Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng were the last because they were newcomers. Just as they were about to enter, another group of people came down from Moon Compassion Lake and came to the crystal next to crystal number 18. That should be crystal number 17. Long Chen saw Song Yefeng from the Wu race among the group. Song Yefeng also noticed him immediately. Brat, what's your name? Walking to the front, Song Yufeng raised his chin high, pointed his nostrils at Long Chen, and asked arrogantly. Among the Wu race, although his appearance was somewhat wretched, it was considered the most outstanding. However, this arrogant look made it hard for Long Chen to compliment him. Long Chen was too lazy to care about him and directly followed Zhang Yuanteng. Without even looking at Song Yefeng, he stepped into crystal number 18. His actions immediately made Song Yefeng's face turn gloomy. Baka, this grandson, he actually dared to ignore my words. You went to the 18th district. Very well, see if I don't kill you. Long Chen suddenly felt a cold stream of water wrap around him, and at a very fast speed, he was sent far away. This feeling was very comfortable, and a rich spiritual energy rushed towards him. It didn't take long for Long Chen to find himself standing in the middle of a vast world. Niyang's immortal realm, worthy of being called the Immortal Realm City, there were yellow-ranked elixirs everywhere. This was not a false rumor, but it really appeared under Long Chen's feet. On the fertile soil, a medicinal fragrance hit his face. Looking up, the sky was dark blue, and there were many white clouds floating in between. Under the white clouds, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had condensed into a white mist. Between heaven and earth, everything in the distance seemed hazy, like a fairyland. This is Niyang's fairyland. The two newcomers, Long Chen and Zhang Yuanteng, could not help but start to appreciate the beauty of Niyang's fairyland. Frankly speaking, this was indeed the most beautiful place that Long Chen had ever seen. After looking around for a while, Zhang Yuanteng sighed, "This is the place that I have always dreamed of coming to. It is really wonderful. I really do not know how such a small world of heaven and earth was formed. It is really wonderful." Long Chen also sighed. "Oh right, Long Chen, your attitude towards Song Yefeng just now was a bit too much. You do not understand the character of the Wu people. If you are weak, you must bow and scrape to them. Otherwise, they will see you as their mortal enemy and kill you. Before you have the strength to defeat them, I suggest that you cater to them a little, so that you will not be in danger. Cater, bow and scrape." Long Chen laughed. "This is just a helpless action. The Wu people are like this, they have no humanity to speak of. In order to save my life, why not bow and scrape first?" Zhang Yuanteng said helplessly. "Brother Zhang, if a dog wants to bite you, will you still bow and scrape to it? By the same logic, I do not believe that I cannot kill this barking dog." Long Chen laughed. Zhang Yuanteng could not do anything about Long Chen's blind confidence, so he did not comment. After entering Niyang's fairyland, under Yu Tao's lead, they arrived at the base of the 18th district. As there were newcomers, Yu Tao barely pointed at the map on the wall and introduced the 18th district to Long Chen and the others. "You two have just arrived, so you don't know anything, so listen carefully. There are a total of 8 Earth-class herbs that are about to mature in the 18th district. The number of guards will be the same as last month. Long Chen, Zhang Yuanteng, you two are new here, so you will have to join the extra patrol team. Each of you will be led by a brother. Yu Chong, you and Long Chen will be in one team. Jiang Shuai, you and Zhang Yuanteng will be in another team. The locations of the 8 Earth-level beginner herbs were marked on the map. However, guarding these herbs was not Long Chen's current responsibility. Patrol. Long Chen thought to himself. If he was fixed in one place, it would be difficult for him to find the 9 heaven celestial fruit. The patrol team could move freely, which made it easier. However, with Yu Chong, a loser, dragging him along, Long Chen thought for a while and knew that this guy would probably cause trouble for him. Can I be in a team with Zhang Yuanteng? Long Chen raised his head and interrupted. What nonsense are you talking about? Both of you are newcomers. Without anyone to lead you, do you know how to patrol? Yu Tao's eyes were wide open, and a murderous aura rushed towards them. Bringing it is the same as not bringing it. Long Chen knew clearly in his heart that when he came to Ni Yang's immortal's realm, all the knowledge was given to him by Zhang Yuanteng. This Yu Tao had solemnly vowed that he would tell Long Chen the rules, but in reality, it was all bullshit. What did you say? Long Chen, in the fairyland, as long as you are in the 18th district, you have to listen to the district chief's orders. If you say anything else, I will kill you directly. Do you believe me? Yu Tao's eyes darkened. Can you kill me? A cold glint flashed in Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen, you are really seeking death. Yu Tao was a bandit in the first place, and did not have a good temper at all. At this moment, Long Chen actually did not give him face in public, and this had already angered him. Long Chen was merely at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and at most had the battle prowess of the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier, while Yu Tao's ability was definitely at the 5th level of the Heavenly River tier. Seeing Yu Tao's aggressive attitude, Zhang Yuanteng hurriedly said, District Chief, you don't seem to have the right to make a move against Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen only asked a question, and did not make any mistakes at all. What right do you have to kill him? Are you not afraid that Lord Sword Demon will kill you? Indeed, as a celestial-level divine guard, Long Chen was a direct force of the imperial family. He did not make any mistakes, and Yu Tao, who was also a celestial-level divine guard, had no right to openly deal with Long Chen. All right. Yu Tao laughed coldly, and forcefully swallowed his anger. He no longer cared about them, and continued to assign tasks. After about 15 minutes, the assignments were completed, and those who should be stationed gradually left. Long Chen noted down the patrol route, and then bid farewell to Zhang Yuanteng. Be careful, I see that these guys are not happy with you. Be careful that they do something to you, Zhang Yuanteng said in a low voice to Long Chen. Understood, I'm not rash. Zhang Yuanteng regarded him as one of his own, and Long Chen naturally regarded him as one of his own. Long Chen himself understood that the conflict between him and the 9th prince because of Lingxi would not erupt for the time being, but it would happen sooner or later. Yu Tao and the others were the 9th prince's minions, and a conflict with them was, in fact, a conflict with the 9th prince. In this conflict, it was impossible for Long Chen to yield. It seems that I have to quickly increase my strength in this celestial realm. Immortal beasts, kill them all. Yu Chong, who was in the same group as Long Chen, was exceptionally enraged when enemies met, not to mention that they were going to carry out official duties together. According to the patrol route, Long Chen walked in front, while Yu Chong gloomily looked at his back. This brat, he really doesn't know how pitiful he is. Moreover, it was purely your luck that I lost to you that day. If it wasn't for His Highness not allowing us to fight, I would definitely make you wish you were dead if we fought again. Along the way, the two of them did not speak. As Long Chen walked in this celestial realm, he had seen many things. Occasionally, he would also pick some matured mystic-level spiritual herbs and put them in his cosmos sack. As time passed, he had harvested quite a lot of spiritual herbs, but he did not encounter any immortal beasts. We're already halfway through this route. How many rounds do we have to take? Long Chen looked around. Suddenly, he saw that the fog not far away began to gradually thicken. In the blink of an eye, it formed a pure white fog. Seeing this fog, Yu Chang's expression changed. Without saying anything, he directly turned and fled. What is that? Long Chen was shocked. Chapter 304. All of a sudden, a cloud of mist appeared, and Yu Chong actually fled without saying a word. What did this grandson discover? Long Chen was not a fool. Since Yu Chong had escaped, he was ready to run too. But at this moment, two demonic beasts had already rushed out of the cloud. They were similar to dogs, not tall, and not even half the size of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Their bodies were covered with long white fur, but there were black lines that looked like runes. Their eyes were also black, and their necks had a mane like that of a lion, which made them look exceptionally mighty. Immortal beasts. Long Chen stopped in his tracks, because he could feel that the realm of these two dog-type demonic beasts should be around the 3rd grade of the Earth rank. In the primary domain, it was very difficult to find a 4th grade of the Earth rank demonic beast. What a waste. Just 2 3rd grade of the Earth rank demonic beasts, and he actually fled. No, it seems that Yu Chong is not afraid of these two demonic beasts. He just wants to use these two demonic beasts to get rid of me. His scheming is obvious. Although he knew Yu Chong's intentions, Long Chen still did not escape. For him, whether it was immortal beasts or demonic beasts, they were all great nourishment. In the 9-demon mountain, there were mutated poisonous beasts. Because of the wet terrain and other reasons, poisonous beasts were born with poisonous bodies. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Ni Yang immortal realm was rich, and it was almost liquid. Bathing in such spiritual qi, even the demonic beasts became very graceful and spiritual. Under the nourishment of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, the violent aura of the demonic beasts was reduced a lot. These two dog-type demonic beasts were somewhat similar to the 3rd grade of the Earth rank cloud mist hounds in the records of demonic beasts. Presumably, they were originally cloud mist hounds, but after countless years of inheritance in the Ni Yang immortal realm, they became like this. 2 3rd grade of the Earth rank demonic beasts, so Long Chen had to use all his strength to deal with them. Soon, he directly used the dragon's soul transformation, and neat and regular red dragon scales completely protected him. Just by standing casually, he felt full of power. Roar! The two cloud mist dogs were originally heading towards the center of the 18th district. When they saw Long Chen, they immediately turned around, lowered their heads and roared, and rushed towards Long Chen. Since the imperial family took control of Ni Yang's fairyland, the immortal beasts began to fight with the imperial family for countless years. Hatred had long been implanted in their bones, so when they saw Long Chen in this peripheral area, it was not easy for them to attack. This speed is almost the same as when Xiao Lang was still at Earth rank 3. It was no wonder that Yu Chong would flee. The cloud mist hounds were considered to be relatively powerful demonic beasts in the 3rd grade of the Earth rank. Even Yu Chong didn't know if he could deal with one. It just so happens that Yu Chong isn't here. Let me test out this divine flame clone. Thinking of this, Long Chen released all the real fire seeds that he had condensed during this period of time. A total of 5 human-shaped flame clones stood behind him. After a period of training, Long Chen had successfully cultivated to the 2nd level of the divine flame clone. Seeing these 5 flame clones, the cloud mist hounds were stunned for a moment, but they didn't stop. They only separated one of them and directly went to deal with the divine flame clone. The 5 divine flame clones completely trapped a cloud mist hound and attacked continuously. For a moment, the flames danced wildly and completely blocked the cloud mist hound. At this time, Long Chen used the blue dragon halberd to shake off the cloud mist hound. In an instant, he pounced on the Cloud Mist Hound. The blue dragon halberd danced fiercely and stabbed towards the Cloud Mist Hound. The Cloud Mist Hound's advantage lay in speed and agility. Facing the speed of Long Chen's blue dragon halberd, it was able to dodge very little. With the support of its powerful beast energy, its claws and teeth were able to counterattack Long Chen time and time again, but it was able to completely avoid Long Chen. 9 Spiral Fire Shield. After pulling away the blue dragon halberd, Long Chen had an idea and directly used the 9 Spiral Fire Shield. Using it as a weapon, he pushed it towards the Cloud Mist Hound. This huge whirlpool of flames appeared out of nowhere, causing the Cloud Mist Hound to be unable to dodge in time. Furthermore, this was a mid-earth class battle skill. How could it be so easy to deal with? The flames of the 9 Spiral Fire Shield caused the Cloud Mist Hound's white fur to burn. The Cloud Mist Hound let out a miserable howl and was about to run away to seek help from its companions. At this time, Long Chen pulled away the 9 Spiral Fire Shield and suddenly brandished the blue dragon halberd. Blue Dragon Battle Skill. Dragon soars to the 9th heaven. The cyan-color dragon soul soared into the sky and smashed the Cloud Mist Hound that was about to escape into the sky. Then, with a loud bang, it fell to the ground. When it fell to the ground, its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were already overflowing with black blood. Its eyes were wide open and it had already lost all signs of life. The other Cloud Mist Hound saw how miserable its companion was and immediately went crazy. Out of the 5 God Fire clones, 2 of them were destroyed in an instant. Long Chen did not stop. After killing one of the Cloud Mist Hounds, he pounced towards the other one. His true chi was not any weaker than the Cloud Mist Hound's beast energy. Furthermore, he also had a mid-earth class weapon. Together with the obstruction of the 3 God Fire clones, he quickly used the same method and slaughtered this Cloud Mist Hound. Refining blood into chi. Directly using the inherited mystical power of the primordial blood spirit dragon, Long Chen completely absorbed the blood of the 2 Cloud Mist Hounds and transformed it into his own true chi. His star true chi was replenished, and instantly improved a little. Unfortunately, there's still some distance before I can reach the 3rd level of the Heavenly River tier. Looks like I can only use a 4th level Earth class immortal beast. However, I can't defeat a 4th level Earth class immortal beast. For Long Chen, this was indeed a matter that he was conflicted over. After digesting the blood of the 2 Cloud Mist Hounds, Long Chen cremated their charred corpses. He counted the time and looked in the direction he had just gone. He knew that Yu Chong should be about to return. This period of time was enough for him to return to the base, inform Yu Tao, and then come over to collect the corpses for Long Chen. Indeed, not long after, Yu Tao, Yu Chong, and a few patrolling Celestial Tier Divine Guards hurried over. From afar, they saw that Long Chen was standing there unscathed, and were instantly extremely shocked. Especially Yu Chong, whose face was filled with disbelief. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. Long Chen, where are the 2 Cloud Mist Hounds? As the district chief, Yu Tao hurriedly looked at the traces in the surroundings. Other than the traces of being burnt by flames, there was nothing else. What Cloud Mist Hounds? Long Chen looked at him with a hint of a smile. Yu Tao turned around, and asked somewhat gloomily, Yu Chong, didn't you say that there were 2 3rd-level Earth-class Cloud Mist Hounds here? It's true. I didn't see wrongly. There were definitely 2 Cloud Mist Hounds. Why did they suddenly disappear? Even if they had been killed by Long Chen, where were their corpses? Could it be that Long Chen had burned them? Was Long Chen so powerful? He was only at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier, and he had directly killed 2 3rd-level Earth-class demonic beasts. Since when were there Cloud Mist Hounds? We were patrolling here, and Yu Chong, you hurried back. I thought you were looking for a place to take a dump, haha. Long Chen laughed, his face full of sarcasm. Long Chen, what did you say? Yu Chong's expression was cold and stern. Forget it. Yu Tao shook his head, and pressed down on Yu Chong. He looked at Long Chen with a slightly doubtful expression, and said, since there are no cloud mist hounds, then everything will continue. You guys continue patrolling. Yes. Although everyone was shocked and doubtful, they did not dare to believe that Long Chen, a country bumpkin from a small place, could reach such a level in such a short time without being injured. Long Chen was thinking about the 9 heaven celestial fruit, and could not be bothered to pay attention to these clowns. Although there were clowns stronger than him, as a unique dragon martial artist, Long Chen would soon surpass them. Time passed day by day, and in the process of Long Chen's patrolling, he had killed quite a number of Earth-class demonic beasts from first level to third level of the Earth class. His ability was only a hair's breadth away from the third level of the Heavenly River tier. However, there was still no news of the 9 heaven celestial fruit. Long Chen knew that this would not do. On this day, when he was resting while patrolling, he finally could not help but ask Zhang Yuanteng. Brother Zhang, do you know if there are any famous treasures in Ni Yang's wonderland? Long Chen asked in a low voice. Treasures? I don't know about that. High-level domains are under the direct control of the imperial family, and everything inside is confidential. You are talking about treasures, but I know a legend. Legend has it that there is a spiritual talisman in a high-level domain. It is a very strange spiritual talisman that can be seen but cannot be touched, and no one can do anything about it. Spiritual talisman. This had nothing to do with Long Chen. He asked nervously, have you heard of the 9 heaven celestial fruit? No, what grade is this spiritual medicine? Zhang Yuanteng was startled. At that time, Long Chen did not ask Li Xuanji what grade the 9 heaven celestial fruit was. This was his negligence. However, he guessed that something that could restore Lingxi's physical body had to be at least in a high-level domain. Zhang Yuanteng did not know about the 9 heaven celestial fruit, which meant that the 9 heaven celestial fruit was precious. Do you think we can enter a high-level domain now? Long Chen asked tentatively. Of course not. Zhang Yuanteng smiled. High-level domains are under the direct control of the imperial family. There are countless secret treasures inside. If we enter, we will be killed without mercy. Long Chen, don't tell me you want to go to a high-level domain? Don't joke around, you will definitely die. Are you kidding me? Do I want to die? Long Chen said with a smile, but his heart sank. It seemed that the 9 heaven celestial fruit was more difficult to obtain than he had imagined. There are many powerful warriors in a high-level domain that can kill you. Immortal beasts above the 7th grade of the Earth rank are also very common there. If you go there, you will die if you meet anything. Zhang Yuanteng was worried about Long Chen, so he explained in detail. Do the 7th grade of the Earth rank demonic beasts always stay in the high-level domain? Long Chen asked suddenly. Normally, they stay in the high-level domain. However, there have been several immortal beast tides in the Ni Yang fairyland. In fact, it is a joint uprising of the immortal beasts. Every time there is an immortal beast tide, many powerful immortal beasts in the high-level domain will run to the low-level domain. Many people will die every time. Immortal beast tide. Since it was called a tide, there must be a lot of them. Chapter 305. When does the celestial beast tide usually occur? Long Chen asked. Zhang Yuanteng patted Long Chen's shoulder, and said with a smile, I'm not sure, but don't worry. When the celestial beast tide occurs, a protected area will usually open up in the elementary region. There are more powerful cultivators there, and as long as they reach the protected area in the shortest amount of time, they can seek protection there. The closest protected area to our 18th district should be at the intersection of the 17th and 18th districts. Once the celestial beast tide occurs, we just have to rush in that direction. However, Long Chen, you don't have to worry. The celestial beast tide is very rare, and has occurred a few times before. So, as the divine guards of the celestial realm, we are still very safe. Long Chen was only asking casually, and did not keep this celestial beast tied in mind. In the time that followed, Long Chen inquired about the 9 heaven celestial spirit fruit from various sources, but in the end, it was to no avail. He gradually realized that if he wanted to get to the level where he could come in contact with the 9 heaven celestial spirit fruit in Ni Yang celestial realm, his current strength was completely insufficient. At least, he needed the power of the 7th layer of the heavenly river tier. If I had known, would have cultivated everywhere and only entered at that time. But fortunately, there are endless celestial beasts in Ni Yang celestial realm, and I am now almost able to break through to the 4th layer of the heavenly river tier. In terms of battle skills, the divine fire doppelganger improved by leaps and bounds. More and more seeds of true fire were condensed by Long Chen, and planted in his acupuncture points. Long Chen had also completed the cultivation of the last move of the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. This was definitely a move several times more powerful than the dragon soaring 9 heavens, and was the complete essence of the Blue Dragon battle technique. There was another more important matter, and that was that Long Chen found that he could cultivate the 3rd level of the spirit-devouring demonic pupil. Long Chen was already very familiar with the first 2 levels of the spirit-devouring demonic pupil, charm and spirit-devouring, and this 3rd level still did not have any actual attack power, but it could bring a very great supporting effect to Long Chen. The 3rd level of the spirit-devouring demon eyes was called Profound Insight. Long Chen discovered that when he used Profound Insight, the surrounding rooms, rocks, and so on all disappeared. In his field of vision, the most intense thing was people. In the eyes of the spirit-devouring demon pupil, these people were a strange gray fog. This should be the soul. Not only humans, as long as it was a life form, even a flying insect, it would be very clear in the eyes of the spirit-devouring demon pupil. When using the spirit-devouring demon pupil, even in the darkest environment, Long Chen could completely see the position and movement of the life form next to him. It was as if he had a pair of eyes that could directly see the soul. During this patrol, Long Chen was able to clearly see how many demonic beasts there were in the clouds from afar. He also knew exactly how strong these demonic beasts were. With this spirit-devouring demon pupil, if I fight in a dark environment, I'll have a great advantage. Furthermore, it can prevent others from sneak attacking me. No life form around me will be able to escape my eyes, Long Chen sighed. This spirit-devouring demon pupil was only at the 3rd level, but it was already so awesome. He really didn't know how powerful it would be in the future. The thing that Li Xuanji gave him shouldn't be simple. A month's time will pass in the blink of an eye. I can't feel at ease with little Shi in the Jade Prince manor. There's not much time left, so I must seize the opportunity to obtain the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit. However, patrolling this small place every day, when will I have the chance to enter the high-level domain to take a look? For the past few days, Long Chen had been thinking hard about this problem. On the 18th day after entering the Ni Yang immortal realm, Long Chen continued to patrol with Yu Chong under Yu Tao's arrangement. Patrolling was the job of the lowest level immortal realm divine guards. Although Long Chen had seen a lot of profound class spirit herbs after entering the Ni Yang immortal realm, he hadn't seen a single earth class spirit herb. If there was an earth class spirit herb, it would be tightly guarded by Yu Tao and the others. As for Yu Chong, he frequently provoked and framed him. If he wasn't in the Ni Yang immortal realm, Long Chen couldn't wait to kill him. Long Chen, this is clearly the route. Where are you going? At this moment, Yu Chong was behind him, reprimanding him in a sarcastic tone. It's none of your business where I'm going. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He suddenly felt that there was some movement in the clouds, so he couldn't help but go over. However, Yu Chong saw that his attitude wasn't good and immediately started arguing with him. Brat, what are you saying? Are you courting death? Don't think that you can be so smug just because you defeated me last time. Let me tell you, you're not my match even if you ride a horse, Yu Chong said angrily. His tall figure walked in front of Long Chen and glared at him. Idiot. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He knew that he couldn't kill Yu Chong at this time, so he didn't want to waste his energy. Long Chen wanted to kill someone who was eyeing him covetously, and that was to kill in one blow. Just as he was about to go around him, Long Chen suddenly felt the ground shake. Illusion. At first, Long Chen thought that it was an illusion, but in this world, even Yu Chang's face changed. He hurriedly fell to the ground and listened to the movement on the ground. His face instantly turned pale. At this time, Long Chen heard the roar of beasts that cut through the sky, shaking the sky of the entire Yang wonderland. The earth trembled violently, and from all directions, there were countless sounds of running. Rumble. It was as if 10,000 horses were running side by side to make such a sound. When Long Chen raised his head, he found that the clouds around him were turbulent. His eyes were calm, and he used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to look at the clouds in the distance. He suddenly felt that there were powerful soul auras, densely packed, rushing towards him from the depths of the clouds. Immortal Beast Tide. In Long Chen's mind, this term that Zhang Yuanteng had just told him appeared. Immortal Beast Tide. Yu Chong cried out in horror. He had heard of the horror of the Immortal Beast Tide, and now it was happening to him. Seeing that the Immortal Beast Tide was coming, he couldn't care less about competing with Long Chen. At this time, most of the weaker divine guards had already sensed that the Immortal Beast Tide was about to be discovered, so most of the weaker divine guards had already rushed to the sanctuary. Yu Chong said nothing and ran. In his opinion, without Yu Tao's explanation, Long Chen definitely wouldn't know the horror of the Immortal Beast Tide. This brat doesn't know anything. Just let him die here. Thinking that Long Chen would die under the claws of the Immortal Beast Tide, Yu Chong's hatred in his heart was very satisfied. Seeing Yu Chong running away, Long Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. I didn't expect that the Immortal Beast Tide would really appear. Just right, I can take advantage of this chaos and risk my life to enter the high-level domain to inquire about the 9 heaven celestial spirit fruit. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have this opportunity. I can wait, but Xiaoxi can't. Thinking of this, Long Chen followed Yu Chong without another word. Looking at Yu Chong's fleeing figure, Long Chen smiled. Before this, he didn't dare to kill Yu Chong. But now, he could hear the rumbling of immortal beasts behind him. Perhaps in a few breaths of time, the immortal beasts would arrive. Long Chen could use this opportunity to push the responsibility of killing Yu Chong to the immortal beasts. To be honest, Long Chen had been tolerating them for too long. Today was the time for him to explode. While chasing Yu Chong, Long Chen transformed into his dragon soul and used the blue dragon battle halberd. The blue dragon battle halberd flashed with a cold light. Fine, I'll let you have a taste of the blue dragon battle halberd's final move. Long Chen silently closed in on his opponent. Yu Chong. Long Chen's soft voice rang in Yu Chong's ears. Yu Chong was originally burying his head in his journey when he suddenly heard Long Chen's voice behind him. He was so frightened that he trembled and then became furious. In his opinion, Long Chen should be waiting for the immortal beast Tide to arrive, but he actually dared to chase after him and play tricks. Fuck off. Yu Chong turned around and cursed. Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. When Yu Chong turned around, an extremely powerful aura suddenly pressed down on his body, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, in a daze, he seemed to see a bright white thread flying towards his head. Before he could react, a piercing pain appeared between his eyebrows. Then, his entire world turned black. Dragon Emperor's downfall. This was the final move of the Blue Dragon Battle Halberd. It was simple, but had unparalleled lethality. Long Chen stuck close to Yu Chong's back and used this move on him. Yu Chong didn't even have the chance to react before he was killed. He didn't expect Long Chen to be so daring. Although Long Chen wasn't a wolf, he had a wolf-like character, forbearing and ruthless. And Yu Chong died because of his wolf-like character. After killing Yu Chong, Long Chen tossed the corpse behind him. Behind him was an endless number of immortal beasts. These immortal beasts hated Immortal Realm divine guards to the bone. Yu Chong's corpse would probably be destroyed in half an hour. Dead men tell no tales. I don't have any other intentions. I just want you to understand that offending me won't bring you any good end. You'll be the same, your brother Yu Tao will be the same, and the 9th prince will be the same. Looking at Yu Chang's corpse, Long Chen faintly revealed a cold smile. He stayed in the same place for a while. Through the spirit-devouring demon pupil, he could already see the immortal beasts coming from this direction. If he returned too quickly, Yu Tao would definitely suspect him. But now, the immortal beasts were right in front of him. If he said that Yu Chong fled first and was killed by the immortal beasts, Yu Tao wouldn't be able to prove it. So many immortal beasts, this must be the immortal beast tide that Zhang Yuanting mentioned. Long Chen headed towards the direction of the sanctuary. The immortal beasts were making a lot of noise, their roars shaking the heaven and earth. Many immortal realm divine guards were rushing towards the sanctuary. Long Chen soon arrived, but before that, he met Zhang Yuanting. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.